dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong. I can't make right. I love the better below. You said myself that this is the last time. It's wrong. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Ooh, now I'm on the ground. I know the truth. I'm shaking now, 'cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the better below. You said myself that this is the last time. It's wrong, I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. I know the truth. Oh, now I know the truth. I had myself for you. Let it down, let it down, let it down, sometimes. Let it down, let it down, let it down, sometimes. These feelings inside, butterflies fly with me tonight. These feelings inside,
कैमरा ही ओपन करना भूल गई मैं. गाइस गुड मॉर्निंग सबको, क्या हाल है? व्हाट इज अप गाइस? भाई सुबह सुबह गर्मी इतनी ज्यादा क्यों लगती है? रुको, इनका स्ट्रीम शुरू हुआ क्या? हाँ हो गया. टाइमर ही चल रहा है उधर भी. स्ट्रीम करना नहीं भूले हैं? स्ट्रीम करना मैं कैसे भूल सकती हूँ ब्रो? व्हाट डू यू मीन? आर यू लाइक noob? I mean what? Hello Abhinandan. Hi blah blah. एक second. What is that name? Hi Yash. Hi Kapil. Hi Paji. Hello Sava Gaming. Hi Aman. क्या क्या हाल? वही हड्डी वही खाल. ऐसे ऐसे कौन अपना हाल बताता है? ऐसे कैसे बताते हो? हाय पीयूष. हाय शिवांशु. बोटाई बोटाई क्यों चाहिए तुम्हें? कहाँ जाना है तुम्हें? हाय एलियंस. हाय रश बॉय. हाय मिहिर. वो सब इन दोनों को बोटाई क्यों चाहिए? मेरे को लग रहा है इनको डेट पे जाना है, उसके लिए दे नीड सूट. उनके पास सूट के लिए बोटाई नहीं है. या अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है, तो आई एम नॉट लेट. ये एक सेकेंड, इसका ट्विच पे भी होता है ना? ट्विच पे बेटर क्वालिटी आएगी. ट्विच स्ट्रीम से देखूं. यप, बेटर क्वालिटी ट्विच पे. एंड उल्टा वेट, ट्विच पे फास्ट है. 10 सेकंड का फर्क है. ट्विच पे देखेंगे हम. या हेलो सायंतन, हाय विवेक, गुड मॉर्निंग। काश कोई होता डेट पे जाने के लिए। पाजी आपको कुछ पूछ रहा है फिजर, आपकी तरफ से अगर रिजेक्ट करना हो मुझे बता देना। फिर आप बीएमपीएस फाइनल लान जाओगे? यस आई वांट टू गो दीपा, आई विल गो। मैं भी ट्विच पे देखूं, बेटर क्वालिटी होगी। इतना मतलब फर्क नहीं है, मतलब 20 मतलब देख सकते हो इधर, ऐसे कोई वो नहीं है, लेकिन अच्छी क्वालिटी तो आपको दिखेगी। शट अप, शट अप, ओके यू शट अप। रुको गाइस, मेरे को स्टोरी डालने दो जरा स्ट्रीम का। भाई सुबह सुबह चीला खा के मजा आ गया भाई। तुम लोगों ने क्या किया ब्रेकफास्ट? सबने? हो गया। हैशटैग गलत है, गेम शुरू नहीं, गेम शेरो होना चाहिए। क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी। ब्रेकफास्ट के लिए अभी बहुत जल्दी है। अरे नहीं है जल्दी। गाइस क्या लगता है आज आज कितने कितने मैचेस होंगे इसके? सब सब एक नंबर गेस करते हैं। जिसका आंसर सही होगा उसको क्या मिलेगा? उसको पाजी के साथ डेट पे जाने मिलेगा। इट इज नाइट, ओ इट इज नाइट इन यूएसए। हाँ, कि फेजर को देखो फिर भी सोया नहीं है। 10 बजने वाले हैं, कहाँ जल्दी है भाई? वो पाजी के लिए थोड़ा सा है। कट ऑफ कितना है स्मैश रूल का? कट ऑफ वो तो सेम नहीं होता। इज इट नॉट 50? एक वाली प्रेडिक्शंस चाहिए थी। हाँ यूट्यूब पे होना चाहिए भाई, मतलब यूट्यूब सिर्फ स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए नहीं है ना, इसके लिए लाइव स्ट्रीम के लिए बहुत कम चीज़ है इधर। बट ट्विच एंड किक स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए, इसके लिए ब्रो क्रेजी। या 50 ही होता है मैच पॉइंट मेरे हिसाब से तो। मैलकिस्ट खाए हो, ये क्या होता है? इसका ऑडियो तो ज्यादा नहीं है ना, मैं क्योंकि सुन नहीं रही हूँ। या 1+1+1। हाय स्वरूप। मोमबत्ती को कहते हैं इंग्लिश में कैंडल। कैसे कर लेते हो इतनी सुंदरता हैंडल? मैं नाइस नाइस जोक। मालकिस्ट इज अ न्यू ब्रांड बिस्किट? मैं बिस्किट्स बहुत बहुत रेयरली खाती हूँ, मैंने तो नहीं सुना ये। सबको सदमा लग गया ये सुन के गाइस। रैंकिंग क्या चल रहा है हमारा? ये फाइनल्स है, ये फाइनल्स है, आज शुरू होगा, आज ही खत्म होगा। #1 के लिए रेस है। अगर गर्ल करेक्ट आंसर दिए तो पाजी के साथ डेट, अगर बॉय करेक्ट आंसर दिए तो किसके साथ डेट पे जाएंगे? नहीं जश जैश जैश कोई बात नहीं, आप आपको समझ नहीं आया, कोई बात। एपेक्स फन हो गया है, वापस फन हो गया है क्या? खेलूं क्या एक दिन? यार गाइस अब तो किक है, किक पे हम सब खेल सकते हैं। चलो एपेक्स भी किक पे ही खेलूंगी फिर मैं अब। एक बार मैं वापस इंस्टॉल करके थोड़ा, एक तो ना मेरे ना सेटिंग्स, मैं अनइंस्टॉल की थी, मेरे सेटिंग्स बदल गए और मुझे मेरे पुराने सेटिंग्स याद नहीं है। मेरे जो पुराने सेटिंग्स थे ना उसपे मैं बहुत अच्छा खेल पाती थी, बट अब मुझे वो याद नहीं है क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली वो मैंने खुद से नहीं किए थे, प्रो प्लेयर ने करवा के दिए थे मुझे, सो इट वाज लाइक क्रेजी।
Ticket to Paris and the other 7 will be announced tonight as well. Q, welcome in. Regional finals, it's finally here.
करवा दूंगा फिर से, शर्म कर लो पाजी। उसमें भी नियॉन आई है। अच्छा कोई नया लेजेंड आया है क्या? मैं नहीं खेलूंगा, एपेक्स स्पेस नहीं है। दे दो भाई इसको स्पेस दे दो, कोई कौन है इसका डुओ, गिव हिम सम स्पेस। हाय शुभांशु। Stony Cast. Why has he named himself Stony?
And over the last 9 weeks, well, I'm sure a lot of them
इनका आवाज कितना कम है।
But here they are for you to see, and that's Wolves, S8UL, PXX, VKG, and Gen G.
मतलब हम लोग #2 चल रहे guys.
On this list, I feel like 4 of the names probably don't surprise very many people, right? I mean, Wolves, S8UL, VKG, Gen G, all names that pretty well sat at top of the region last.
बेस्ट है एपेक्स, उसमें टॉप रैंक जाऊंगा, अब हो गया मेरा वालों से। ठीक है भाई, ठीक है।
Obviously all bringing their sort of experience together on their side as well, but I think also what really stands out to me, Wolves, despite the fact that it's a very heavy top of the leaderboard, still has a pretty big gap heading into regional finals.
That they do, and I guess when that, with what comes with the top 5 teams comes with the top 5 players, and there's only one difference in this, and that is VC from Victory Esports in this top 5 for our players, but with No Name leading the way comfortably for APAC South.
Not only what is that?
Guys, इसमें EWC के लिए किस बेसिस पे होता है? Like we are qualified तो मतलब top कुछ teams जाती है या क्या होता है? Somebody tell me.
The damage that you're taking is kind of insane. I mean, Wolves are a team that we have always known when they are on the, like, when they get hot.
Top 8 goal to,
you need to watch out for. No Name usually the reason because of that. But that's not to take any credit away from.
But top 8 तो finals का कुछ वो नहीं होता final result से.
Continue to show with
अभी तक के top 8
that they deserve the recognition that they get here in APAC South.
That they do, and well, with the 20 teams that are out here today, there were 2 teams that were staying in Pro League, and that is GOAT and Veneno. Only by one
regular season के ranking से.
To both those teams.
Not top 8 of finals, but overall circuit. हाँ वो तो finals का तो तभी तो already बोल रहे हैं ना.
Inside the ring and Great
Crazy
Soda
भाई.
all heading back to PLQ, but that top 20 there are the teams that we're going to be seeing today, and I guess with that means some suggestions as well. Let me see if I have that on here. That we do. Of who we think is going to win today, and well, Droga, Greek, and Waltz here on the S8UL.
W.
on the S8UL train at the moment, and you have Jayhawk, DK Don, and Wig on the VK Gaming train, and it looks like Q, me, and yourselves are kind of on the outside.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if we're the ones that are like huffing copium here, or if it's just because everyone else is going with such safe picks. I mean, you
Yeah,
definitely
मैं
can't blame
समझ गई.
anybody for expecting S8UL to come out on top, a team that has shown consistency. And then, of course, for VKG, I mean, defending EWC
3
champions,
people
what better way to
predicting
call for
S8UL, guys.
EWC
W.
than by taking match point finals here today. Although, one thing that I did want to throw out, and I guess
Won it pretty comfortably, so match point scrims as well. So if it going off
स्ट्रीम शुरू होते ही तो मेरा इंटरनेट चला जाता है एक तो बेवकूफ इंटरनेट.
when we do end up
Hi,
going
guys.
there, I feel like the end zones get so chaotic and
S8UL
clustered
and
to
Wolves
think
are
that the
also
team that
qualified as
lands
they
there
are above
still
the
is
top
able
8
to find
threshold just from
a
regional
fair
points.
fair share of wins.
मतलब not just them ना, पूरा top 8 ही qualified है.
barometer though, one of the craziest stats. I feel like maybe it's because we see a fair I don't know if we've seen a fair few barometer zones, but I feel like we have had a fair few end zones in barometer, and well, this one would give us a good understanding, and maybe I'll take that back because it doesn't look like there's been much action for end zones.
Rotates, though,
No,
to be fair,
yeah,
right?
true.
Like, most of it's in the middle, so
It has been it is very close towards Echo, Pylon and Jurassic. So you are right there. When you have a look at these end zones, these are the heat map.
Not top 8, there can be changes if top 8 to 12 gets podium here.
So
तो वही मैं पूछ रही थी पहले, तभी मैंने कहा कि वरना फाइनल्स का वो पॉइंट ही क्या रहा, इसकी पहले ही क्वालिफाई हो गए हैं.
Can't say I'm surprised to see the bright hot on Olympus up by Rift though. I feel like it's calmed down.
Just top 2 are safe 100%. हाँ तो then it makes sense ना. Yeah, that makes more sense क्योंकि वरना पॉइंट ही क्या रहता है भाई. PP तो है but still.
You know, outskirts when you look at Olympus, obviously Storm
qualification का रहता ही है ना usually finals.
It does feel like we've seen a relatively healthy, fair mix as far as I guess you can say northern and southern zones, which is nice to see a mix of the two, especially on like let's say a Storm Point where you have that elevation heading up north, where it does kind of change the dynamic a bit for some of those long rotates. But always interesting to see, at least when you get to the end of a split, when you have that.
Mostly this is for lower teams who are not into top 8. They win and they get EWC. Yeah.
Let's go and have a look at our legends as well.
PP तो
most picked legends, and it seems like been pretty close between Watson and Alta.
Yeah, I mean, obviously something to keep in mind here. This is most picked legends. So when you talk about your legends that get picked a lot early on, they aren't going to have as many picks, obviously, in those later games because of the ban. So Crypto, we'll see a lot of Crypto game 1, but because Crypto is probably going to be taken off the board in game number 1, obviously not on this list here. I think the one that really stands out to me is I would probably say 2 that are surprising, but one we saw early on in the season where it felt like Ultra and other regions still somehow finding their way banned relatively early, or at least like the middle parts of sets, always seem to make it through an APAC South somehow. And then also Newcastle, which obviously has kind of gone through these waves of being picked at a very high rate and then not so much. But whenever you think about just what's in that kit, one, you have obviously the ult and then the mobile shield, which you have 2 different ways to be able to kind of hunker down, but also that reset ability to be able to pick people up with that shield.
Hi, Pankaj.
I'm kind of surprised that Newcastle doesn't get picked a little more, honestly.
I guess what comes with that would be the most banned legends as well, and at the moment it does look like the top 4 are pretty consistent for this region also, but we do have that little Axel ban on the right, but I do feel like we haven't.
यार 9:30 मैच शुरू होना था ना guys.
Be banned, as Axel has only really been in
ये लोग का भी SST
for a
है.
couple of weeks, but Crypto, Valkyrie, Mad Maggie, and Gibby all getting banned each game day that we've had.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Crypto pretty much. Has there been a day that Crypto hasn't gone after game number 1? I don't think it has. The Valkyrie is definitely been intriguing because I feel like that one has been a
स्ट्रीम
little
शुरू
bit
होती
more
है, मैच
region
नहीं।
specific. We definitely seen it in other regions, but I think as far as how early Valk's been getting banned, I feel like it happens a little sooner in APAC South, other than more than the others. But I mean, when you look at the
इनका
other
SST
bans,
कैसे
can't be
होगा?
too surprised. I feel like
S8UL स्टैंडर्ड
bans
टाइम
3 and 4 that are on the screen
वो
have to
है
go hand in
ओरिजिनल
hand, right?
SST।
Usually Maggie comes out to
मेरा
help
SST
counter.
वैसे
Usually
10
Diddy
मिनट
obviously
पहले
comes out a
होता
little
है,
bit later
ठीक है?
on, but we have seen over the course of this
स्ट्रीम पे
split
तो देखो
scouting a
नाश्ते की
lot
वजह
of
से ही मैं लेट
a
होती
lot
हूँ,
of records being
नेवर
broken,
बिकॉज ऑफ
especially
मी।
that damage record
हाय
per game, and a lot of
रेजी,
that has been off of the back of that Maggie. So
शर्लॉक
not
ने
surprised to
नो
see 9 bans there.
I guess the last one we can talk about before we get into the maps today, Q, is the most used weapon, and I think nothing's really changed as much for APAC South as R9 has been the top gun majority of the time in this region, but for the Hemlock being the second most picked weapon, obviously that is thanks to the change that it had a couple of splits ago.
Yeah, had the change to the breach.
आज हुआ ब्रेकफास्ट, लेट आई ना मैं, मतलब हुआ, जल्दी आती मतलब नहीं हुआ।
More naturally, you're going to be using that, not just the breach, but obviously the second side of that being just the natural
मैच टाइम
fire
बस
as
होने
well.
वाला है।
So I think when you do look at the overall damage of your top 5, can't say that I'm too surprised. Although I do want to give a big shout out down there at the bottom pick for number 5. I'm sure our boy Wig watching will be more than happy seeing that in the top 5 as far as damage getters.
I feel like Gen G maybe made Longbow get in there just for
यार
the
9-9
last
कभी
block
नर्फ
that we
नहीं
had.
होती
I think
क्या?
there was one game Asia had like 4k damage or 3.8k damage. I reckon it would have all just been with that Longbow.
पहले भी स्ट्रॉन्ग थी, अभी भी यही
Impressive
मोस्ट
there
यूज्ड
last
है।
week for the lads.
Nice.
Let's go though and have a look at what maps we are playing today, Q, as it
Base
is
guns।
different.
मुझे
for the
वो
people
ज्यादा
at home.
पसंद है,
And we
R399
are
यूज
starting on
करती हूँ
Storm
मैं।
Point into Olympus E District, back into E District, back into Olympus, then back into Storm Point, which means we have Storm Point POIs to go and look at before we get into game number 1.
Yeah, Storm Point starting up here first, and I think something to keep in mind throughout the course of the day as these graphics come up, since there are 3 map picks, where teams prioritize those maps is going to be relatively important. Now, I think we will see that majority of our teams were kind of prioritizing Storm Point here, part of that being because of the snake draft order. Since we're starting here first, it means we will be in going back to this map for games 6 and 7. Those 2 maps generally where we start to see teams crossing over that match point threshold and looking to try and cap the dub. But
R301 भाई मुझे नाम नहीं याद आ रहा था।
I feel like at least a lot of our
301 मेरी फेवरेट थी भाई, मैं वो सबसे ज्यादा यूज करती थी। और मैं जब खेलती थी ना तब एक शॉटगन का मेटा चलता था, फिर वो नर्फ हो गई थी, उसका भी मुझे नाम नहीं याद। ईवो करके था क्या कोई शॉटगन? सुजीत कुमार वेलकम टू कुकीज, थैंक यू।
early engagements with Gen G, especially if we do end up seeing more southern zones here on Storm Point.
Oh, we've talked as much as we can talk.
मोज़म्बिक अच्छी लगती, ईवो 8 थी, हाँ ईवो 8। जब मैं बहुत खेलती थी ना उस टाइम ईवो 8 का मेटा था, तो मैं एक ईवो 8 रखती थी और एक R301। R301 तो मेरी फेवरेट थी।
Ain't no better time than the present. Mentioned it, ain't no more time to talk about it. It is indeed time to be about it. Keeping in mind, we didn't mention here, in case we have anybody who has found their way
किक पे करो ना वॉच पार्टी, नहीं वॉच पार्टी में यूट्यूब पे करती हूँ, किक पे अपन बाद में खेलेंगे।
It's a little bit different than your typical format here. It's not just 6 games. Our teams are going to be racing to that 50-point threshold.
Hemlock is new
R301. To take home a dub in order to be crowned a victor. But let's go ahead and get ready.
Chalo, finally, guys.
It's game number 1, baby.
It's time.
Let's go and have a look where we are heading for our first game. And I mean, if it goes off the heat map, maybe we are getting a mountain lift straight up, which means good things for Dog Red here early on.
Dog Red, one of those teams that kind of snuck their way
into
the regional finals, had a relatively
Ghouls.
quiet day, and does actually look like pulling more towards RRQ down at Launchpad. Dog Red will still get some prio here, and also going to give priority to teams like VK Gaming, TYK, and even HABNW landing down at Echo HQ. That is going to be good news for teams like Gen G, who we mentioned earlier, generally like to play the edge. When it does go their direction, they counter rotate. So they'll be comfortable playing from where they're at here at Lightning Rod to be able to kind of start on that edge portion moving down south.
We did talk a lot about VK Gaming early on about what we reckon they might do today, Q. Well, they have a pretty good chance to go straight to zone here for game number 1. It'll be interesting to see how
This game's so fast for me. Uninstalled in just 2 days.
Yeah, I feel like we always talk about in the region in the past, we've talked about how much teams like to fight, but we have talked a lot this season how it feels. We've seen a little bit of a change in the discipline. A lot of teams starting to adopt that more international play style, more rotate early, not taking stupid fights on the edge. So we are going to be seeing a lot of teams that are going to be moving double time over towards Launchpad. There is a chance that we may be seeing
बहुत addictive है.
Stormcatcher potentially, but as far as for now, teams like S8UL and the rest of this lobby just going to start making their way down towards Launchpad.
It does look like Wolves Esports on the tail of S8UL, and it does look like teams are prioritizing zone here early on, Q, which means a lot of teams going to be trying to fight early for a position. And at the moment, it looks like RRQ maybe trying to hold off some teams who are trying to move in onto their
इनका तो अभी से ही लड़ाई शुरू हो गया है.
RRQ landed out here, so they got prio, but yeah, you mentioned with so many teams wanting to move in quickly, they'll want to be able to at least meet with a little bit of resistance here. Havoc in a tough spot. VK going to be able to at least find a couple of warning shots let off, and we did mention how much that crypto is going to be used at least early. Also interesting to see on top of that, we will see quite a bit of Axel, I would imagine, here in game 1, and then it will back down at least a little bit through games like 2 and 4, but at least early on, QQ rocking that Axel here for VK Gaming.
Yeah, I don't like the chances here of Havoc to stay alive, as there's only one man left standing.
तो game हो गया मुझे लग रहा है.
Thanks to Casa on the drone. And it does look like
इतना जल्दी, oh my god.
Here today. We did have an Axel ban early for game 1 yesterday. So Axel was banned game 1 of scrims yesterday. I did
मैं
see
इनको
in
तो
chat
खेलने ही
after
नहीं
that
दिया.
game, there was S8UL saying, how about 2 teams not play Axel? They were going to be one of the teams that wasn't going to play him, just so Crypto gets banned for game 1 today.
We'll have to keep an eye on those picks here moving forward, but you definitely see a quite
मैच पॉइंट क्या होता है? मैच पॉइंट इज कि बेसिकली इफ एक टीम के 50 स्कोर हो गए ना, 50 स्कोर रीच करने के बाद दे जस्ट हैव टू विन अ गेम एंड दे विन द टूर्नामेंट. सो इफ मान लो कि 4-5 टीम्स 50 पहुंच गई है, उसके बाद उनमें से जो भी गेम मतलब एक गेम जीत जाएगा ना, वो विनर होगा. वायराट होली गेमिंग भी है इसमें. I don't know. क्रिप्टो फर्स्ट बैन फॉर शो आफ्टर मैप 1. क्रिप्टो है क्या सबसे ज्यादा?
RRQ.
बट क्रिप्टो हर बार ही बहुत पिक होता है. ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही रहते हैं ना लेजेंड्स.
At the moment, it looks like Team Wolves still watching teams try to rotate in at the moment, and that is S8UL, who look like they might be in a little bit of trouble with this
होली गेमिंग. क्या बात है?
This is tough too, guys.
स्पीड क्यों नहीं देख रहा फिर? स्पीड को बोलो वॉच पार्टी करे.
The team obviously with that rate. The question is, do the Wolves opt for the portal as well to follow? It doesn't look like it.
still alive. हाँ, अभी तो एक ही टीम बाहर हुई है. ओह, ये लोग के पास भी मिनीज है गाइस. हमारा भी अर्ली फाइट हो सकता है.
Towards the actual, like, you know, buildings itself over there, although there
विके जी को बोल रहे हो? Yes. You missed my first watch party. I have named them Virat Kohli Gaming.
That's the problem. And you got so many good teams already in zone. VKG, RRQ, and then you have Wolves Esports on the backside.
हाँ, IWC में थे. उसी की watch party में तो मैंने देखा था first time. Hi, Tuhina, good morning.
But they are one of the best teams in our region, that is for sure. So I feel like they should be okay for now. As we are looking at TYK, who are down on the south side of zone as well. But
Hi,
they're not too far
Cockroach.
to rotate in with this zone either.
TYK's been a fun team to watch adjust over the course of the split. I mean, a younger team that has come together, the young Thai squad, right? And just sneaking their way into regional finals in at the 19th spot. So if they want to find themselves off to Paris for EWC, realistically, Stoney, they're going to have to win today. What's been tough for them is finding themselves in top 10 scenarios. They're one of the lower teams percentages wise. They're down
Oh,
towards 40% of
साइकिल
finding
ये
themselves in
लेजेंड
top
नहीं
10.
पता मुझे.
However, they do a
ये
pretty
नए
solid
वालों में
job if
से
they get
होगा.
inside of top 10, about 2/3 of the times able to convert those into top 5s. It's just finding themselves in the top 10 itself has been a bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah, that was a good stat you brought up in the green room before we did start.
न्यू है. अगर खुद खेलते हैं ना तभी याद रहता है. मैंने जब से खेला नहीं और उसके बाद जो आया ना लेजेंड उनका नाम मुझे याद ही नहीं रहता है. इवन अब मुझे चैट बता भी देती है तो भी मैं भूल जाती हूँ. खेलते वक्त सब याद रहता है.
With 19 squads left standing, we do have round 2 starting to close, and we can see a lot of teams trying to play that north side, but it is definitely pulling back towards Launchpad.
Yeah, look at the handful of teams up towards Stormcatcher, though, that are all going to have to rotate in. One, there's 4 squads that are going to have to fight
already
one another.
area में इतने सारे teams
see each other up here, but then the late rotate from there to coming down towards actual Launchpad itself.
भाई बट एपेक्स खेलना और देखना भी इतना फन है क्योंकि कितना chaos होता है भाई.
I mean, who wouldn't love to see Roy
बोरिंग नहीं लगता.
They are also probably one of those squads realistically where you look with where they're sitting 13th would probably need at least a top 3, more than likely a top 2 to stand a chance.
Team Orchard, this was my pick to win today. I just feel like they have the right leader to lead them at the right time. We'll have to wait and see though how the boys go. Game 1, closest team to them is Edward Gaming, who we're just talking about as well. But 19 squads doesn't look like much happening at the moment. But as I say that, Titan Esports Club may be getting a little bit of trouble here with Aram looking at them as well.
Now only ring 2. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if even come ring 3 and 4, we're still sitting towards that 15, 16 team points. This is game number 1. You mentioned as far as teams wanting to make sure that they at least continue to get themselves a collective of a couple of points. Falling out before even getting a placement point is not the way that you want to start off your match point series here, especially for most of these teams in the lobby who are looking to be able to really use today to catapult themselves up into that top 8, or we'll even call it 9.
Is it a LAN or online? I think LAN, online.
9, which are the 9 squads going off to EWC.
मैंने 100 कर दी शिवांशु, पता नहीं कम है आवाज.
Gaming found themselves a home to call for now.
मैं धीरे
Still
बोलती
looking
हूँ
at
यार
the
तो.
team on the bridge. Kind of a tough position to be.
ऑनलाइन ही लग रहा है. लैन में लैन तो लैन में कैमरा वगैरह भी होते हैं तो ऑनलाइन लग रहा है मेरे को.
Esports getting into it. Looks like they were being aggressive to the team close by, and that is
MP कितना है? 50.
do have the shield advantage in
Same ही रहता है.
as well. So Rendang just needs to hold it down. As I say that, Wolves Esports probably another team you really don't want to be going up against right now early.
बेचारा बैटरी लगा रहा था.
Yeah, they might have the shield damage, but Wolves have the no-name damage. You know what I'm saying? Like, just able to open up the fight and get things started. Here's Crazy Kong with a quick 180 to help put another player down. And with that,
एक और eliminated.
Rendang will be the second team eliminated from game number 1. That's also going to allow for the Wolves.
फर्स्ट टीम के बाद सेकंड टीम कितनी देर बाद गई है. फर्स्ट वाले तो भाई कुछ ज्यादा ही जल्दी हो गए.
Be able to get that first fight under your belt, be able to feel like, hey, we're here to play. They're ready to get things started.
Yeah, Gen G move in and take Wolves' spot as well. So now Wolves not able to come back to where they were. Gen G taking control early on, which is a great play by Gen G, which now puts Wolves on the back foot a little bit after cleaning up that fight.
So you have Genji decide to make much of a push off to this team that's out in the distance, or does Asia's just continue to try and poke and prod from a distance with a longbow? Can you get a shot, please? Find just one. You're so close to getting there. All right, let's get the one on the board here. But the good news for Genji is they will at least have control of these buildings, potentially catch any latecomers that are rotating their way on.
इसमें अलग सिस्टम है, सबको ड्रॉप ऐसा मतलब अलोकेटेड रहते हैं सबके.
Find their way towards Launchpad. It could potentially find their way across S8UL though if they're doing so on foot.
Does look like Wolves Esports moving behind.
Like सबका अपना अपना अलग जगह है.
BCG though do understand that, did put the shot pressure back down on Wolves. But with 18 squads still standing, Q, round 3, 40 seconds away from closing. I feel like we're going to see a lot of teams starting to get eliminated moving forward.
Yeah, this is going to be, especially a couple of squads that are sitting on the northern side, your BCGs, as well as those couple of teams up towards Stormcatchers, like an EDG, who actually I think just took to the sky the way the mini-map looks for me. So these teams will start making their way down south, walking fast, trying to see if they can find a spot. Anyway, Orchid here, gonna look like they're finding themselves a quick fight. Nade's gonna come out across from a flow. Doesn't look like the Nade's quite gonna find it smart, but at least all three players for Orc is staying on their feet. Looks like Dogred on the other side.
Dogred now needing to hold it down. It does look like Yubi now also in some trouble, as it looks like BCG moving in on the backside. Yubi will get eliminated. So like I said, we're going to see a lot of teams starting to get into some action. As this zone was starting to close, we can see as well Dogred trying to hold it down. It's a bit of Orchid versus Dogred action, and these two teams know each other very well, Q.
Guys, POV से better ये है.
The swap on both these teams.
मेरे को पूरा मैच देखना ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है.
Really use a good start to their day. I know you were looking to hope to see Orchid get their start right. BCG in a little bit of trouble as Walking L has already found themselves on the ground. The good news for them, BCG on the other side, also still left to a 2.
भाई आराम गई आराम करने.
Position and fall on back here. ARAM falling out into the top right-hand corner of your screen. The problem is DCG, as they do look to rotate on in. They've got a team right in front of them, and now getting EMP'd as well.
Yeah, this is so hard.
हो गया है छोटा chaos. Chaos time.
14 squads now left standing. BCG get eliminated. DCG, I think, getting
face cam कहाँ लगाऊं guys?
All of a sudden, action starting to unfold everywhere. We can see Titan Esports Club falling from the height. They move into the caustic gas. The triple take shotty in the hand. Chongbei now needing to try and stay alive, and they get rid of Wolves Esports at 14th position.
Wolves going out early is definitely a surprise. Big shout out to Titan Esports Club for being able to pull that one off. Genji, I think, has a squad that has at least pulled up towards them after they were the ones who had knocked out BCG. Looking to try and at least these drones here from the
oh
man, can't wait till we get that bad boy removed from the lobby. S8UL, they'll also
tournaments में तो यार map देखना होता है.
Similar zone from Genji. They're separated by a big mountain, but it's still a far pull to the east to go.
And it is Dogred now as well, looking to still try and coexist here with Orchid. Oh, this is where
अपनी टीम सब ग्रीन में क्यों थी? मैंने मिस कर दिया.
Pull up towards these houses, Q, which means a lot of teams down the bottom of Launchpad are going to get in.
Valkyrie थोड़ी है.
Rotating in a little bit more difficult.
All the teams that thought they had a good position on the backside of Launchpad, you gotta feel bad for them, because yeah, they're all gonna have to move up towards that northeast just a little bit, and this round gonna start closing here in just a moment. I guess at least good news for a couple of teams. I think Titan Esports Club were able to just get a scan before taking off, so that helps a little bit. But now for these other squads that are on the edge, the teams like Genji, you don't have much to help as far as on the rotate other than the quick pull of the Axel. They'll hit that and try and see if they can find a way on in. The problem, they'll have both EDG and BKG looking their way.
Q now, their hands full as they need to rotate in as well. Victory Esports are holding out a fair few teams, and we're going to see a lot of teams maybe struggle with this rotate in here as we see Victory Esports.
में 7 मैंने काउंट नहीं किया, बट हाँ इस बार तो काफी है ना.
VC does move back. It is TYK trying to be aggressive here, but Gen G Esports
Conduit
also
है
getting
new
eliminated
legend.
here early on by
अच्छा,
the
वो
looks of
drone था.
VKG.
Yeah, they were jumped by both BKG and EDG off on that edge. You had mentioned Victory Esports, though, still doing a good job as far as on their positioning on their side of the zone. BKG has one player down. It's EDG that's knocking on their doorstep. But Edward Gaming, unfortunately, has been met by a little bit of resistance. I believe that's Titan Esports.
Sharky new kill leader, let's go.
Them down. S8UL will have to find a way to at least pull up towards this northeastern side. They have a decision though. Do we decide to third party this EDG and BKG fight, or do we actually prioritize our rotation towards zone?
Wait to see. 8 squads now left standing. A lot of teams trying to find their way into zone. VK Gaming need to be careful. Team on their height as well. But with 8 squads left, I don't feel like it's going to be too hard for a team like VKG to get into this final zone.
See what they can make shake. The good news is you'll have the crypto to be able to at least scan a little bit early. It should help lead the charge as well. Once you have that the EMP ready, I think I had taken a quick peek towards the bottom. I believe it should be available as well. But you mentioned they do have EDG right next to them. When they do start moving, they will have other squads that will be looking their way. Teams like PXX. And here's the fight just outside of the building. QQ will fall. Cass is up on the high ground. It will be the last one left alive for VKG. Trying to at least find an elimination. Will be unsuccessful in that regards.
So Brad gets tricky for teams that are on this outside. Edward Gaming down to a solo. VKG also down.
VK
and
bhi
out.
gayi,
So
guys.
VKG now have game 2 to try and get some points back. PXX still alive as well. Just in zone at the moment. S8UL, where are they? As they look to be moving in also. But a lot of teams trying to find their way in zone number 6.
Yeah, S8UL gets like the benefit, the fact that almost everybody else is piling towards these buildings, so probably paying attention to one another, might be able to kind of wait for the rest of these 6 other squads to eliminate one another, but it will be PXX to try and play into the high ground.
EDG bhi gayi.
Find that solo that's left alive for EDG, and oh my goodness gracious,
Only 6 squads.
open it up as they ascend up into the high ground, but they get stopped on the second
Oi.
floor.
It's S8UL moving in,
एक और
trying
गई.
to find Godspot at the moment for themselves. 5 squads
भाई
left
फुल
standing,
chaos चल
Dogman
रहा है
left
अपनी टीम
standing.
के पास
We
तो.
have only 5 teams left right now to make some noise. Titan Esports Club trying to hold the height, but as we can see, they're gonna go down.
Knock किया है ना सिर्फ.
Not quick
Saudi.
enough with
Yep, knocked
that
है.
bubble, but and now they have to wait and see how we go. Dog Red now trying to.
अबे
move
legacy
in
down
also.
हुआ.
S8UL still alive and looking well, but as a door.
जिसको भी.
Tell you, man, I would love to see Dog Red find a way to pull out
अरे.
experience to be able to see them on land.
नहीं
I feel like they
यार.
bring a lot of experience for APAC South. Off to
Finishes भी ज़्यादा नहीं थे शायद अपने 4-5 से.
high ground. The problem, Fafa Thief has already lost all of their shield. They got to be able to make sure they can get a quick reset because they do have that priority position, and for them, it should feel like just shooting fish in a barrel.
Dog Red on high.
भाई बट
Ultra
एंड
high
में
as
क्या
well.
chaos
Should
है
work in their
भाई.
favor with the caustic and the gas. Team underneath them, you can see some shots starting to come on. Kilo just needs to be a little bit careful here with 4 squads to go.
That's Victory Esports that was looking to climb up just over the rocks. The question is, does Dog Red look to send them up? There's at least one knock they'll be able to find. You got the breach charge as well to be able to continue to send damage their way. Titan Esports Club was a solo that has been found, and they'll also be taken out.
Orchid now still alive for now. They do have a team on their backside. They're going to have to be careful. They're trying to be aggressive to the boys. Dog Red, but for now they're going to have to try and just stay alive.
मेरे को लग रहा है ये ऑर्किड वाले निकालने वाले गेम.
Dog Reds to lose.
बट ये लोग ऊपर है ना, इन पे एडवांटेज ज्यादा है वैसे.
Be the beneficiary of the fact that you do see Dog Red take this fight with Victory Esports.
ऑर्किड का लग रहा है मुझे.
From trying to ascend. If that fight opens up,
90
then maybe.
एंड में इतने कब आए? What?
Can find a way to retake up on the height and turn this fight around. Instead, it will be Dog Red who looks to push to the second floor. They'll look to take out Orchid. They'll look to play for a second.
ऑर्किड का गेम लग रहा था मुझे, हो गया उनका गेम.
This is where Victory Esports take game number
Wow.
1, and they play that well.
निकाल ली भाई बेटी यार.
There by Dog Red to play for second, as they knew dropping down in that circumstance was going to be a little bit impossible with the amount of teams left.
Guys, मैंने जिंक्स नहीं किया, पहले ही
I was
बता
just
दूं.
saying, right? If you push down to
ठीक है.
Victory Esports, you allow Orchid to be the third party, and for Dog Red,
अबे ये राइट वाला भी नया लेजेंड है, इसका भी नाम मेरे को नहीं याद.
Does it give
बहुत
Victory
पिक
Esports
होता
a
है ये.
relatively simple cleanup? Yeah, but you still pick up the 3 extra.
ऑर्किड भी लाइक किसने बोला हमारी साइड लेने, मैं तो सिर्फ कह रही थी यार, अच्छा पोजीशन था उनका.
After all, it's all about racing the 50 before worrying about picking up that dub.
Yeah, game number 1 over with now, and we'll go and have a look at that as we speak. But yes, very good
excuse
start by
me.
Victory
अच्छा ये
Esports to
एक्सेल,
get themselves on the board, and that is a 6-kill win for game number 1.
That's a solid finish. You know, we
पर्ची जितना काउंट होता है 1 बाकी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स होते हैं.
But it was just about making sure they were playing for the right spot on the map. You know, sometimes we'll see teams overextend in those later games, worried
यही
about,
है
you know,
नियॉन
fighting for
एके
a third,
एक्सेल.
fighting for a fourth, or fighting for a second.
नियॉन
They're like,
बोल
hey, you
रहे
know
हो
what?
तुम
We'll just
इसको.
continue to
ये
play
गेम में
out
तो
of that
सभी
fight.
नियॉन लगते
Look
हैं,
at
सब
that
फास्ट है.
combined. Just over 2,000 damage as a team. You know, you get it done however way you need to.
अभी इसका नाम वाइफू क्यों है?
At the match summary and the series overall, and Victory Esports getting 18 points for game number 1. Dog Red 15.
Yes, आकाश कुछ ज्यादा ही. मतलब एंड में स्पेशली मैचेस देखते हैं तो फुल कंफ्यूजन हो जाता है, कौन सी टीम किधर क्या कर रही है, समझ ही नहीं आता. ओ 9 थे अपने भाई, नाइस.
S8UL third, Titan
9 कब मारे भाई, मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं चला.
Gaming rounding out our top 5. I guess all that leads us to know now is which legend is getting banned for game number 2.
Let's see it. Was it the Axel or the Crypto? And it does look like the Crypto. A couple of extra picks, so no more EMPs moving forward. Now, Stoney, the question becomes, we saw Axel be that second most picked legend.
नेक्स्ट में एक्सेल ही होने वाली है मेरे हिसाब से तो, या फिर
I think both of our last match days.
नहीं, एक्सेल ही होगी.
Making its way pretty well till the end until they got banned. We'll have to see how long they make it here today.
Once you play it's fun. मैं तो सपोर्ट खेलती थी यार, सारे स्लो वाले.
Game 6, game 7. So
मैंने सबसे ज्यादा वो खेला है जो सबको यूजलेस लगता है. मैं लाइफलाइन खेलती थी.
So it'll be interesting to see how long
लाइफलाइन, ब्लडहाउंड, फिर मेरा बाद में वैल्करी फेवरेट हो गया था.
And well, that is a good start for Victory Esports on Stormpoint.
Couldn't have asked for much more, really, for Victory Esports. A team that
वैल्करी पे तो बहुत मजा आता था.
Technically, just outside the bubble, they were sitting in 10th place with 68 points. And they're a team that, I mean, they make half of their games in the top 5. They make about half of those, or sorry, half of their games in the top 10. About half of those they can convert into top 5.
शेख, आपको पता है जाने के बहुत खर्चे हो जाते हैं, फ्लाइट के, होटल के, दिक्कत होती है भाई, इतना नहीं जा सकती मैं.
I think that even shows with just the 6 KP with the win in a region where we generally see our teams.
ब्लडहाउंड बढ़िया था, ब्लडहाउंड तो है.
It does look like we are heading to Olympus next for game.
दोनों ही यूजलेस है. मैं 5 साल पहले खेलती थी गाइस गेम. 26 चल रहा है ना, 21 में खेलती थी मैं एपेक्स.
With these POIs.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on the western or on the.
मैं भूल ही गई हूँ आधी से ज्यादा चीजें तो गेम के बारे में.
S8UL, PXX. Although I guess you can't really say that it's
वहाँ पे शिफ्ट हो जाता तो I'm good.
But no, honestly, I think when you talk about the map itself, I don't know if there's anything in particular.
Anywhere door दिला दो. हाँ ना, anywhere door ला दो मुझे, हर shoot में जाऊँगी.
When you're just looking at the picks, feels like not a lot of. It feels like this is probably the map where we saw have the least consistency. Some people prioritizing it as their third map. We have, I don't think anybody prioritizing it as their first. It seems like it's kind of just a consistent, like, and we'll get a POI when we get there sort of map is the thing that stands out to me.
Yeah, I do like.
Guys,
where
please
the
follow on
boys
Kick
are
जिसने
sitting
नहीं
for
किया है.
Victory Esports in the middle of Olympus here. I feel
यार
like it's
ट्विच
probably
पे
a good
आवाज
time
कम
for
आ
us
रहे
to
हैं
go and have a
कि
look at the heat map.
एक सेकंड अभी बढ़ाया है इन्होंने शायद.
Regional
मुझे
for the
नहीं.
overall as we have had on these
YouTube check
POIs
करूँ
and see
क्या?
exactly where it is most likely been going for Olympus. And as we know, we have had a lot of rift zones, but it does seem like
YouTube
that
check
south
करूँ क्या?
side of zone seems to be pretty heavy for end zones.
Yeah, I think Rift, as much as we have that bright spot up there in the northern, I feel like that was a lot of the first half of the split. We've seen a deep
Of zone seems to be
Same ही है.
pretty heavy.
quadrant here.
It is
So
the
those teams
same.
that do land over on that side, we're looking
Volume
at
meter
teams like
extension से
Gen
बढ़ा
G,
लो.
ARAM,
मेरे
or
पास
especially
नहीं है.
all the way down south VKG where they're at on Bonsai. It was at Bonsai where we've had quite a fair share of end games as well. Some particular teams that might be a benefit of some end zones here.
वाइपर इज अनबिलीवेबल. उधर फन रन में भी जर्सी के ऊपर जैकेट पहन के भाई इतनी गर्मी में कैसे कोई पहन सकता है मेरे को तो नहीं समझ आता. मुंबई में तो और ज्यादा गर्मी होती है भाई. मैं तो यहाँ ही ना पहनूं. मुंबई तो दूर की बात.
Some more game 2 action, but so far so good for our first game. A lot of teams that we knew to be in the top 5 would be in that top 5.
ब्लडहाउंड रिवर को
I want to talk about them. They had 9 kills before they went out. They look scary already pretty early.
That's why I call him Hoodie Viper. भाई but सच में
when you look at
मैं यही सोचती हूँ कि भाई वाइपर मुंबई में रहता है and still वो always हुडी पहन के रखता है. मेरे को तो नहीं समझ में आता.
The best place or average placement throughout the
मैं तो I तो can't tolerate गर्मी bro.
the maps. So when you do talk about especially today we see all of the
Yo boy Q नाम है. मैंने Yo boy cute पढ़ा. कोई बात नहीं. तुमको क्यूट लगा तुम बोल सकते हो. It's okay.
To see them collecting up those points, which means if they get into late game and keep that sort of pace, watch out. But you mentioned we got everybody here in the server stone, Ian. Well, I think it's time for us to get ready to take to the skies. It's time for map number 2. It's Olympus.
Let's go.
Our one map that I feel like, if any, on the day, we may be seeing be a little bit faster of a pace. I know we mentioned earlier it is regional finals, which generally tends to slow things down, but I feel like we've heard it from not only us here on the mainstream, but also from a lot of our watch partiers throughout the course of the split, which, by the way, big shout out to you guys. Just the difference that Olympus has, the feel of it compared to E-District and Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, Olympus for us has been pretty good, I feel. Our quality hasn't been that crazy. I mean, we do have the zones have probably helped us a lot with the good gameplay for Olympus. I feel like we have more Rift and Bonsai zones, which means we have a lot more playable spots for teams to be able to rotate in early to. But for this zone here, it kind of scares me, Q, because I feel like you really only have maybe the open if it pulls out to here to play, and there's not much else other than that unless you're in Gardens or that Elysium spot.
Yeah, I feel like probably pulling to just those buildings that are like just to the west of Elysium more than likely, so which means teams like PXX, or even we were just talking about them, S8UL, a team that was able to pick up a fair share of KP in that last game before they went out. Now they are going to have Prio on their rotation on in, so going to be definitely intrigued to see how that trio of Sharky, Legacy, and Jesco be able to do with this zone heading on in. But in similar fashion to like we saw in game number 1 and like we will see through a majority
Valkyrie,
of
Watson,
today, a lot of teams.
इसका नाम ये मैगी है क्या?
It's like S8UL, same thoughts that I had. These couple of buildings just to the west, and they're going to play that building on the far most northern side on the also elevation, and I really like that spot here.
And it looks like
Mad Maggie है ना?
Also with the same idea as well. And well, winning game number 1 would give them a fair bit of confidence heading into
अपना
this
comp
game
मस्त
as
है.
well, Q, with holding
इसमें मुझे
zone
लग रहा है
and
हाईएस्ट वॉटसन हो सकती है. मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया स्टार्टिंग में सब टीम्स ने क्या लिया. विवेक इन लोग की साइड से ही कम है. इतना ही है, मैंने फुल रखा है.
Too much playable position. So while yes, you have teams that are going to be rotating early. They're going to be fighting for those priority positions, especially these few buildings that are just outside of Elysium here. Havoc Zoyo has already fallen, and that's a tough player to lose. Like, at least the good news for you is the rotation part of
भाई Havoc को तो फिर से पीछे पड़ गए हैं.
A tough player, but at least you still have your I guess your fortified sort of legends to be able to hunker down.
That's tough for Havoc. Havoc early rotate. 2 games in a row into where they think zone's going to be, and they have died pretty early for it in game 1. And it looks like they are going to be as a duo here for game 2, doing the exact same thing that they did in game 1. But for now, they should be okay for the meanwhile.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how far out that box is, because of course with the changes you do have the ability to have that death box recovery, so you don't necessarily need to find you know, a respawn beacon or have a Moby in your pocket, but it does look like it is out in the open at least a little bit, and we do know that it's outside of this building and on the lower
almost
floor
सब टीम में
as
दिख
well.
ही
So,
रहे थे
yeah,
लोग.
more than likely gonna have to play the remainder of this as the duo. Again, at least you do have the Watson still alive, so you can hunker down the
Akash, it's YouTube.
ways with those fences. You have the pylon to hold off against
YouTube के 1440 से Twitch का 720 better है, honestly.
Down in a 3v2, you are at the man disadvantage, so that's the tough news.
Yeah, TYK, they're a team that will move in on a situation
Total
like this.
matches,
They know there's a duo
that
underneath
depends
them. They
match
will
point
try
के
and
बाद
capitalize
कितना time लगता
on
है
some
winner
free
को.
KP, but all the rest of the teams around them, they're probably waiting for a team like TYK to
मैं
move
I
it,
feel
maybe
कि
move
7
into a better
होंगे.
spot.
Majority of these teams
6 or
but a good
7.
fair share of the lobby, maybe a little bit more than half, already have
6
finding them ways
नहीं 7.
to either to gardens or north of that. Have a couple of teams that will be looking to take those pop shots, trying to find a way to upgrade those evos.
8 होंगे.
But it does seem like
मुझे लग रहा है कि 7 में हमें विनर मिलेगा. मुझे लग रहा है.
We're going to be all right with at least sharing some of the real estate. AJBNW, a team that I feel like has been relatively quiet on the back end of the split.
ये मैप तो मैंने बहुत खेला है पहले.
Heading into today, a team that not necessarily like what's the
Hello
best word?
Tani.
I feel like we haven't necessarily seen their potential.
6 7
We've
yeah.
seen flashes of it, and I feel like a team that would require a win to be able to move into EWC. I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow turn some heads and at least build some momentum for Split 2 today.
Yeah, I feel like they've only really been together since the break that we've had, but since that break, they have won 2 games in a split. So they did win the back-to-back games that we had. I'm pretty sure that was both on E District. So, you know, for HABNW, we do play back-to-back ED games after this. So
ये मैप आते साथ शटडाउन हो गया था मोबाइल वर्जन. ओह.
as we can see, RRQ, another
या
team
मोबाइल
that
पे
made
तो
a
मैंने
change
barely
in
खेला
the
था
season
Apex.
break, and
एक बार पीसी पे खेल लो, उसके बाद मोबाइल पे नहीं
on
मजा
their
आता है
team,
भाई.
and the way you say it is, as it again,
और
it's,
मोबाइल में बहुत ज्यादा ग्लिचेस थे. मेरे को पता है भाई, मैं जमीन में फंस गई थी एक बार. मैंने कहा क्या है ये, मेरे को बहुत गुस्सा आ गया था तब.
I do gotta say though, I've really enjoyed seeing how they have come together.
कपिल मैंने सिर्फ उसके लिए खेला था, कोई तो स्ट्रीमर्स का टूर्नामेंट था. लाइक वरना व्हाई वुड आई प्ले ऑन मोबाइल? Like PC any day better.
I have always kind of worried that if they come to a match point day and the vibes aren't high, could it fall apart quick? We haven't seen that yet. It seems like they've kind of hit their groove since coming together.
S8UL now though moving in on TYK. They do get one down.
Honestly मैं एपेक्स पीसी पे भी एक टूर्नामेंट की वजह से शुरू की थी और फिर मैं एडिक्ट हो गई थी. मोबाइल पे भी एक टूर्नामेंट की वजह से खेला, बट उसमें मजा नहीं आया.
For the most part, it does look like a majority of those buildings should still be in the zone.
भाई मैं
What, as far as
फास्ट सीख के गेम #2 आई थी टूर्नामेंट में, ठीक है ना, मजाक नहीं है.
too far. So for majority of these squads that are on that at least northeastern portion of the zone, they'll be
इतना
all
फास्ट
right.
सीखी थी मैं गेम.
Wolves Esports, they did go out relatively early. Of course, we say that for them, middle of the pack, because for some teams, they'll take that on a bad game. But for this
गाइस
team,
गेम साउंड 100 है. मैं इसको और कैसे बढ़ाऊं? कुछ होता है तो मुझे बता दो. नेक्स्ट गेम से पहले कर दूंगी.
Beautiful shots coming out. Edward Gaiman now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to swing the corner. Both with napkin jerseys, by the way. As we can see, they're moving in. Aram trying to clean it up. They will get rid of Edward Gaming. That's our first team. But here comes Gen G for the third party. He does get the first down on Yo after, and they know now that there's only one man left standing.
This is one of those teams that has made the shift. We had seen them running Axel before, but we had mentioned during the pre-show how, especially in this region, we've seen an influx in the Valkyrie. Dexter currently rocking that here. They will be trying to continue to hunt down the remaining players that are left here from
supporting Portugal. Let's go CR7 soon. WW Jatin.
See if they
मैं मेरा आवाज कम कर देती हूँ
guys. Duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and get out of dodge here. But unfortunately, when Dexter takes to the sky, that will give him that little bit of information. And unfortunately, at this point, it's just a matter of time before they fall.
They're pretty scary dudes to land on you, that's for sure. But he does get put down. So Ram getting eliminated after getting some early kills, and it does look like Wolves Esports, the closest team to them at the moment. We'll go and have a look. We have a lot of other action starting to unfold as TYK, they have their hands full, but S8UL looking to join the party as well.
Got what? 5, 6 squads that are all up within these couple of buildings right up over here. Rendang being one of the nice shots to be able to take them down, and VKG, they're up on out of here. And that's going to be a huge start to game number 2 for a team in Rendang who went out early in game 1.
BCG now getting into it with RRQ. Easy Flash does get eliminated. Walking L getting some KP. The last one left standing is Pricey. And we may see RRQ and VKG be getting eliminated at 18th and 17th position.
Keep in mind that the only way you pick up any points going out this early is if you had managed to pick up any KP, because you don't start earning those placement points until 15. CG will be able to make their way just inside of this zone. Mama Clubs on the opposite side. It will be some arc stars sent across the way with some names, but it doesn't seem like any of them are landing.
Not right now. As we can see, TYK still standing. Havoc as a duo might be in a little bit of trouble. Rendang still trying to stay alive as well. As we can see though now, Wolves Esports trying to also hold off the push from Mama Clubs, where Mama Clubs have the shield advantage, but I think Wolves have the name advantage.
And they'll look to go ahead and send off the back of that Axel. It's going to be a wide swing. Hold on though, no name's the first to fall. Crazy Kong goes down next to it. Left to win. The wrecking ball going to be sent out.
Never mind. Survive kar liya wo log.
Built different.
Oh my god, I forgot. As soon as you said no name was the first one down, I said who's left standing, and that is when. Scary, scary dude. Still standing, but with Gen G Esports still very close by, I don't like Wolves' chances to stay alive right now.
Definitely not a team that you want to see pulling up, that's for sure. Wolves Esports has at least been able to get No Name back up onto their feet though, and now might also be able to get Crazy Kong standing as well. Gen G has actually already started rotating, so that's going to give Wolves the freedom to not only be able to get on their feet, they'll be able to rotate as well as get reset. They'll separate from Gen G, and that means they'll be moving more towards the southern side of the zone. BCG also trying to find their way, and RRQ, you had mentioned, still left as a solo in Easy Flash. Their previous team, Ubi, just inside the zone.
BCG do get eliminated. It looks like RRQ will have to try and stay alive as a solo for now. DCG though, moving in on Wolves, and Wolves Esports will get eliminated with that rotate in. So Wolves out at 16. That is a lot of big names out early.
Good news for some of these teams who are looking for a big day. We had mentioned AJBNW basically requiring a Dabaruski if they're going to want to find themselves off to Paris, at least for now, they've got themselves 2 purple shields and a blue. Last time we had sat on board with Gen G, they were looking for the third party, and then they backed down to it. Now they find themselves on the far western side of the zone, and they've got a bunch of teams between where they are and where they need to go.
13 squads exactly, Q. So there's a lot of teams still left alive. Rendang now look like they're trying to be aggressive to Havoc. As Havoc now trying to hold it down, but Rendang looking to try and move back. But they will go down and PXX on the outside as well.
CG currently short a player. Lil San gonna see if they can get
themselves
just a little bit of that help back while they're still taking shots from across the way. I believe that's Gen G who is
tournament से second tournament पे खत्म हो गई थी.
PXX here trying to hold off players that are moving in towards their direction. 174 gonna be able to pop out the R99 and put one down. But are they gonna be able to keep themselves standing is the question.
Jackie Chan.
XT still standing. He can hear the man trying to heal on the outside. He needs to be careful. It's going to be a 2v2 fight here, though. Refrain knows that there's a dude on the roof. He's going to move in, be aggressive.
नहीं, MOBA games नहीं खेले. मुझे समझ
They're in a
नहीं
pretty good
आते.
spot if they can clean this up, Q. Here in game number 2.
That's like one player per team is allowed to be on a controller. Like the other two has to play on keyboard mouse. अब ये मुझे नहीं पता कि सब टीम में होता है जरूरी एक कंट्रोलर वाला हो, but होना तो चाहिए because they have advantage.
Left to a single player. Does he find themselves at least a safe spot to be able to tuck behind a wall and play out of sight and out of mind? We're finally into our top 10 here in game number 2.
TYK alive for now. Havoc still standing as well. I don't like his chance for much longer as Dogran will clean them up as well. Guess who else is still standing? That is Gen G finding their way into zone.
जो मेरा टीममेट था टूर्नामेंट में वो कंट्रोलर पे खेलता था भाई, वो क्या खेलता था.
Gen G also. R9 in the hand. Jesco gets a beautiful crack, but they do swing the corner. Beautiful shots coming out from Legacy as well, but Gen G on the front foot at the moment, but Sharky does get one down back, which will give S8UL a chance to reset.
Bridge पे भी खेल सकते.
Maybe overextend is the question. No, S8UL will be able to get Jesco back up onto their feet. You have that pylon to be able to avoid any ordinances getting sent their way as they do get a quick reset here as well. It will be Sharky who looks to ascend up over the wall. A couple of pop shots sent, but not much until the teammates of Legacy and Jesco look to join the party. But it looks like maybe a third pulling up, and because of that, they'll disengage, which means Gen G gets some safety for themselves to reset.
HAB and W in a pretty good spot here as well, Q. I haven't seen a zone ever, I don't think, pull up on top of where these teams are. So everyone that is below needs to hurry up and get themselves up. With the amount of Valkyries out here still, Q, I feel like we might see a lot of teams still try and find their way up.
So the ability to be able to locate on in, and of course, you know, with the Valkyrie, as long as you have a high enough Evo, you can get the lay of the land as well when you fly on in, see if there's any sort of real estate to be able to land into. And with most of these teams rocking the Watts on top, there's a chance when you land for that pylon to help you out. Gobgap gonna be the last one left alive here for Dog Red. Can you find an Evo swap? No, it's not gonna be in time. It will be Ubi who falls, and then Dog Red, DCG trying to see if they can get back to a full 3.
भाई ये वॉटसन का ये वायरस लगाने का एनिमेशन कितना क्यूट है.
High ground here as we move towards top 5.
I do like where these guys have set up. This is a perfect spot. They can hold it down. They do have the Watson fences as well. And they will be able to see teams on both sides of the ring here. As we see S8UL clean up TYK, and we now have 5 squads left alive.
Differently interesting. Victory Esports is one of those 5
First
squads
pick
currently
team
left.
थी,
They are actually
last
under
मतलब
that
first
team
game.
S8UL that you were just talking about. They'll be able
First
to
game
use
BTR
that
GT थी.
little like ceiling that they're sitting on as extra coverage. PXX. They're sending some shots across towards Gen G. Gen G, I think, probably in the toughest position of the 5 teams left.
5 squads still alive, and as you said, Gen G, one of those teams still out here.
full
So if you had an
lockdown कर दिया है भाई ये
S8UL
लोग
or
ने.
Gen G pick for your regional finals, you're doing pretty well out here today. I tell you what, a lot of people didn't choose, and that's Victory Esports, who already have 5 kills in this game. They did win game number 1 as well, Q, so they're looking pretty good here early on.
Get some damage off the sky
Yep,
nades. Is that
still
going to be enough of
very
an opening to
strong.
feel comfortable pushing up here? You can see the evac tower about to be called in. They're trying to call it as close to this roof as possible. Now going to get popped. The question is, does it get shot down before you can fully ascend? It doesn't look like anyone's prioritizing at least getting it knocked down, but they are making
What
sure
is
they're
the
looking that way, which
WWE
makes
ring
it
is this?
getting to the a little bit tougher for Victory
Ultimate
Esports here.
chaos.
They do have the Valkyrie ult as well, so they will most likely just have
ये तो
that jump
बहुत
tower
open और
up to
वैसा है
maybe
अभी इतना हुआ नहीं इसमें
throw
chaos.
them all off. As we can see, the Valkyrie
Oh, there it
ult
is.
comes out to play, and now they need to figure out where they want to play. And well, they know there's one team they could fight on the outside, or they have to fight Gen G on the inside. Either way, I really don't like their chances to stay alive. And down goes 2, as it looks like PXX are gonna get some KP. Victory Esports get eliminated. We are now down
BTR
to
गई.
our final 4 squads. PXX,
मुझे इस बार के लिए लगा वो अपनी
Gen
टीम
G
पे आए.
and S8UL.
Gen G
Taking
भी
blood,
गई.
trying to find some blood for themselves. S8UL do get rid of Gen G. PXX now going to be getting eliminated. This is an S8UL victory for game number 2, and they look good out here today. This could be an S8UL victory very easily here in a second, as they just have to wait for this zone to do the work.
You can see they're sending out those thermites and stuff towards the doorway. Storm helping them as well, and that's too easy
Yay,
for
W
S8UL,
guys.
a team that has
KP
consistently
ज़्यादा नहीं थे,
been
but
able to
we
put
won.
points up onto the board as far as both placement and KP. And after game number 2,
भाई
they are
Watson की
already
cutie है भाई.
60% of the way there to match points.
Yay,
That's
W
crazy.
W.
Insane second game for S8UL. Do you know what as well though? For
#1 के
S8UL,
कितने होते थे?
they could
12
have won
होते
game
क्या?
number 1. They played
Yeah.
really well in that game. They just obviously
Oh,
lost the hype
7,
to Dogred,
8.
but they do take game number 2 here as a pretty good victory. We're going to have a look at the match summary, and it is going to be an S8UL 20-point game. HABNW gets second, PXX third, Gen G fourth, and Victory Esports round out our top 5. We'll go have a look at our series overall, Q, and well, it is going to be S8UL leading the way with 33 points. Victory Esports sitting second, Dogred third,
16.
PXX fourth,
Oh
and
my
HABNW
अच्छा ये total है
rounding
क्या?
out
Never mind.
our top 5. I guess that all
33
leaves us
हो गए
now.
total
Which
हमारे.
legend is getting banned?
Victory
moving
थोड़ा
forward?
सा पहले हो गई. 12
Let
plus 8.
me see it.
हाँ 3
Show
4
me
1.
potato salad. It's going to be the Mad Maggie. Can't say we're too surprised about that one. We mentioned
Lol.
we've seen a lot of players over the course of the split
Mad
through all the
Maggie गई
regions
है
pop
भाई,
off
Valkyrie और
for
वो
some
अभी भी है मतलब.
record-breaking matches off of the back of that Mad Maggie. That drill really allows for people to
ये
be
मोटे का क्या
nuisance.
नाम
So
था?
not surprised to be
ये वही है
seeing
ना जो
that
शील्ड लगा देता है.
taken off of the board
ये
here
मोटे का नाम
second.
भूल गई मैं.
And now the question becomes, what changes as we switch maps yet again? Because
मैगी भाई
it
का
is
ये भी
different
बन
today.
गया.
Usually over a traditional match day, you have
गिब्राल्टार
3 and
भाई
3.
इसका
We're
नाम ही
switching
ऐसा है, मैं
maps
भूल जाती हूँ
every
हमेशा.
map except for, of course, that snake draft. So that 4th and 7th map, essentially, right? Because you go back and forth. So we're about to go into that back-to-back here for the E District.
अच्छा,
Something
इसको
tells me
जियान
more than
बुलाएंगे.
likely between these next 2 games,
जियान.
we'll probably see an altar taken
और
off the
मैं
board, but
static
hey,
भी
still, who
है.
knows?
ये OP ना?
Yeah, a lot of
ये तो पहले भी
time
बहुत
still
यूज
to
होता था,
be-
पता है मेरे को इसके लिए याद है.
As we can see though, we'll go and have a look at the E District POI's queue, because that is where we're heading next here for game number 3 and
District
4.
District Olympus Storm Point.
And as we know, we've had a fair few City Hall zones, and guess who has drafted City Hall here for regional finals?
मोटा
City
बोलते रहती है
Hall
हर
for
गेम में किसी
regional
ना किसी
finals.
को
Why can't I
भाई
find it on my
वो
list here?
है
You got me
वो
searching all
है
last second. S8UL, there it's on the top of the list. I always start from the bottom. That's
सब
on
लोग
me.
स्ट्रीम लाइक
Yeah,
कर दो
S8UL
फास्ट फास्ट एकदम
has that one there. Whenever it feels like it goes
मेरा
up
किक
towards that
फॉलो कर लेना
northwestern
लिंक इज पिन
quadrant,
फटफट
definitely
फॉलो
ends
करो
up towards
किक
that
पे
direction.
कुछ तो
We
मैं
have
गिव
seen a
अवे
decent
प्लान
fair
करूंगी
share,
मैंने
but
अभी
I do
सोचा
feel
नहीं है
like if
क्या करूं
when it
बट
comes
लाइक मैं
to
सोच रही हूँ
E-District though as well,
आई हैव टू
um,
थिंक
what up towards that like Electro Dam area for teams like EDG, BCG, and Havoc might be a
ठीक
good
है
end
मुझे
game
इतने
as
अच्छे
well.
की वाइटी देखने का मन भी नहीं
Yeah,
करता
I
है
mean, we've had a fair few lately
किक
switch up
डब्ल्यू
and
है
they go to Neon Square or they go to Lotus
क्या मोटे जिन
here
लोग
for
इंसान
our
नहीं है
weekends.
ना
So
वो
we'll go and
एजेंट
have a
है
look at the
या
heat map though
लेजेंड
and
है
see if they have the outside kind of endings as well as does.
अरे वो
the
बताओ ना
Lucas, where it
वॉइस
seems
का
like
क्या
still
है
point
एक्सटेंशन
seems like the finishes
ऑडियो
are
का
a lot more center
इंक्रीज
of
कर दूं मैं तुम
zone.
लोग
As
के
you
लिए
can see,
फिर
it does look like there is a lot more
ई डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सिर्फ
on the
वी हैड 20
outskirts
किल्स
finishes here
डाउन
on E District as
20
is
kills
in
hashtag
Lucas.
one is crazy
Yeah, and a fair share bit over if it's not Electro Dam, more towards the opposite
कौन से
side, right?
एक्सटेंशन
More
से
towards
होता है
the
वॉल्यूम
western
मास्टर
side of the zone. I would even say I would call it more
ये
southern.
क्यों
although
आता रहता है
obviously,
मुझे नहीं चाहिए बार बार
when you
आता
do
है
look at City Hall, we've had a decent amount end in that direction. So will
एक्सटेंशन
be intriguing to see as far as what direction we
ये
go
ये
here.
डाउनलोड
But
कर
we
लूं
did mention again, we will have
ये तो
E-District
क्रोम
on
का
the
है
back-to-back here. So both for matches 3 and
ओबीएस
4.
पे
We've
ऑलवेज फुल
talked
रहता
about
है
it a lot over the course of the season. E-District has been one of those maps because of a lot of the POIs
help
have a lot of
I don't
buildings
know
and stuff. They
all
lead to
this
really
ये
cluttered end
डाउनलोड
games,
करूं
so it should be fun over the next two.
It should, and it does look like Uptown is
अच्छा
the
ऑल
most
सेम
successful drop spot here for ED, which is interesting to say the least.
It is worth noting, I believe it was Electro Dam was a close second. We're talking 2 wins, average placement of like, well, I guess the average placement was 11, but the average points was only like 2 points behind. So, I mean, close, but yeah, Uptown with where they're at. And it makes sense, right? I mean, Uptown's still a decent POI as far as rotating out of relatively quick. So, we'll keep an eye as far as who ends up coming out on top in these next 2. For Uptown, keep in mind, that is Victory Esports, who currently sit in second. And we did mention earlier a team that came into today just outside the bubble. They're currently in that top 3, and with those influx of points,
हो गया
due to
क्या
it being regional finals, would be enough to help lift them off to Paris.
मैंने add to brave किया
Unfortunately for them, it seems like Gen G and
how does it
S8UL
work
started to wake up a little bit here, and it is early in these games as well. We have seen S8UL in a match point format.
yeah.
That was that battle of APAC.
how
Q,
does
and
it work
They had a lot of chances to win that tournament,
ऊपर right में
as did, I'd say, Zeta Division probably had the most.
extensions oh अभी इसको यूज
But it
कैसे
seems like
करूं
S8UL just know
हाँ इधर लगाया ना मैंने
how to get themselves in that end zone at the
one
moment.
है
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason that we have seen them have, you know, like the best consistent placements as far as over the course of the season just has to do with the experience of this team. I mean, when you look at, I mean, any of the players,
happy
Sharky,
now.
Legacy, Jessica, you could talk about them individually and their experience, but when you
ये क्या
put
हो
them
गया
together, I mean, there's a reason that they were threatening to be world champions just a couple of months ago at Sapporo. So surely that sits in the back of their mind. They would like to, one, obviously finish with a dub here in regional finals, but also that would
कोई
give them
complain
a
नहीं
chance
करेगा
to, you know, solidify a better spot for POI drafts and such during the group stage phase.
अब तो कोई मुझे चुप होने नहीं बोलेगा
EWC. But it does look like we have talked about it enough.
let's go
It's
district
time
में
to
हम
take
कहाँ
to the
जाते हैं
skies here for
City
game
Mall.
number 3, and at least early looks at the zone does look like we're off towards the western side. The question becomes, do we go up towards City Hall, where S8UL
City Hall.
could very well use that type
Energy
of a zone
bank
to put themselves up on a match
या
point?
मुझे मैप
Or
याद
does
नहीं आ
maybe
रहा
Gen G get hooked up and we move more towards that southern side of the west?
Have to wait and see. I do maybe feel like, no, it is definitely going to be a City Hall zone. So as I did say before, we do love City Hall zones in APAC South. And I said, who has drafted City Hall Q? And well, S8UL have taken the God spot here already in game number 1. This is massive for this team because they are very, very smart when it comes to where to play early on to be in a good position for later on. And the fact that they don't have to move very far here, Q, gives them a lot of time now to get more loot, more, just everything to be ready to sit in one spot for a fair while.
ओए मोटा आ गया अपनी टीम में.
Esports who have had a relatively quiet day, currently sitting in
Valkyrie
13th, also
Watson
won't have to
same.
rotate too far.
Maggie
Maybe
की
there's a
जगह
chance
मोटा.
at game number 3.
City Hall zone
What
है.
Wolves Esports needs to turn their day around. Also, Dog Red will be able to get priority as well on their rotate, landing down at Resort. Keeping in mind, we did mention for Dog Red at the top of the day, probably need a win. I was trying to do the math earlier. I think if they were to finish second, they would need a lot of the lobby to end up in the bottom of the bottom half in the right way for them to land. So they're more than likely needing a dub. They also could potentially have a big game here as well.
I really don't like this bridge to play too early. I feel like when there's 20 squads left standing still, I feel like this is a real tough spot to hold. Yes, you have a Watson, but I feel like we have seen S8UL die a lot of times here on this bridge. And it's not because they can't hold it. It's just because the amount of teams that have still yet to come in to zone. S8UL, though, they are just going to have to try and hold it down for now, as Wolves Esports are the closest team to them.
Level 3.
Well, teams already starting to rotate their way on in. I'm starting to get a quick
I mean,
count. That's
it is
8 of them that are
possible,
already
but
here in City
I don't
Hall
know.
itself, with a couple of
Elm
teams
looks so
just
good.
on
My
the
skin's so
outskirts
crazy है
starting to
इसमें.
make their way over as well. We did mention before we headed off to E District here that quite a few of these POIs give a lot of real estate over to teams, meaning for quite packed end games. And the City Hall is one of them. So while we will see teams taking those pop shots at one another, even taking some purposeful downs to be able to upgrade those Evos, don't be surprised if when we get to rounds 3 and 4, we're still sitting at like 17, 18 squads.
Oh,
So S8UL already getting some KP.
खत्म करेंगे
2
क्या?
down on Titan Esports Club. Refrain and Zio both being
इतना
eliminated.
जल्दी?
Wolves Esports helping the situation as well, but S8UL getting the KP for them early here. Q already on the board.
Couple more points for S8UL. We mentioned for them already looking good on the
match
day.
point 50 ही रहता है यार,
And we did
जितना मेरे को
mention
पता है. It does
the
not
first kind of
change, guys. Does it
checkbox that you need
change?
to tick off on a match point finals
50
is
ही
getting
है
up
ना.
to that 50 points. Whether you win a game or not before that, it is irrelevant. What you need to do
मेरा
when it comes to
increase
picking up
करते हो
that
तो chat
dub
बोलती है
is
कि
after
कम
that
करूँ.
50-point threshold. S8UL, they only
Chat
need
को
15 points
दिक्कत
and
है
they're
मेरी आवाज़
already
से.
there. It's only game number 3, Stone.
एक को finish ही किया है वो तो आज
Because
क्या
if they just go nuclear this game, well, they
भाग
really
गए
don't
वो
need to
लोग.
be that crazy, do they? They need a 15,
No, I mean,
50 से
17
पहले
points.
60
So,
था.
Yeah,
अच्छा.
you
5
figure like a
kills
third
and a
and a
win.
couple KP.
or
Yeah.
a 5, yeah, you know, it's like if they can do it,
थोड़ा
which is
सा बड़ा.
scary
मेरा
for the rest
उतना है
of the
जितना
lobby because
हमेशा
this
रहता
team,
था. इसका
once
बड़ा
they get to
है
match
मुझे.
point, know how to win games. Q realistically, game 4 could be over if S8UL gets to match point.
Yeah, I was trying to think too.
If-
I mean, nobody else really threatening towards that match point either, right? Like the closest to them would be Victory Esports,
Castle
and
Jinx.
they're only halfway there. Granted, they're living on a little bit more than a prayer because they don't even necessarily need a first place in order to clutch for EWC. They're gonna like where they're at, but if anything, I would say for Victory Esports sitting in second, they might turn into S8UL's biggest fans here because the quicker S8UL wrap things up, they secure that second place, those extra points that help send them off to Paris.
Optics here.
We love DCG trying to find their way into zone. VK Gaming, the closest team to them. And just so everyone knows, VK Gaming have already cemented their spot to EWC Paris. And what happens today if VK Gaming win match point? Well, the top 8 overall in the leaders, in the standing, sorry, will go to EWC. That means we get to take 9 here for Split 1 playoffs.
I do like the fact that VKG still sits inside that top 9. You know what I mean? It would be a little unfortunate if they like kind of fumbled throughout split number 1 and that meant only like the top 8 teams as opposed to the top 9 go. I feel like when you look at least for sure the teams that you know that are going thus far, going to be sending some good representation for APAC South. But man, it's going to be a dogfight here over the course of these next couple of games to figure out those last couple of squads. So I definitely do not envy any of these teams that currently sit in that like 7 to like 12 region, because they're all fighting for, I would even say back to like 13, 14 spot. They're all fighting for only 3 spots.
Go and have a look at the map and see where we are heading.
Match point
S8UL maybe not
is
reading
50
this zone
points.
as well
तो
as
जो
I
भी
thought they
team
were going
50
to,
points
as
है
they
उसके
are
बाद
going to be
उनको
on
सिर्फ
the
एक गेम
outside
जीतना होता है to
of
win
this
the
zone
tournament.
when it does close here in round number 2, as
अगर आप वो
HABNW
पूछ रहे
and
हो और if
VK
आप पूछ
Gaming
रहे हो
have found
कितने
themselves
होते
in
हैं
a
वो
pretty good
50
spot here for the 3rd game.
Yeah, they've got some good spots. I think the one thing that's going to be really unfortunate for Wolves,
आ
who we
गए
were just
सब
talking
zone में
about, when they do
almost.
end up rotating in, the first team that they're going to have to get past is S8UL. That's definitely not a team that's going to make a rotate
ये अभी ऐसा
on
दिख रहा था
in
जैसे lag हो रहा हो.
easy. And we do see they've locked down at least this little cart that they're currently sitting on in. I think they are technically keeping an eye on more of the teams for Central, so that does mean technically not looking out towards Wolves.
ये game का मुझे अच्छा feeling नहीं आ रहा है अपनी team
need
के
to be
लिए.
moving here as well. It's talking about just about 40 seconds. Or sorry, 40 seconds and then the following ring. My bad.
Yeah. So they got a while for now, as we can see. S8UL as well, just relaxing, but we do have 20 squads still standing. What an esports club. They did go down to a solo, but it does look like they have been able to fully reset on the northern side of zone. And unfortunately for them, that zone does pull way back south compared to where they are at the moment. And I feel like we used to go off if this zone is touching the northern side, usually it keeps pulling towards that north side, but it does look like it is maybe just not touching that little bit, which means usually a pull back for zones. But very interesting zone here once again. Well, interesting zone pull, sorry, once again here for the boys in APAC South.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like if any ring has been the most clever of rings, Ring 3 has been the one that has been throwing those most curveballs, even when they are touching for that second. So it has made it a little bit more of a challenge for our IGLs. And I think because of that little extra hitch when it comes to calling some of the
Champion rush क्या है? ये smash point ही बोल रहे हो क्या? Champion rush.
I guess you can see part of the reason I would say that we've seen that the gap at the top of the league start to close. Obviously part of that too, a lot of talent within APAC South itself. Hold on a second, how might be in a tough spot here for HABNW. Did you potentially overextend? Does look like they will be able to get back to safety just in the nick of time. You
really don't need your Newcastle going out this early on. PXX pretty close by as well.
Free Fire में भी
Seems
ऐसा
like the
format है.
picks are starting to come out a bit more here as well, Q.
Yeah, generally once you see the Maggie off the board is where we do see that Gibby pick more, and then generally within those first couple of games is where the Gibby does end up getting banned. I feel like we've seen most of the POVs that we have flipped over to have the big boy within their composition. Also seen a fair share of Watsons though as well, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that moving forward. We did mention as far as for in this second, third ring here, as we do still have 20 teams left alive. We'll have these squads just simply trying to poke and prod at one another, upgrade those evos. We can even see for PXX, I mean, a couple of players still sitting on those blue. You like to get up to the purple. One, obviously more shield. Two, obviously, or sorry, maybe not as obviously, is that option of the perk as well.
Closest team to them is Rendang, and at the moment we haven't still had much action up our sleeves. As we can see, that zone does pull back towards Gen G. And that is huge here
भाई
in
VKG के लिए
game
गड़बड़ होने
number
वाला है.
3. VK Gaming now needing to try and figure out what they're going to do here. If they're going to push HABNW or try and play it safe and coexist in the same building.
I just realized we got to make sure that we get our enough references in of baby comp before it's no longer available on the table. We've seen
All
quite a
the
few
battle
teams,
royals
not
have.
only here in Apex South, but also across
But this format
all
is
of our
good,
regions.
bhai.
Really enjoying the composition here. Obviously, you get the help for
What
the
do you guys think?
rotations with the
This
Valkyrie,
match
and a lot
point
of ability
format
to
मेरे को
hunker
तो
down with
अच्छा
both the
लगा.
Newcastle and
I
that
think
Gibby.
that's
We
how it
mentioned
should
how kind of
be.
this games 3 through 5 gets more defensive. Easy flash. Oh no, maybe getting caught out
In
The
all
bubble pop
battle
just in
royals.
time.
Wolves Esports flying in as well into zone. We're going to see a lot of teams now starting to make their way into this POI as teams on that northern side do now realize south side is the place to be. The one team that does have a really good spot is Gen G, but it does
It
look
just
like
makes more
VKG
sense.
also looking down at some of these teams at the moment in zone number 3.
KG has already been able to upgrade their Evos up to the purple. They're sitting in a pretty good spot. You mentioned that elevated angle that they have as well, so not going to have much threat to their position unless maybe someone
Yes,
takes
Suraj,
towards the
exactly
sky.
वही
Of course,
कह रही
when they
हूँ.
do that, they'll be notified, and that
Like the
sounds
requirement
key will
to
be
win
enough
a
for all three
game to
players
win
look
the
up in that
tournament,
direction and be
वो
able to
it
ward
makes
off
more sense.
any attack. We were wondering who was going to be the first team off of the board. Finally see it there. Titan
You
Esports
cannot
Club.
just
While
keep
they
playing
did play out
passive
early
or
and
या
get back
कुछ.
to a 3, they will be the first team eliminated.
बस वो
Rendang
winning वाला factor it
Now
makes
getting
sense.
into some
Hard game
trouble.
का अलग होना चाहिए.
Look
Nah,
at
this is good.
this ultimate coming out from Wolves. Trying to get rid of the team who is resetting on the outside, but they aren't having much luck with those as well. As we can see, that zone closes once again. We have 19 squads still standing. Q, that is correct. 19 squads still out here in game
Evo
number
change
3.
color वो damage
You mentioned that
से
position
होता
that
है.
Gen G was in. Decent for now, as they do have complete control of the southern side. But eventually we'll have to move a little bit more
जितना damage
central.
करोगे,
The
like,
problem is, as we
shield upgrade
continue
हो
closing in
जाती
towards
है.
where this zone is at, you can see a lot of the buildings that are currently in play will no longer be in play. So for teams who do have the ability to build their own cover, whether it's the Newcastle, those Gibby bubbles, that's going to be a little bit of an added benefit. So especially for the teams that are rocking the baby comp, they'll be happy for as far as this next ring.
Do have a Kraber cam as well out here. VKG with the Kraber. LQ done. Looking down and well in a really
क्या
good
red
spot here
gaming
as well
भी
Q
मतलब?
in game number
What?
3 as VKG look to try and hold the south side of this zone.
या फिर like
Not just a Kraber.
damage
Damage
से max purple
makes
होती
it
है.
that much more spicy. On the other side of the little separation from them is Gen G. We see Asia's rocking the long bow. We're going to be able to find a 108 there. Not going to really be able to do anything off of the back of that. Really just more kind of help and see if you can find ways to help
भावना we are qualified for
players
EWC
down,
already. ये तो
eliminate some of
finals
these
है.
players. Essentially, you know, kind of help the lobby trim the fat.
Here we go. DCG looking to be aggressive.
Legacy
IB
be
here
down.
with a team that is close by. A lot of teams starting to move in to
मेरी
zone.
feeling
As
सही
we
थी
can
ना?
see, we also see RRQ moving into a better position. The closest
मेरे
team
को
to
वो
them
लोग का
is Havoc,
position
but
देख
we
के
still
खराब
have
feeling आ
19
रहा था कि ये
squads
game हमारा
out
खराब
here
जाने
in a
वाला है.
match point final for our regional
भाई
finals.
इतू सा
Insane
zone हो गया,
quality.
कोई बाहर
Oh,
नहीं
you
हो रहा है
think we've
क्या?
had this in scrims all week? Nope, we haven't seen anything like it. So I'm just gonna have to try and enjoy it as much as I can. Well,
They-
S8UL
they
getting
can't-
eliminated
I
as
knew.
well.
That's going to be good for the rest of the lobby, as that team was the one that was closest to that match point. Kind of crazy to think about, because they had Prio landing up here in this POI itself. Hey, who's landing right in front of Orchid as they look to rotate on over? That is an unfortunate situation to find yourself
Position
in,
देख के ही लग रहा
as
था
they
ये
will
game
very
जीती जाने
quickly
वाला है.
find themselves knocked, and this is going to be where the kill feed starts to light up like a Christmas tree stone.
भाई बट इतने से मैं
Don't
18
hate
है
me, chat, if I
किधर
miss everything, this is going to be absolutely
सब ऊपर नीचे ही
insane
बैठे हैं
right
क्या
now.
कोई दिख ही
Orchard
नहीं रहा है मैप पे
do move into the same house as Wolves Esports. Pretty scary going here for the team of Team Orchard as they have to try and hold it down for now. TYK trying to figure their way in as Arama getting some damage here with their Gibby ults, but it seems like an 18 squad still standing with round 5, 25 seconds away from closing.
18 क्यों 18
Right now, we know so many players are left.
चलो
You really
अभी
have to
17
be careful about where you rotate on in. Aram will be able to find the last left to went live from TYK. That picks up a point before they start their rotate. Now with S8UL gone, Victory Esports, technically the highest placed team that is still left alive. They move on in and they'll be able to hunker down their position. The problem though is they're not quite inside this next ring, so they will have to move here.
They will. Walking L looking straight at them at the moment. BCG also need to make their way into zone here, Q. So with 17 squads left alive, it is going to be pretty hard going for a lot of these teams.
ये गेम का तो मतलब अपना एक ही पॉइंट हुआ
So
राइट
where it's heading on in at, there is not very much coverage. So, I mean, for teams that are later on the rotate, good luck to ya. Dogs Red, we had mentioned how they were looking for a big day. Yet again, they find
भाई
themselves
अभी होगा
alive as
घमासान
the ring of 5 starts to close on in. They've technically got coverage for now, but we'll need to
Oh
move.
my
The XX
God.
will be all left to XD. A warning shot of the PK around the corner. Gen G all going to be left to Asia's. Can
कहाँ
they
जा
keep
रहा है ये?
themselves alive? Maybe
गई।
just for a moment.
दो थे क्या I thought
still
one
alive as well. VK Gaming looking really good at the moment and in a really good spot. As we can see, QQ still standing. Kraber in the hand of LQ takes the head off. As we can see, they're going to move in to try and clean up. He does
आशीष
have
तो perception का हो गया
Kraber in his
Means
hand.
कि you
And
have
this is
to win
scary. When VKG
another
have
game
this much
या
control.
फिर you have to win
Got
वो
complete
वाला
control of the
मेरे को
southern side of the
factor
zone
अच्छा
as well,
लगा
especially if they can wipe up this fight on Dog Red that sit directly below them. Victory Esports also goes out in the 12th spot, which means more teams that were in the top. Oh my goodness gracious, the collat to not only hit the 210, but the player that's behind them as well. All sorts of nades getting sent across the way. DCG could very well be out, and there it is. They'll be out in 11th.
भाई
VK
finally
gaming
वाला
now,
होली
like we
गेमिंग
said,
का चल
in
रहा है
full control in this position. We still have 10 squads left standing out here as well. Team Orchid looking to try and stay alive, ran straight into those fences, but BCG are down to a solo, and I do not like their chances as Wolves Esports move in to clean up BCG. Team Orchid now, they understand that they need to try and figure their
भाई
way
कोई इधर से
into
उधर
zone.
उड़ रहा है
They do
इधर
have
मार रहे
Valkyrie
हैं
ult.
चल रहे हैं पता
Also,
नहीं क्या
Havoc
चालू
gets
है
eliminated. Wolves Esports overlooking the same team, but this feels like a VKG game for sure.
And VKG really only has to worry about RRQ that is directly off below them. Right now, they also have to worry about the teams that are further down the hill ascending towards them. So you don't want a full set onto RRQ. LQ Dud, however, still has that Kraber and will continue to land shots.
He just took the head off his teammate just then, but that's okay. VKG now moving into the action. Dog Red still standing, as we can see. Team Awkward also still standing, trying to get some more KP. They're using the Gibby Bubble to their advantage. They're moving in on the solo. That's maybe not the play by Noel Sang, but they will have to try and get some more KP. But RRQ is still alive. We have 4 squads now left standing, with RRQ trying to figure out their way into zone as well. Around it just seems like there's Gibby Bubbles and Valkyrie ults happening everywhere.
Everyone's popping their bubbles. Everyone's taking to the sky here as well. VKG trying to be the last one to be able to do just that. The problem, though, is the zone so closed on in. They're having to keep it tight as they land. Oh, but this is brilliant. They land right on the high ground. They'll be able to find a knock on the Wolves. The problem, though, they land right into the bubble. Oh, my God.
हो गया VK गेमिंग का गेमिंग
RRQ versus ARAM for the win.
ARAM versus
ARAM का आराम हो
RRQ
गया
and
game
Easy
दो
Flash
game के
going
बाद
to the height. This is going to be a strafing flame.
ARAM का हो गया win.
Now the PK in the
जीत
hand, but
गए.
it's gonna be an Aram game 3 victory. And
2
our
गेम
first
मस्त
game
आराम
on
करके
ED.
तीसरा निकाला इन्होंने.
I would have absolutely lost my mind if
किस
Pricey
पोल
finds
पे
a way
है
to get his feet
S8UL?
back on
इस
the
गेम
ground
के
with
बाद
PK
तो
in the hand.
यार
Found the second knot. If he
VTR
finds
के
the
कितने
third,
थे उस
I
पे
would have
डिपेंड
gone
करेगा.
crazy. Instead, it's ARAM who are going to be able to come out on top. And this is a squad that currently sits outside of the bubble. They
ये
came
गेम
in
अपना
today
अच्छा नहीं
into
गया.
the 14th spot. It feels like
भाई ये गेम में बट क्या
realistically,
chaos था.
if
ये
they
सब जो
want a
एंड में
chance
उड़ते
to
हैं
be
ना.
able to go to Paris, if it's not a dub, it has to be a top 2. That game right there is going to
भाई
help get
सोचो
them
ना
at least
लास्ट
moving in
में
that
कितने
direction.
18 थी
What's a
और
game
18 से इंस्टेंट
for
11 हो गए.
ARAM. They will take the victory and they'll be pretty happy with themselves with a 21-point game. The best thing about that is S8UL went out in 19th with only
Yeah.
2 points, Q, which means that
एक
gives us
सेकेंड
some
VTR
more
के भी नहीं
games
है.
up
VTR
our
का एक
sleeve
ही
for
है.
moving
आई थिंक
forward
हम
here in regional
हाँ
finals.
और ARAM तो
Q
पहले
gets
जल्दी
second,
आउट हुई
VK
थी.
Gaming third, Wolves Esports 4,
1 पे ही रहना चाहिए
and
अपन
Team
को.
Orchard rounding
1
out
और 2.
the top
2 भी नहीं. आई
5.
थिंk
And
1.
Wolves, for our series overall,
हाँ
we're going to
वही
have
है.
S8UL still leading
बस
the
VTR
way,
क्लोज आ गई.
just in front of Victory
और ARAM
Esports.
देखो
Dog
2
Red sitting
गेम जल्दी
third,
बाहर होने के
ARAM
बाद
fourth,
4th आ गई है.
PXX rounding out our top 5 here after our first 3 games. Let's go and have a look at which legend is getting banned for game number 4.
Valkyrie.
Let me see a Gibby ban. And
बेचारा
I
मोटा
won
आते ही
too
ban
as
हो
well.
गया.
Valkyrie so close, but no more bubbles, which means no
we will see
more
more of Valkyrie,
baby comp
क्योंकि
that we
E
get to talk
district
about,
ही
at
है.
least in its full composition. Still the chance of seeing some Newcastles. Definitely going to be seeing some Valkyries as well. But 1 recon, 1 assault, and 1 support legend, all going to be banned moving forward. What would normally be considered the midway point. We don't know how long we're going, so we're just going to say we're 3 games in.
Exactly. Oh, so far so good, Q. We'll go and have a look, obviously, at the map scene and see it. 3 different winners so
Breach
far.
को तो
Victory
बोला ही नहीं
Esports,
मैंने.
S8UL, and Aram. Now, I think Aram, are they the only team out here today that have come through PLQ?
That are playing today, I think so? Or did HABNW wouldn't have came through PLQs, right?
Yeah,
They were invited.
HABNW changed their name. So it's an interesting stat to be seen. As we can see, that is a pretty big game for Aram here in match number 3. Yeah, and Ubi as well. That is right. Well, we are heading back to ED next, Q, but we may as well go and have a look at it. Who is doing the most damage and kills so far out of our first 3?
Yeah, let's take a look at it. See who's been fragging out their mind and helping lead the way, and can't be too surprised, I suppose, with the fact that S8UL has 2 at the top, Sharky and Legacy, not Song Yu, Pricey, and VC. We'll be rounding out the top 5. When we look at damage getters, Wolves having 2 of the top 3, Wen, Fafa, Fief, No Name, LQ Dud, and Jackie Chan, as far as those are sitting. So I would say a lot of our usual suspects, but it is definitely interesting to see that S8UL has been so successful in getting so many kills while not really finding as much, or not needing to find as much damage.
Yes, very true. Well, that is our first 3 games done, and as we know, Q, we have a little bit of a break in between every 3 games, chat. So stick around, you know, go and get yourself something to drink, something to eat. I need something to drink. My mouth is that dry right now. But if you guys are watching, please hit that follow button. If you're over at Wigs, make sure you're following him as well. If you're watching at Jog, if you're watching wherever you guys are watching, we thank you guys so much for all the support here for APAC South Regional Finals. And there's no better way to kick off ALGS Regional Finals weekend than being right here in APAC South. So we'll be right back with some more games around the corner for another lot of ED, Olympus, and Stormpoint.
Little break. Yeah, it is break time. Break में guys mini games. अच्छा मैं म्यूट नहीं कर सकती क्या? यहाँ से करूँ? बिग गेम्स, मिनी गेम्स। अरे मैं ना अरे मैं गलती से इस पे आ गई। अरे एजेंट मैप तो सनसेट था। आज का एजेंट है वेले। शिट ब्रो, शिट। सोवा ते हो सोवा, नेवर माइंड। ब्रीच, that is too much blue, has to be omen. Hey. Sunset, sunset, sunset भी लॉबी इजी। इधर से मैंने क्या क्रेजी 3K मारा था साइफर से। Run little man.
Go watch middle.
Dizzy has targets. Reloading.
You got
Spike
spike?
down mid.
अंधा,
One enemy remaining.
अंधा डेडलॉक।
Nice guys.
ये क्या है? हार्बर, क्लोव है ये तो। ओह शिट। यार मुझे ये कंफ्यूजिंग लगता है। नॉट डेड येट, पिक मी अप। आई थिंक ये अल्ट है। यस, दोनों बहुत सिमिलर लगते हैं। ये क्या है? क्लाउड वीवर, वेलोसिटी, रून, हाइव माइंड, नेपच्यून। क्या है ये? साइड किक। Oh no. These guys caught me in a mood. Bad luck for them. Vele. Yoru.
These guys caught me in a mood. Bad luck for them.
अभी भी सूनी है ना? या शुरू थोड़ी हुआ है। ठीक है। When I found eat cloud, phone, movie, snack, movie, image, actor. Okay, actor, artist, he, theater, actor, director, singer, singer, actor आया है, actor, celebrity, protagonist, dinosaur, act, enact, rich, stage, actress. What? एक्टर क्लोज है बट बाकी सब दूर क्यों हैं? क्लैप, ऑडियंस, अवार्ड, शो। क्या? विलन, हीरो, एक्टर, ऑडियंस, माइक, कैमरा, एक्शन, लाइट, एक्शन, stunt, opera, script, producer, sidekick, dialogue। अबे आंसर था व्हाट भाई ये डम था आई मीन नॉट इवन किडिंग ये डम था बट
Battlegrounds, and as we know, Q, we've got some coins once again for the boys to get.
Yeah, make sure you guys are doing exclamation point. Was it APAC South?
Yeah.
APAC South in chat to make sure you guys are getting entered in for that. If it's free, it's for me. Why not get some free Apex coins for tuning in and hanging out with your boys here on a very beautiful, whether it is a Friday or Saturday, depending on where you're at in the beautiful sphere that we call Earth. Interesting fact here, Stoney. I don't know if you know this. Actually, first time that we can say this about regional finals when it comes to ALGS, but because of the fact that they all either get done today or tomorrow, it is the 6th and the 7th. It is the 6-7 regional finals. Anyways, let's go ahead and see where we're landing again real quick for map number 4, shall we? He doesn't know it's a dude chat. I love it. Yeah, back for map 4 here for E District as we do go back one more time as we had just seen this thing land up towards City Hall. We thought that S8UL was going to be able to use that to potentially catapult themselves towards that match point. Instead, going out relatively early here, Stoney.
Yeah, it's I feel like S8UL were just very unlucky. Like we said, there's a lot of that northern side of zone in that City Hall pool. So that's what I think they felt like they were in a safe position. I feel like we've seen many of those pools go towards the south side of that City Hall side of things. So pretty unlucky for S8UL. Team Orchard doing okay in that game for me. We see an Aram victory though, and they came from Stadium. I don't think you can get any further away.
Standing top 3.
No,
Still
that was
one.
quite the trek for them. So definitely interesting. I feel like we have seen, I don't want to call it a theme because it hasn't been the case today, but I felt like there have been times throughout the course of APAC South here in the split where it's like, if you have the far rotate, you very well could find a way to come out on top. I feel like we've had quite a few of those over the course of the day. There's a chance that we could be heading down south. We very rarely
अगर हम #1 है
down towards where
और हमारे 50 नहीं
as
हुए
far as that
तो
shipyard
बाकियों के
arcade, of
कैसे
course.
होंगे
We've heard that brought up on land before, and then we ended up going down towards Shipyard Arcade. So only time will tell if that's the direction that we do go. What's going to be interesting, however, I was going to say, if we do go towards that southeastern side, a lot of the teams that would have prio are teams that haven't necessarily had the best start to their day. I mean, DKG just had a decent turnaround in game number 3 over there at Humbert Labs. They'll have decent prio here, but when you look at the rest of them, I mean, Titan Esports,
उसका focus cute boy पे है. I can
even
understand.
TYK, all still somewhat struggling here on the day.
Yes, very much struggling as we can see, but he's a lot of games
लेकिन
left.
कपिल चैट में ना कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछता है देन आई थिंक कि भाई इससे ज्यादा डम क्वेश्चन कोई कैसे ही पूछ सकता है देन कपिल उसके अगले दिन उससे भी ज्यादा डम क्वेश्चन मतलब वो हर एक दिन खुद को ही बीट करता है crazy
at some point. I feel like match point it lets those teams be able to be
Bro is competing with himself.
Hopefully, you know, you're not seeing a match or 2 or 3 match point teams by game 5 or 6, which I don't think we will. But by games 5, 6, you can start to get into the flow of things, and then by then you're still in a pretty good spot in a match point for
I
it.
see
So
no lie.
probably the best thing about
There
match
is
point,
not.
which I love, as we can see, Team Yubi with their hands full, as well as Avi just trying to stay alive for now.
dumber
We'll get
में
back into their
ट्रिपल
section.
रोज
That's going to be the
करेगा
good news as far as for now, keeping themselves as that full 3. Also, worth noting, Doom on the Rampart. We'll see a good bit of the Rampart.
कपिल
now
अपनी टीम
making
#1
appearance
थी
out on the
33 थे
servers.
लास्ट
The
गेम
fact
2
that
पॉइंट ही
they're
मिले तो
having
35 हो
been
गए
banned in that
#1
last
BTR का
game. So while it's
एक ही
not
पॉइंट था तो वो भी
necessarily
28 पे
the
है
baby
#2
comp that everyone loves to
अभी
talk
ऊपर
about,
देखो लिखा
still
है
a
अभी
lot
वापस
of
लिखा है
ability to be able to fortify your position. Not only do you have that big old Newcastle wall, as well as the mobile wall that can obviously move But you also have those rampart walls, which can also help you put down extra damage as well. So Team Ubi for now are just going to look to hunker down.
S8UL looking to move in early here, so we could see maybe a match point. Ooh, the closest team to match point, sorry, getting eliminated here early on, as it looks like zone knowledge is the key here for a lot of these people, and that's all S8UL are trying to get at the moment. The closest team to them, well, that's PXX, who are also trying to do the exact same thing. Well, with 20 squads left, I think S8UL most likely rotate to zone now.
33 थे, फिर
Now that
2
they know
पॉइंट
where
मिले
it is
तो
anyways.
35.
Yeah, I have a feeling they probably don't want to take the risk of the
They
fight
hope
out here with
35
PXX,
S8UL,
especially after the way that
victory
game 3
28.
went down. What's the sense in spending yet another game
Victory के
like
पीछे
on
और teams
the
हैं.
verge of that match point? And I
7,
know
8
some
तक
people will
उनका
probably
ज़्यादा
say, oh, they're
difference
not
नहीं
on
है.
the verge. They still got a couple bits.
If
But
they have
for a
good
team that
game,
has the ability
they
to close
can
this gap in one game, we'll call where they're
climb
at
up.
on the verge of that match point. Checking back in with Team Ubi, we have all sorts of walls to help
Victory
fortify
नहीं,
their
विराट
position. Now,
कोहली.
not only that, we've got
वो
Priscilla
VKG
out.
है,
The question
पाजी.
is, do we see her sing? It doesn't look like anyone's going to look to push onto this point of Team Ubi, at least as far as for now. And I mean, understandably so. Nobody's really going to want to take a fight into that much sort of fortification. Plus, when they hear that Sheila actually rip it, but holy moly, what shot across the direction here with the longbow is VK Gaming is going to be able to find enough.
Yeah, I think they get the kill as well, so pretty well done there by the boys of EKG. As we can see, DCG getting some downs as well, as it looks like Mama Clubs might be getting eliminated here as our
लो
first
भाई, हो
team
गया game.
off the board, and that is exactly what has happened. 19 squads now left
कौन सी
standing
team
with
हुई बाहर?
DCG.
I missed it.
KP on the board.
Mention they're a team that,
Mama.
well, having got a
Oh,
little bit of
वो लोग का तो
prio on their
गंदा ही जा
rotation,
रहा है
having landed
एकदम
at
दिन.
Shipyard, they're a team that could really use a strong game number 4, especially for a team overall came into the day in the 13th position. Remember, knowing that top 9 are the ones that go off to EWC. They're going to have a relatively strong day. You figure probably looking inside the top 5 if you want to have a realistic chance at EWC. And while they're not necessarily sitting there currently, sitting in the 13th spot, 11 points, they've at least gotten themselves a couple, one strong, top 3 with some good KP, and all of a sudden they're in the hunt.
UK Gaming, Havoc as well underneath. Haven't had the best start, but Havoc I don't feel like they had a bad game last game, Havoc, so. Only 9 points at the moment. TYK, Rendang, and BCG all around the same mark at the moment as well. So with 19 squads left standing, there's still a lot of chances here for teams at the bottom end of the leaderboard to get some points here.
It is worth noting for Havoc, who you were just talking about, while they are one of the teams that entered today just inside the bubble, they were currently sitting in 6th. They're sitting inside, I think, the bottom 5. So, depending on how some of the teams behind them continue to do throughout the course of the day, they're going to start to feel the pressure, especially as teams like a S8UL start to approach in on that match point. Here's PXX and able to find 2 that are pushing their way through the portal. I believe that's EDG that pulled up, and it's EDG who got sat down.
Yeah, but the man that they needed to stay standing was the Newcastle, and he does. But that was some pretty smart nades by the man over. Can't remember, it was PXX, I think.
Yeah.
He will stay as a solo for now. So 174 needing to find his way to a crafter to get his boys back.
Tough here. I mean, at least you got some time and you got some room, as most of the teams that are inside what is currently the second ring are all stuck over on that eastern side, shoved down between Old Town and Humbert
Match
Labs.
point 50.
Interestingly enough, Humbert Labs is where we do see, oh no, I was thinking that was where Gen G landed. Never mind, I was about to start a statement. I'm going to take that one right back and put it into my back pocket. Rendang, though, has been able to find the last one left alive for PXX, and just as much as we were saying PXX had some space to potentially find a way to get their teammates back in, they're going to watch the rest of this here from the lobby.
See how Rendang play this game. They haven't had the best start either, but they're a team that can just quietly pop off. Rendang, so let's have a look at S8UL, who found a spot in zone, and we're pretty happy with that one by the sounds of it.
I think they're the only one currently as far as in any of the building that they're in. It feels like most of the teams that have made their way to this eastern side of the zone sit in a similar sort of position. For S8UL, keeping in mind they can't win the series here even if they were to be over that 50-point threshold and win this game. They didn't start this game over that 50-point threshold. So just something to keep in mind for maybe anybody who's maybe hasn't gotten a chance to check out match point format in the past. But for them, I mean, they're just looking to try and continue to poke and prod away, right? Like, you're sitting close to that 50 points. You should be able to get majority of it here with the position they currently sit in.
TYK, very close by to HAB and W. As we can see, holding it down with the caustic for now. Team RRQ also trying to stay alive, Q. So a lot of teams, well, 18 squads exactly. Round 2, 50 seconds closing. Still standing.
मेरी साइड से अच्छा ही है डेड
we did see that lone solo from PXX taken off on our screen not too long ago. Did mention most of these teams anticipating this continuing to pull.
आपकी 4 से ज़्यादा एक्टिव मोड कहीं नहीं देखे मैंने crazy.
This ring. There are a few teams that are still off towards the west, the most western of them being Gen G.
मेरे सारे mods are my OG viewers, no?
We do currently sit on the roof.
OGest viewers.
Where we do see on your screen currently, they've had a decent day. I mean, they're sitting in 11th. They've been able to pick up a couple of points here and there. Strong game here, though, could somewhat put them in the conversation for podium.
It could. It could. And I feel like Titan Esports Club have been around for a while, so they're not a team that struggle in certain situations, but they do have a lot of experience also with matches like this. So, be interesting. Set of games, 18 squads still standing. I guess the only thing we can go and have a look at now would be the zone and exactly where that's going to pull. And well,
हर बार इतने teams बच रहे हैं.
in a pretty good spot.
अबे Titan Esports मैंने इसको अभी तो Esports Club पढ़ लिया था.
Teams packed off to the east. What are the chances that we get one of those awkward pulls back to the west? And that is exactly what the doctor ordered. You mentioned BCG in a phenomenal spot here, and now all of these teams, even S8UL, who I just talked about, I thought had a solid position if they were looking towards
S8UL will get 12 points in this match, my prediction.
Threshold.
Guys, चलो बताओ ये मैच पे अपना मैच पॉइंट हिट होगा क्या? और नहीं होगा तो कितने पॉइंट्स होंगे? सब अपना अपना प्रेडिक्शन दो चलो.
They're going to have to watch their 6 on the way in.
Gen G Esports once again on the right edge of zone. Now, we were in the right edge of zone last time, but unfortunately for them, VKG pushed them down a little bit deeper to where they probably most likely wanted to be. And that was all just because the Kraber was on the field and in the hand of one scary man. That's LG. So we'll have to wait and see how this game goes, as it is finishing on the west side here in Shipyard Arcade.
Match points 50.
Gen G will take that building right next to BCG that we were talking about. They'll be essentially in the 3 buildings on this furthermost side. On the opposite side of them is going to be DCG. So the question becomes, one, either the teams next door, do they just continue to at least find ways to get knocks, making it easy for any latecomers on in, especially off of the back of maybe a Valkyrie ult to be able to take them out. Meanwhile, while they are,
I don't remember the earlier games. मैंने तो last game के basis पे मुझे लगा.
Technically have to move. It's going to
last
be
year
Umi
best
that
था.
sits on the other side, and I think Gooby's going to be struggling
The
enough
last
with the
game was
storm
just
on
bad
the rotate
game.
Oh,
on in, which means Iram should be able to clean it up.
Jeez.
Ram to get down one, so Yubi in some trouble, but four.
Oh,
Dog Red right now in a pretty good spot to get rid of the team that won game number 3 as well. And as we can see, Gap Wang looking to maybe move in on some action. Ram, know the situation, as we can see. They're just going to have to try and play it slow for now with Dog Red pretty close by.
the Sparrow ult gets sent across, gives a chance for Kilopause to swing across the
adding
opposite
news is
way.
actually
Has the
good.
Wingman in hand. One knock has been found by Gop Wang. Unfortunately,
Chill,
that
Paji
Sparrow
है तो
doesn't find
Paji
any
को
value
बोलना।
because of that pylon there. Off of the
सब
back
Discord
of
पे
that,
news पढ़ा करो
the
daily।
Watson, but it's not
W।
going to be enough. Dogred should be able to clean this up.
One man left standing.
Just crossing
Kilopause
him.
moves in. Aram get eliminated. So just like that, Aram go out, and we now have
Chaos शुरू
16 squads left
अब आएगा
alive.
मजा।
As we can see, a lot of teams now starting to get into
15
some
हो
action.
गई।
Orchard trying to find a way in. They are down to a solo with TYK getting some KP on the board as well. As you can see, Edward Gaming trying to hold it down with Rampart fences everywhere to hide behind.
Gives them some extra coverage. That's going to be the good news, but will they be able to find a way to still stay on their feet? That is yet to be seen. We had talked about this position that S8UL was in earlier. We thought it would be good for a top 5, but then it ended up pulling over that western side. We thought they'd be one of the earlier teams to rotate. Instead, they'll be one of the last squads. So we'll have to see if they can find any sort of real estate that is comfortable enough for them to etch in for themselves. Edward Gaming, we talked about them earlier on the day. Top 10 is usually where they find themselves. Can they find a way to close that into a top 5? Dog Red ascends up over the wall, and Kilopause goes
ये
crazy.
न्यूज़ वाला देखो ना, बढ़िया लग रहा है मेरे को
Dog Red
Discord
are
पे।
starting to farm a little bit here. We have 13 squads left standing, and they look really good. The closest team to them is Havoc and Titan Esports Club. Guess who else is still standing out there, Q? That is VK Gaming, and in a pretty good position as well.
Vinay, I'm telling you, YouTube hates me for real.
So they'll be able to slow walk this thing down to the south, where I anticipate this thing will continue to close. We'll get that information, here in just a couple of moments. So as that does pull a little
मुझे
bit
आज
more
तक
towards the
free
building, that
membership
does
भी नहीं
mean
मिली
that
है,
teams
जो
like
सब
BCG
YouTubers
and
को मिलती थी
Genji
हर
have
महीने।
priority as far as the buildings
आज
that
तक
currently
नहीं
sit.
दिया मेरे को
BCG will
YouTube।
have to move just a little bit.
Rendang in a pretty good position here to try and get some KP as well. 13 squads left standing, Q. Dog Red still getting a lot of downs on the outskirts as teams are trying to rotate in as well. The problem for Dog Red is they need to get into a better position, as they have about 40 seconds to figure out where they're going to go.
And the problem is where they're
Shuriken,
at on this
Shuriken
ring,
क्या
there's a
होता
chance
है?
that they take a fight. BKG or S8UL could very well pull up for a third party. Neither of those teams are who I want to give any sort of health advantage on over to. Titan Esports Club, while they'll at least have the safety of the building during their fight, I think they will technically need to move just outside of it in order to be safe once this zone ends up closing in. They'll be able to find a re-knock onto one here onto Havoc, but I don't think that's going to give them a big enough of a green light to push forward.
Not right now. As we can see, Wolves Esports in a pretty good spot as well. Edward Gaming still alive. A lot of teams going to get eliminated here with this rotate in, you'd think. Rendang very close by as well.
Arkstar की बात कर रहे हो
13
क्या तुम?
squads still standing is insane.
This ring officially closing. You'll have some teams taking to the sky. Some team will be looking for that rotate in by
Arkstar तो एक तरह से grenade type होता है, like वो किसी legend का specific नहीं है.
If they look to take to the
you
sky,
find
they'll
it
have
in
to
loot.
reset first. Gen G, we mentioned, the building that they were sitting in does currently sit inside of this zone. As long as they can make sure that no one is able to breach the doors, this will be at least a way to find DCG knocked down in the feed. I think that's S8UL that has been able to pull up on a Gen G, but Gen G does a great job of staving them off.
Yeah, S8UL now down to a solo as well, so not looking good
Like
here
जितना
for
मुझे
our
याद है, वो
leaders
attach
at
हो
the
जाता है
moment.
enemy
Edward
पे.
Gaming
If
still
तुम
standing, Wolves
फेंकोगे
Esports still
और
standing,
enemy
and
को
I'm pretty
लग
sure
गया तो उस पे चिपक
VKG
जाता है.
are still standing as well as a full 3. Some real big names still out here.
big names out here. 10 teams still left, though. There is a lot to unfold. I think S8UL could be going out in a minute. We just saw Sharky fall with yet another ARC star. Dog Red still able to keep themselves on their feet, and they have themselves a decent position where they're at on this bridge. They've got coverage to both their left and right, and one of the most height as far as the teams that are directly around them. The question becomes, what's the safest route towards the middle part of the ring where this thing closes in?
Let's see, a lot of teams still standing. Let's go and have a look at Gen G. That's Gen G now. Have their hands full, but they're in a pretty good position. Watson pylon as well. Going to keep them alive for now. S8UL don't like their chances as Jesco, he's down to a little bit of health, and they will get eliminated at 8th position. 7 squads now left standing in our final zone.
Worth
Kitte
noting
हुए
that
हमारे
another game where we
points.
won't have anyone on match point. Well, actually, let's
Dog
not
Red.
say that just quite
Guys,
yet.
ये
Dog
तुषार
Red,
ने
yeah, I was
jinx
gonna
किया,
say, with
बता
where
रही
they're
तुम
sitting,
लोग
if they
को.
pick up quite a bit of the
ये
KP that
तुषार
are
ही
still
है.
left on the table and finish with like a top 2, there is a chance Gen G, Ziki is going to end up falling. They're inside of their building, however, so they should be able to stabilize. And the question then becomes, since they're the only team that's on this southwestern quadrant, which way do you decide to rotate?
Axel in
We
the
dead,
hand as well.
yeah,
They
we
don't have
dead.
any ultimate
Hashtag
skew, so
gay.
this is where it gets a little bit difficult for Gen G. But with the bow in the hand and KP to be had, Asia is going to find you. And just like that, Titan Esports Club, they're in a lot of trouble. Wolves Esports now, they're in some trouble as well. As you can see, BCG, they're still alive. Titan Esports Clubs get eliminated. We now have not many squads left alive. As we can see, Dog Red moving in to a better position as well.
This is actually interesting as VKG that's on the other side of this fight in the building. If they can wipe them out, they'll have complete control of the northern side of the zone. They can use that small little wall as extra coverage. TYK now going to go out. Dog Red in a top 5 position looking for a dub.
Yeah, they have their hands full though. They have brought straight into VK Gaming. QQ, the last one left standing. Gen G get eliminated as well. BCG eliminated. There's only one man left for VK Gaming. Dog Red now as a duo going up against Wolves Esports. This may be a Dog Red win, and they might be on match point. And just like that,
Match
we
point?
have a team on match
भाई
point
लोग ने
in
सीधा
game number
निकाल
5.
लिया.
I told you at the start of the day, this Dog Red squad had the capability.
नहीं,
When
अब
you
हम-
look at their experience.
अब हम
here
गिर
on
जाएंगे
Papa
थोड़ा,
Beef,
मेरे
and
हिसाब
it's
से
gonna
तो.
say Gap Wang. For those of y'all who
शायद
maybe paid more attention last year,
second
it's
भी
Gap Gap.
मेरे को
changing
लग रहा है
names,
कोई
still
और
same
टीम
players,
होगी
still
क्योंकि
same ability to lay
20
it
वाले सब
down.
close
And
थे.
you mentioned
25
it
plus
with
वाले.
that dub right there.
Oh
Dog
my
Red
God. बोला
will
था 50 हो
officially
जाएंगे.
be on
तुमने
match
S8UL का
point
बोला
off
था और
of the
तुमने
back of
jinx
a
किया है, jinx.
26-point dub.
That is insane. 26 points, and they dominated. Absolutely
God.
dominated all the way through that game. We're going to have a
भाई
look
तो
at the match
सीधा आ
summary.
गए
Well,
भाई ऊपर.
Dog Red with a 26-point game. That is right. They just
Pistol.
got half of what their score was
भाई
before
26
this.
तो बहुत ज्यादा है.
Before this
अपने
game,
तो
they were
4
on
ही
26
है.
points. They just
39
dropped
ही
26
हुए.
points in one game. They will be
39
moved
ही हुए यार अपने तो.
thing in to game number 5 as the only team on match point. And as we can see, for the series overall, Dog Red
Oh shit.
pretty comfortably in the lead.
39,
Dog
36,
Red
33
comfortably in the
आसपास ही है ये तीन.
They're on match
S8UL
point.
Wolves
I
victory.
would say S8UL are within striking distance of match point, but we've been saying that for a while now, so we're gonna have to
भाई
kind
Dog
of
Red
hold
क्या
on to our hats and
climb
see how
की
that
है.
one does shake out. But it is worth noting that we are getting to this point where over the course of the next couple
हाँ
of
ना,
games,
hate
there
तुषार
will
भाई.
be more
W,
teams
hate
joining
तुषार.
Dog Red on match point. So while it feels good to get that win under the belt, put yourself over the 50-point threshold, getting the match point is one thing. To then pick up a dub is another. And like I just said for Dog Red,
They
down
will
at
not get
18th
MD in
point,
next
it
match
feels
as
like
well.
it is win or your split
I
number one is
know.
done.
I don't know.
Oh, I guess
ये
we
तो
better go
सारे
and see
jinx
which
किया है.
team. Oh, sorry, which legend is
Gunda.
banned now, Q. And moving forward, we are
Gunda.
going to have no more Newcastle. That means Gibby, Newcastle gone here in game 3 and 4. Valkyrie very close by, getting banned for game number 5, but she stays alive for now. But I'm pretty sure she's going to probably get banned next as we head back to Olympus here for game
ये तो
number
real
5.
hater
And as we can
निकला,
see, 2
guys.
supports, 1 assault, and 1 recon
एकदम
banned
real.
so far after our first 4. We'll go and have a look. As we can see, Dog Red will get a win here for match 3 and 4. And of course, the 2 teams that do not have a logo decide to win here today.
I can't help but chuckle a little bit. Victory Esports won the first. I'm like, yeah, usually in APAC South, we don't see many teams pick up a dub on single digits. And it takes until game number 4 for us to see a double-digit win. But hey, big shout out to Dog Red. We just talked about able to put themselves up to match point off of the back of that. And I do have to agree with your point on the Valkyrie. If we don't see it here, getting banned on Olympus, you would feel like surely going back to Storm Point would be where it's taken off of the board. So we'll have to wait and see there. But while we do have a couple of minutes before loading in this next lobby, I know it's been a couple of, I guess it's been, what, 2 games? Yeah, let's see how our top kills leaders are looking moving forward. Or actually, we'll look at those POI. Tony, are you following my lead? I'm so sorry, my guy. Yeah, let's take a quick lead here at those kill leaders. It was Gop Wang, who we just saw popping off there towards the end with their teammate Kilopause. In that first and second position, 11 and 9. Sharky and Legacy from S8UL with 9 and 7. And then Crazy Kong winding down that top 5 as well. As when we look at damage, Wolves no name. Can't say we're too surprised seeing him sitting at the top there. Fafa Thief, when QQ and LQ Dud rounding out the top 5 there. So definitely a lot of our usual suspects, both on kills and damage. What's interesting is the Wolves having 2 players at the top as far as damage, but still, I think just shy of the podium when we look at overall leaderboards. Of course, for them, they came in 2 today, sitting in the number 1 spot. So not like they're really feeling too pressed, but still finding a way to be able to at least find a way to damage, put a lot of damage on the server. Always fun to watch.
We're going to have a look at the Olympus POIs again as we are heading back here for game number 5. And well, we did have a game, was it game 2 finish on the eastern side of the map? Will we see that again, Q, or are we heading towards some of the well-known end zones here in
भाई
Rift
नाइट
and
बोर्ड भी
Bonsai?
मेरे को इग्नोर कर रहा है.
Yeah, I feel like
Night
I
board
wouldn't
भी मेरे को
mind seeing a
ignore
Rift
कर रहा
zone
है.
just because I feel like for Dog Red, this is going to be your best chance at a dub win ski here is if it ends up there. You've
गंदा
got a
नाइट
lot of,
बोर्ड.
I feel like you'd have a prio onto that rotation. We've seen teams who are landing where Dog Red is, or at least in that general vicinity, be able to
शुरू
rotate
करो.
to
अरे
those buildings that
मिनी
are
गेम्स
just
खेल
up
सकती
north and
थी
be able
मैं.
to find a relatively strong end game there, because we did just mention, right? This is going to probably be Dog Red's best chance at taking home the dub,
भाई
because
imagine
more
they
than
win.
likely, if not
Imagine
S8UL,
they
somebody
win.
else surely, if not over the
No.
course of this game, over the course of the next 2, going to be joining them, which just makes it more and more likely that somebody else is able to pick up the dub.
I don't know if I have this on here. There is a pretty cool stat about how many times they have won on a map, but I don't think I have it on at the moment, which I can put it on the next break that we have. But so far, so good for Dog Red, and they are going to be the only team on match point moving into Olympus. The best thing about Olympus for S8UL is, well, S8UL performed pretty well over on Olympus, and they're pretty close to match point as well, Q, which means that we may see 2 teams on match point after this game.
Yeah, there's a good chance. I mean, even for S8UL, right? Like, they don't even necessarily need a win to move up into like that match point. So even like, let's say S8UL gets like a top 3 or 4 with a handful of KP, and one of those teams that's sitting in that, you know, like 3rd through 6th spot ends up as well, there's a chance that you could add 2. So again, I think that just goes to reinforce the point for Dog Red here. You know, it really feels like if you are going to punch it across, it has to be sooner than later. Again, a team that we know with their experience, it's essentially what 2/3 that 5-year roster, and then you got Kilopause added on in. You would have expected them to have already been in contention for those top 9 spots. So definitely feeling the pressure of needing a Dubberooski here today. You've shown the ability to stack points
Worms.
across that 50-point
Yes,
threshold.
नहीं है.
Plus, you've already picked up a dub
Wormy.
here today as well. So you've proven to yourself that you can do it.
That's true. That's true. Remember, chat, there is coins to be won
MOR.
today. Apex South is the keyword in chat. For everyone that is asking about drops in chat, if there was drops, saying that there's drops, that means that we have drops. If there's not drops, that is just because EA or Apex, whatever, have decided that it's not the right time to put drops on. So if you guys want your drops, it most likely have to be when I play Apex stream is on, which is tomorrow, June 7.
अगर M last
But we
में
are
हो
here
सकते हैं क्या?
about to get into
For
game number 5. It looks like everyone is choosing their legends.
Oh my
as we
god,
speak.
M से start है.
Is there any team you really want to talk about here moving into these next lot of games?
Maybe it's bias because I picked them to win. But Gen G, as far as where they're sitting on the leaderboard, if my memory serves me right, they're at like 11th or 12th as far as on the day. And they're a team that like is sitting just inside the bubble. But because of those
Oh my
influx
god,
in
मेरे
points,
दिमाग में ही नहीं आया.
as well as, you know, how close the
I
right now
forgot
that
Morph word
qualifying
exists.
line is looking.
दिमाग
Things are
ही
starting
बंद
to look
हो गया.
scary for Gen G, especially if they continue to struggle putting up
Morph
points. I
दिमाग
feel
में
like
नहीं आया.
historically games 4, 5, and 6 have been a little tougher for Gen G. Of course, I say that, and last week, game number 6, we saw them pick up a dub. But just historically through the season, as the compositions have turned to a little bit more of a defensive composition, that has been tough. Ask and you shall receive, I suppose. I said I wanted to see something up north just because it does feel like Dog Red on the verge of putting themselves into EWC. And well, if we end up going to Rift, we mentioned those buildings up towards the north, up where that one player from Dog Red currently sits. There's a chance that they could be finding themselves a prime chance to end things here in game number 5.
And they get a pretty good position here, Q, as well. Do Dog Red for game number 5 to be able to finish it here.
Game number
And I do
5.
like this POI.
बस खत्म है
the way that
guys.
they
Dog Red
like
जीत रही है,
a lot of
खत्म
teams
है.
go into it pretty smart. Now you got to obviously
Dog Red
realize
जीत रही है.
that you're pretty close.
I'm
to
here अब आएगा अच्छा
zone
match.
Well, you know, if we get Rift, but you're most likely going to
Dog
see
Red
Rift
जीत
no
रही है,
matter what.
खत्म है 5 गेम में.
As you can see,
खत्म है,
though, Team Orchard, they're looking to maybe move in to Dog Red. They
Last
most likely
game.
know that Dog Red are close by, Q, and maybe they feel comfortable with getting some KP and getting rid of the match point team here early on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think especially for Orchid, where they sit not only on the day, but overall in the standings when you talk about trying to make sure that they can qualify in that top 9 for EWC, surely they're going to look to try and take this team out relatively early. They're like, white tees, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go up onto the hunt. We went full send actually into Rift itself. Maybe not worried about Dog Red itself, but maybe just more worried about priority as far as
क्या बात
position
है
inside
यश.
Rift.
Victory Esports making their way into zone as well. Orchid now have found their way in. Edward Gaming have found their way in. We have a lot of teams playing zone here early, Q. And just like that, Yubi down to a solo as it looks like Havoc getting some KP on the board.
It's tough here too. You mentioned how all
Hello,
these teams are already
Dabby.
starting to rotate their way on in. So while maybe there's ability to respawn in the vicinity, are any of these teams that have rotated going to give you that ability to reset in the vicinity is going to be the question. I guess at least a good chance of being able to counter rotate and find a spot somewhere, but only time will tell. Rendang of the squads that has already made their way into Rift. Rendang has had a relatively quiet day though, so they will need to find a way to really use game 5 as their catalyst, especially since they are in a similar situation to what we've been talking about Dog Red, pretty much requiring a match point win if they're going to want to find themselves into EWC.
Titan Esports Club, looked like they were maybe chasing Wolves Esports. They do get one down on Wolves, and now Wolves are down to a duo. HAP and W now. They look like they're moving into some action, and well, they're just trying to find the solo from UV, the Sheila in their hand. Oh, they're not going to be able to get it. But Doom and Abby come back in.
मेरे
You're
को
still
क्यों
plus
दो?
one at this point, right?
6%
You're
झूठ
up
है.
an extra player than you were
झूठ
earlier.
है.
Unfortunately, not going to be full strength, but it's still at least something. And there's still a chance to be able to make a play to get back to full strength here as well. We had mentioned HABNW since the change just a couple of weeks ago. It seems like they've started to figure things out, but unfortunately today is going to be their last crack at it. Victory Esports getting some shots sent their way, because Sands is going to be able to keep themselves standing, and of course that pylon with the passive for the extra regen helping them as well. The problem is they're catching shots from multiple directions here, Sony.
Yeah, look who it is. Dog Red fighting for where they think Godspot will be, and they know that there's only one man left standing.
इन्होंने तो VTR को बाहर ही कर दिया.
And this team right now, Q, looks scary.
We've been wondering where this has been from Dog Red all split long. I'm
भाई
glad to see
टारगेट
it
करो
now.
भाई इनको.
It is unfortunate though that they feel the pressure that they're feeling, because they have to finish top 2 and not 2. It has to be a win here today with where they sit. The good news is that they are able to pull off the dub in this game. It's done and dusted. They're the only team that's on that match point. The problem though is with match point, it does have to end on a dub, and we all know how hard it is after you've picked up one in an ALGS lobby to pick up a second.
Especially in this lobby when you've got teams like S8UL, VKG, Gen G, Wolves. I mean, the list goes on how big these names are and how good they are as well. Well, for Dog Red, they definitely have their work cut out for them, but the best thing about it, Q, is they may be the only team for a couple of games on match point, so they get a fair few chances here early on.
Yeah, I guess at least the good news with so many of the teams prioritizing a rotation into Rift is you won't have a lot of those teams that are, you know, close to match point really being able to frag out. Generally, we see that I feel like Olympus, while it does at times offer a faster rate of play, you don't tend to see as many teams popping off for like double-digit games other than the two, you know, a couple of teams that finish in those top 3 where you're getting a majority of those off of placement itself. So definitely a good chance to, like you said, be on that match point for a couple by yourself here. We had seen them be able to have a decent performance, was that 2 games ago. Seeing if they can add to their tally here. Has the Sheila in the back pocket of Shizu as they do slowly walk up the shield. And oh my goodness, the nice amplification off the back of the wall as well.
One man now left standing. Everyone is pretty weak though. No, not trying to heal themselves. And well, Refrain, he's pretty weak as well. If he gets his spat off, we may see somehow Titan Esports Club win this. He's won!
Yes, Sandeep, I saw that.
Shot in the back. Song Yu gets the job done.
Is that also remake? क्योंकि वेरोनिका पहले भी आया है ना?
Who's gonna keep this beautiful beast running?
That is unfortunate, but that is the life of a battle
अगले साल
royale,
आएगा
man.
खैर.
You think you have an isolated fight, and all of a sudden there's someone taking pop shots from a distance. Team Orchid, they've been relatively quiet here today. I know this was your pick, Stoney, as far as coming out on top. We know that they have the ability to find that spark. We've seen them do it
बढ़िया यार,
at
next
times
year
throughout
एक
the course
और नया
of
आरी
the
खेलने मिलेगा
split.
यार.
It just seems like today they've really struggled to put things together.
18 squad still standing. Havoc pretty close by to the lads as well. TYK, well, they look like they're okay at the moment.
आप नहीं भागे सिटीजन में नहीं. मैं भागती तो सब लोग बहुत पीछे रह जाते. 1 मिनट में ही मेरा रन खत्म हो जाता है. इसके लिए मैंने कहा रहने दो.
About match point, there's a lot of games hopefully left if Dog Red don't decide to win this one.
I'm gonna say it all depends on Dog Red this game right
97%
now.
that is a
That
lie.
portion of the zone that
Dude.
I had talked about earlier.
Any
far
KP
up
ये
on this
game का? I
northwestern
don't
side,
think
not
so.
quite in the buildings because it's not
अपना
quite
fight
over
नहीं
there.
हुआ
Although
है
you will see
शायद
the
से.
building that they were playing earlier, still
Yep,
technically
39 ही
inside
है.
the zone, and the only one that would be playing over on this power
39
grid
ही है
side of
अपना.
the
No
wall
points. No
that they would
KP.
have to worry about would be Mama Club. So as we do see that this ring will continue pulling in that direction, as long as Dog Red can play their cards right, they could very well be in position to win it here.
They're in a pretty good spot. Now, I'm pretty sure we saw Team RRQ win a game here, maybe game 2, game 3. So, sorry, week 2, week 3 of Split 1, but haven't seen a very Northern Rift pool for a while. here for Apex South. We'll have to wait and see how this game is going to end. But with 18 squads left standing, Dog Red, the only team on that far northern side of the zone. They're in a pretty
जहाँ
good
से
chance
जमीन ऐसे ब्रेक हो
to try
जाती
and
भाई
hand
आधा
this
आधा
up, like
नीचे
you
पहुंच
said.
जाते
And well,
सब लोग.
BCG, they're trying to find
Of
their
course
way in the
not
zone
me.
as
मैं तो
well.
आगे निकल जाती क्योंकि
In
I'm
front
too
of them
fast.
is Wolves Esports.
Too much resident content लेके आ
not
रही
help their
है.
cause.
ना DLC तो आया नहीं अभी तक. बट ठीक है यार.
Lose here for now for
ऐसा
Wolves, but
इतने amazing
be
game
surprised to see
series
them
का
be
इतना
able to
ज़्यादा
upgrade
हमें
that
मिले तो
relatively
not bad.
soon. You see no name on that Axel. I would say makes this Wolves esports squad a little bit more scary, especially with them out here on the edge of the ring. Nice play by Crazy Kong. Wen's already fallen though, and Crazy Kong ends up falling next. And there's a chance that Wolves esports could go out here.
Yeah, Wolves could get eliminated. This is a, what is it, a 1v2 situation. Oh my god, movement. No name. Nearly doing it to BCG like that would have been insane, but Heck does get the cleanup. Wolves Esports get eliminated. We have only 17 squads left standing.
This BCG team has been so mind-blowing to me, this split here, Stoney. We saw them have a great match day number one, and then they've just kind of slowly fallen off since then. We've seen flashes of what we just saw on our screen, a great isolated fight with Wolves Esports, a team that generally does not lose isolated 3v3s, but just for some reason they've struggled to be able to put series together. The good news for BCG, where they're at in 12th, still a chance to be able to pull it off here today, but they've got to start making some noise because they've had a quiet one here through the first 4 games.
But they have. UB now, another team having a pretty quiet day. They're going to make their way into zone with 17 squads left standing and everyone knowing that Rift is the place to be. Pretty hard to try and find a spot somewhere safe for now.
They can find their spot here. They'll at least tuck their way in towards the door. No Watson to be able to use as far as fences to lock things down, but you do have those walls from the rampart to one, be able to play around for safety, but also potentially amplify damage as well. Here's BCG. Will start to make their way into Rift here on the far eastern side. Heck has already fallen.
S8UL versus BCG हो रहा है.
45, but misses everything.
S8UL,
Let's go.
Sharky getting all
BCG
3
out.
kills, cleans up BCG.
Legacy को
Legacy
उठाओ.
is still down. But no one very close
got
by
3
to
KP
moving on
guys.
the action queue.
50,
So 16
sorry,
squads
42
left to
now.
right. BCG maybe being a little too aggressive in that rotate down. We'll go and have a look though and see where this zone is pulling. And well, oh my god, Dog
Hi,
Red, if you
Nabul
think
bhai,
you're in a good
what's
spot,
up?
you're in a pretty tough one
उसका
now.
आज तक मैंने सब खेल ही नहीं
Oh,
रही.
you're in the
खराब चल
doghouse
रहा है
right
अब
now
उनका.
if you're Dog Red. You got to pull past everybody, and you got some fighting squads between where you are and where you need to go. This is going to be a good pool, though, for teams like RRQ, who won't have nearly as far as they need to rotate. Definitely an interesting composition looking at this one here. I mean, we've got the Catalyst with the Seer on top of the Valve. They'll take to the skies, however, as they look to rotate on. Oh, don't tell me they're going to go all the way to the north here, Stoney.
Well, hopefully not. They can see the zone just change, so hopefully that's enough time for them to go back to where they just were. So they will try and figure out where to play. But now they're just going to have to try and hold it down on this south side of zone. Relove DCG, well, they're very close by as well. And with that rotate back, I understand that, well, they're in a pretty good spot.
If DCG tries to make a play just over the way there towards RRQ, probably not just in the mere sense that you don't know who's in the surrounding area. I mean, 16 squads still left alive with 50 seconds left until this fourth ring goes on. Any sort of prolonged fight ends up being a death sentence to both teams that are involved.
Eliminated.
Will be able to take out S8UL. That's going to be good news for Rendang when it comes to potentially having more time on match point solo.
No.
Well, S8UL, they're in a pretty good spot. Dog Red now, and they have their hands full, Q, and this rotate in is going to be so tough for those boys with 14 squads still alive.
It could get the benefit of the fact that it does seem like Aram more focused on moving forward than potentially clearing their 6. I'm not sure if they know that there's still a potential of a team that could pop in behind them. And I mean, understandably so. Things have been quiet enough here at Power Grid.
It depends. अगर डॉग रेड ये मैच जीत गई तो ये लास्ट होगा. क्योंकि उनका मैच पॉइंट हो रखा है पहले से.
Same thing here for Dog Red. The only thing for Dog Red is you are sitting on the triple.
मुझे भी वही फीलिंग आ रही है 7.
As much health, especially losing about 50% of your health to the ring itself, you have to be safe on this rotate.
भाई
See
डॉग
how
रेड
they
करने
go here
वाली
with
है,
this
गेम करने
rotate
वाली है.
in. Rendang close by to them. PXX as well. Dog Red now. Well, they're alive for now. Q in a pretty good spot, but like you said, the shield situation may be a little bit hard for them to hold it down. And we're gaming as a duo on the backside as well, with Dog Red pretty close to them also.
14 squads left. The XX taking this fight to this team on the height, doing a great job of holding them off. Team Orchid ends up falling in the fourth spot, which is definitely unfortunate for them. We were talking about how they were really looking to try and get some momentum.
वो लोग अभी बाहर हो गए हैं और अपना भी मैच पॉइंट भी नहीं हुआ है.
Rendang currently
We still need 8 points.
leaders is looking to try and find a reset.
अभी Dog Red ये गेम देखो जीतना पॉसिबल है Dog Red के लिए.
Position, but they're going to have to leave here in just a couple minutes.
But they rule, a lot of rotating needing to happen for a lot of teams here in a
Guys,
second.
हमारी
And
team
with
qualified
gaming
है
still alive,
वैसे.
just
Like,
for now, Sheilas are coming out from both team
भी नहीं आए तो ऐसे
Havoc,
नहीं है.
with their hands
नहीं है
full.
कुछ.
Aram looking to move in as well. There's a lot of teams left standing. Edward Gaming
मतलब
trying to stay
they will just lose
alive.
this
It is all
specific
up to the
tournament.
Watson. But I don't like his chances with Havoc still on their tail. Edward Gaming get eliminated. Let's go and have a look at VK Gaming as they move in to try and get a cheeky little third party. One Dog Red just got eliminated.
Dog Red goes out, so that means no match point teams going to be left alive as we move into the top 10. Who can join them on match point is the question. PXX will be watching the rest of this one from the lobby. It does feel like BK Gaming have a chance to potentially put themselves over that 50-point threshold. They would need to pick up a decent chunk of the KP that's left in this lobby.
That they would. RRQ now very close to
Code
Gen
Red
G
अगर ये game
Esports. They get the
Dog
nice
Red.
CS scan here. The cap Q's coming out
Dog
as
Red
well,
अगर
which is
ये
going to
game
help
नहीं
them. They
जीती
do
तो
need
एक
to
और game
rotate
होगा.
more towards the side they're looking at. And as we can see, a lot of teams, though, Q, starting to make their way towards where these teams are on the south side of zone.
Clubs gets removed. RRQ will now be able to use the Dark Veil to at least cut line of sight for part of the lobby as they look to continue their rotate on in. Team Ubi gonna be taken out here, out in the 7th spot.
हो गई क्या?
Only one left alive here currently for
क्या
Gen
बात कर रहे हो
G. I don't
कब?
think they'll be able to make a play for
हो
those
गई?
death box respawns either. So just simply
Let's
trying to see
go.
how much of those
Code Red हो गया
points
Dog Red का.
they
देखा?
can pick up
गलती से
from
सही
here.
हो गया.
They have a tough rotate. They're going to be rotating uphill, and they've got a long ways to go.
And they got a lot of work to do here. Team RRQ, they have to try and pick who to push here, Q, because they put themselves in the middle of so many teams. Strafing Flame's going to get eliminated. It is all now down
किसी
to
और का
Pricey.
match
That
point
nade
hit हो सकता है
is so
क्या?
lucky that he had his shield up just then. But Aram looking pretty good here at the moment with only 6 squads left. HABNW, Aram, RRQ, Rendang, VK Gaming, and Relove DCG.
No guys, हमारी टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई है ये मैच से.
Where Rendang is at, along with
50
BKG.
होता है
As
smash
long as
point
Rendang
और
can make
कोई
sure that
team ले
BKG
सकती
doesn't
है.
third their third,
Virat
they
Kohli
should be
gaming
fine.
भी
Because
है.
BKG technically looking to the opposite side of the zone, whereas Rendang
और वो
is looking
ARAM.
up towards the direction of HABNW. It doesn't look like they've been able to find an opening as of yet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the zone, RRQ in a tough spot. Pricey, the last one left
BKG
alive,
और वो
and ends up getting taken out.
ARAM वाले ले सकते हैं
BKG
match
only
point.
7
बाकी
points
के लिए
away
तो
from
नहीं
match
होगा.
point 2, by the way. They could hit match point this
BKG
game.
पे
which
but
would
अभी
be
तक एक ही KP है.
very interesting going into game number
बड़े लोग
6,
जीत सकते
considering
हैं
they
ना ये
won
वाला.
game 6 on match point yesterday in scrim, so they know
हो सकता है
where
इनका.
or how to play these situations. VKG now though, they have their hands full. They need to stay alive for this to be able to work.
They'll come down to at least break line of sight on a couple. That doesn't stop people from spraying through, though, and finding connection. We had talked about this long uphill rotate that they were going to have earlier, that they still face here now. I really like this elevated angle for Relove DCG. They'll be able to take pop shots at a couple of teams. It's like shooting fish in a barrel here, but they're not going to be able to find any knocks.
SHIRO is just getting so much damage right now, as we can see. He has the angle. The swarm comes out as well. He realizes there's not many left standing. He's going to move in to try and clean up the last member. He does get it. There's now only 2 squads left alive, and DCG win game number 5 here in our match point regional finals.
I like that elevated position.
दोनों का ही नहीं हुआ, अभी भी सिर्फ dog ready है.
Slowly whittle away at all of the teams. The good news is that puts them up to within contention, or should I say striking distance of match point. The bad news is it's still only striking distance because they had been struggling through the course of the first 4 games.
But
so
कितनी सारी teams close आ गई यार.
19
Like next
point
में
win.
ले
They're still only
सकते हैं
sitting at
match
32
point अगर
points here,
next
so.
में भी ये नहीं जीती तो.
Very interesting game, that is for sure. Match winners right there. DCG with a 7-kill victory. That's a nice little 19-point game for the boys. DCG with a 19-point game. Rendang also with a 19-point game. HABNW third. VK Gaming fourth. Aram in the top 5. And that is how it looks after that game. We're going to have a look at the series overall, though, going into game number 6. And I think we still only have 1 match point team.
Yeah.
We should, if my math does serve me right. Yeah, VKG
46,
close.
42,
They'll be at 46,
37,
as they will technically also
36.
overtake S8UL at this
ये
point.
top 5
But
तो
it's
बहुत ही
Dog
close है
Red
match
first,
point
still
के.
the only team on match point. VKG, S8UL, Wolves, and Aram. And now that makes things a little more interesting for a team like Victory Esports, because they now see themselves slowly moving down the list. Again, Victory Esports, a team that came in today just outside the bubble in 10th. And if they continue to struggle to put up points, while teams like RRQ, PXX, Gen G, and the likes just behind them at least continue to add to their tally, what looked like a day that could very well send them off to Paris could end up being their demise.
I and E.
Yes, we need to know now. What everyone else would like to know is if Valkyrie is finally off the board, and well, she definitely is. 17 times she was picked in that game. And it like Mad Maggie was very close by as well. So that is Valkyrie gone moving forward, Q, which makes the bands pretty interesting, and the legend compositions moving forward very, very interesting.
Yeah, it should be really intriguing, especially after this next game. Because generally when we go into game number 6, we're always like, well, if there was another game, this legend would be banned. But unless we go into game number 6 and Dog Red is able to pick up a W as we move back to the back-to-back for Storm Point, we will indeed be seeing that ban coming into play for the following of the compositions here.
अच्छा B तो था ही नहीं, my bad हो
गया. Through 5 maps thus far. We've had 5 different winners. As a matter of fact, I would say other than S8UL, a lot of unlikely contenders coming out on top through these first 5.
भाई IE ही है ना, मुझे डर लग रहा है.
And even Dog Red to be as aggressive and strong that they've been so far is very, very something that we're not used to seeing, because Aram, I think they're only 14 points away from match point as well. So they have no pushovers today. They're looking pretty good here in game. In the games for our regional finals, but Q, you're right, we are heading back to Storm Point, which means we've got back-to-back Storm Point games, which means back to Storm Point POIs.
And you'll see a lot of teams prioritizing Storm Point, and I think part of that is because of where it landed within the draft. It is indeed, we'll be here for maps both 6 and 7, which is generally where we start to see match point games, at least online, typically start to wrap up that 7, 8, and 9 range. So we'll see a lot of those. You look at the map picks both on the left and right side of your screen. A lot of those
Live
teams
live, whatever.
utilizing those, especially top 10 picks. Looking
N
at, you know,
N नहीं किया मैंने try.
EDG,
यार
Havoc,
इसमें तो बहुत
Gen G,
सारे हो
R,
सकते
Q,
हैं.
even VKG, right? Like all of them
K कर
prioritizing
लिया मैंने.
Storm Point. So we'll see if
V
things
नहीं
end
try
here
किया.
or if they end up going past after the next two games.
किया है क्या V?
Have to wait and see. We'll go and have a look
N
at
भी
the
नहीं
heat map
किया
one more time and see
यार.
where majority of
भाई
the
अब
Storm
तो
Point zones finish, and it was a lot in that Jurassic side of things.
line करूँ या live करूँ?
Which would be interesting.
Line
Dog Red
करूँ या
landing in
live
that
करूँ?
area, and right where I just saw Dog Red's little square is literally where it's brightest on the map here for Storm Point. So definitely going to
Line.
be keeping an eye on the ring information here early.
वाह.
Moving in to not only map number
खैर मैं अगर
6,
live भी
but
करती
map
तो
number
next में
7
मेरा
as
line
well, as
सही
we
हो
are
जाता.
going to be
Next वही
going
था
into the
क्योंकि.
back-to-back, as we do have that snake draft sort of style here with the maps, and we are playing all three on the day. And not to beat a dead horse, because this is probably going to be the last chance that we do get to say it, but this is going to be probably the easiest of a chance that Dog Red has to completing their series and coming out on top. Because when you look at some of the teams that are threatening now to cross over that match point threshold, it's a lot of your heavy hitters here, Stoney.
Yeah, it is. And like we said, there's a lot of teams that are starting to really warm up. That is teams like VK Gaming, who were just in that top 5 situation as well. And I mean, if you have teams like DCG who are starting to wake up to things, they know how to win on games like that. Scary. And S8UL, I mean, they're
Italy से
quiet since game number
90.
2, but they're a team that do pick it up very quickly as well, even though they've been quiet in the last couple of games.
Italy के पास.
And even for them, keep in mind a handful of points here in game number 6, and all that matters moving forward is that you're already on match point, right? I know you and I always like to have the talk during match point, you know, for the teams who already picked up a win. How much harder is it to pick up that second win? S8UL obviously would be added into that conversation, but
अरे यार गलत डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं. इटली के पास क्या आता है? क्रोएशिया भी वही है.
They're a team who would be surprised to pick up multiple wins in a day. So while they have been quiet, you know that they still have that ability that to pop off as long as they ain't heard that bell yet. You know?
Poland भी.
100%. I mean, Wolves Esports as well. I mean, they haven't been quiet, but they've been quiet. If that makes sense. Like they're 37 points, but they have been pretty quiet on that back end of it.
सोचना चाहिए था क्योंकि उधर की कंट्रीज नहीं आ रही थी ना. मुझे लग रहा था नीचे जो डॉट्स दिख रहे हैं
into game number 6. It does look like we are, well, as we all know, only heading into game 6 with one team on match point, which is, like you said, probably more daunting for Dog Red being the only team on match point. I feel like there's way more pressure on Dog Red to get this win. I feel like when there's 7, 10 teams, you kind of feel, I don't know, a little bit more relaxed in that situation compared to being the only team on match point.
Yeah, I mean, right now all eyes are on you. It even felt like in that last game, it looked like maybe Orchid had pushed into Power Grid a little quicker, expecting to see if they could take that fight, right? Try to take the one lone team that's on match point and put them back into the lobby and extend the series a little bit longer. That's still going to be the case. However, I think worth noting, the later it gets, the harder it is to remember or keep in mind what type of composition teams are running, right? Like the later you get, you're going to be running into, we're now at the point, especially after this game, you get into game 7, 8, and 9, teams haven't had to put together compositions with this many band legends. So one, fun in the sense for us as viewers, we get to see what these talented players are putting together, but two, it makes the job that much tougher for the teams that are out on the server as well. But you were talking about this graphic right here. We get to take a look at teams who have won on certain maps. We're going towards Storm Point. Technically, this is the map that Gen G has found the most success on. They're still a bit of ways from match point, however.
Yeah, Dog Red have had a win on this map as well. Seems like they've only won on Storm Point and Olympus. So Oh, we have two
भाई वाइटी के
chances
दिन आ
now
गए
for
हैं
Dog Red to get another win
बहुत पहले आ
on
गए थे
this map. And the crazy thing for S8UL, they have not won a single game on Storm Point.
Yeah, we
I
won
think the
on
crazy thing to me looking at this
Olympus.
graphic is with as consistent as S8UL is.
अभी फिर से Olympus
I
है
would
ना
have expected
next
them to have
and
more
then
wins.
Storm
Granted, we
Point
only
है
have
last.
2 teams that have picked up 4, so it's not like they're like lacking in that department. I don't know. I just would have expected some of our heavier hitters. I feel like in the past have had more game wins, but I think that also just goes to show. We mentioned earlier on the day how that that gap at the top has seemingly closed. I think we're even seeing a lot of that on this graphic here.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G as well. Look how many
Two
times
Storm
they have had a win on Storm Point. So
Nice.
being the team with the most wins on
I think
Storm
दोनों
Point,
map
I mean,
है
Havoc close to them
एक
as well.
Olympus है एक
Relove
Storm Point
DCG
है
and TYK.
क्योंकि
So
पहले एक Storm
it's an
Point हुआ
interesting
फिर
stat.
Olympus
There's
दो
a
ही
lot
district
of
अभी वो
obviously
दोनों
stats that
होंगे
go into Apex as a whole, and I do think this one is a good one when it comes down to the match point side of things, just because you need a win queue to win. So it is not as easy as it seems, as we can see on here with this graphic, how hard it actually is to get a victory.
I think the other thing that's interesting when you look at the 2 teams that have been able to pick up 4 map
और
wins,
अपना
they
score
tell 2
है
very
अभी
different
ये जो
stories
42
going into today. Wolves, they had 4 map
Storm
wins.
Point
Well,
है
they entered into regional finals the most secured of any team. The other team was Gen G, and while they do technically sit inside the bubble, they still need to be able to perform today. So, and especially where you think, or where you consider where they sit right now, heading into game number 6, kind of middle of the pack. Gen G's going to be feeling a lot of pressure here going into this back-to-back on Storm Point.
But they are. That they are. Let's see where this zone goes. Are we going to have a Cedo, maybe Mill zone here? Or we're going to have a
Thank you,
barometer, maybe Jurassic?
Pachi.
And oh, it is going to be a barometer zone, and that is Victory Esports in a pretty good spot here, Q, to set up in the main building before the rest of the squads start to make their way down.
Generally, we see that's where those squads like to be able to post up if you land there and you get to pull that
Clap
direction.
करो
So we'll see
भाई
if they'll be able
S8UL
to
जीतेगी तब
get
करूँगी
looted and booted and be able to secure that top floor in time. I think the question then becomes, who's going to be able to pick up some of those other spots that are close? I mean, for VK Gaming, Wolves Esports, they won't have too far to rotate, and both of them in a position with a decent game. They could also put themselves over that match point. I mean, VKG, they only need like 4 points.
They do. They do. Just a couple of kills and make it to the 15th. Top 15 teams is all they really need here for game number 6. Now, remembering everyone that is watching this amazing Apex Legends, only one team on match point, and that is Dog Red. But looks like a Ram landing on a building with a team already in it, and it looks like Chizu doesn't want any part of that right now.
We have seen that when this zone has gone down here
I have
towards
this
Barometer,
soul.
we've seen teams try and play those back buildings. That's actually where Victory Esports is at. Interesting to see Victory Esports prioritize this over that top floor over at Barometer. Maybe they know something I don't, or maybe they're cooking a special recipe that they've got in mind. But again, we've seen a lot of teams find some success from these backmost buildings. Even where ARAM's at should be a decent spot as far as for priority.
I'm hoping ARAM don't see VC, who has DC'd. If they do, hopefully they don't shoot him.
हाँ?
Wait and see. Havoc now getting into
अभी
some
से
action
लगा
as they're
लिया।
making their way into zone as well. As
भाई
it
रामपाट
seems like
अभी से
Victory
बैठ
Esports are
गई
playing more of the south side of Barometer here, Q, instead of this main building that we'd usually see them play if it was a Barometer zone.
I wonder if that's part of the reason we see Victory Esports taking that back building. If that DC came through before it, might as well protect your boy versus prioritizing a position with just 2. But it does mean Havoc will be able to play on this top side. Havoc will play on this farther side on the top and catch teams on their rotate on in. Able to take a couple of pop shots. Already been able to upgrade most of their Evos up to that second level of the blue. Looking over at GOOO as well as Ken. Zoyo have too much to go, but they also have that breach charge, which will help them collect that up just a little bit quicker.
Wolves Esports is who they're looking at the moment. Oh no, sorry, Wolves are on the other side, so it must be another team. Is Rendang making their way into zone as well. So a lot of teams starting to make their way to zone, and it looks like it was VK Gaming that are playing underneath a ram.
Mention for VKG, just a couple of points. That's all you need. So understandably, they're going to prioritize that quick rotate on him. That's something we generally see them do anyways, but I am intrigued to see what QQ doing here with the portal. Are we peeking for a potential pick, or are we actually looking to rotate on out? Looks like the call's the rotate on out, and I think the reason is of this is, like we mentioned earlier, we have seen teams finding success on the southern side. It's generally towards the building though, under the bridge. I'm not too sure I'm fond of that.
It's a tough spot to play too, I feel, that one. If it does pull towards that south side, you do get a lot of teams starting to make their way to it, and with the bridge and no real Gibby to play behind, yes, obviously the Rampart is out here, but the way we're looking, it's going to be pretty hard to try and stay alive. There is a lot of Ramparts out here though. Q, we may see a Rampart or Watson ban.
Yeah, I feel like with the way that we had seen both of those legends getting picked leading up in the last couple of games, it will be close. Something tells me though, there's a good chance it'll be the Watson. We'll have to wait and see. Who knows? There's a chance of it. Whoever gets banned here, it doesn't matter if Dog Red is able to pick themselves up a W. But as we did mention heading into this game, they are the only
50
team that is on that match point. See if anyone's going to be able to join them.
Dog Red का हो रखा है already भाई, क्या code red दिमाग में घुस गया मेरे.
But it's still too early to tell. Most of our teams that are currently on the server have found themselves in some way, shape, or form down here towards Barometer, or at least the surrounding kind of lay of the land. No one's, other than Mama Clubs, is basically over on that Note side, but otherwise the other, at least 16 of the rest of the 20 squads, all packed down in Barometer.
Chilling out for now, Q. 20 squads still standing. Edward Gaming making their way into zone, and well, there's a lot to play for, Q, and there is only one team at the moment that can stop all that from happening for a lot of these teams, and they've decided to play towards the main building on that northern side. So have to wait and see how this works out for Dog Red, as it looks like a lot of teams are starting to make their way in, and RRQ, well, that's one of them.
I don't necessarily hate where Dog Red's at. I feel like some of the spots in Barometer where it potentially pulls, especially with right now the double southern side, which makes me think the third ring more than likely going to pull a little bit more towards the north, which makes me think maybe that little island or towards the bridge, or maybe even where EDG is at on the opposite side, but still more on the northern half of the PLI. So all spots that Dog Red have at least a relatively easy way to be able to rotate to. It is worth noting that Dog Red, one of the very few teams that has been rocking the Sparrow as well.
Yeah, and the Sparrow makes it different. I don't care what anyone says. I do really think that the Sparrow makes such a difference within these rotates for Dog Red. They have obviously the Sparrow ultimate, which is, I think, most annoying ultimate that's in the game, and then also you have the knowledge with the player scans also that you can get rotating in. Now also you don't need to be close to those beacons to be able to get that knowledge Q. You can shoot them from a fair distance and understand exactly where teams are as well.
Definitely some good info. Definitely some good added benefit of that Sparrow. I feel like we've seen a couple of teams find success off of the Sparrow.
You don't need any perms for watch
niche
party.
pick, and generally
Like anyone can watch.
comes out relatively late in our series. So not surprised that if we're going to see it would be in a game number 6 like we do find ourselves now, and maybe even more so moving forward as we continue to see some of these legends get banned. And we're still a far away from seeing any of our legends getting unbanned, something that's changed this year as opposed to years prior. It does look like, though, it is still going to stay more central, like literally smack dab in barometer, which means most of these teams will continue to feel safe within their positions. So we should still see quite a bit of time with not much
जितना मेरे
fight.
को पता है
Here we
आदित्य,
go,
I
though.
don't think so.
DCG versus Gen G here. This is going to be an interesting fight as well. Gen G looking to be aggressive. Now they're on this crazy legend pick that we seen a couple of splits ago, and well, they are with the Vantage, Bangalore, and Axel, and as we know, you most likely will never
We
see
competing
these
just
three
for the
legends get
places.
banned. I mean, we might see. Oh my God, movement. Hold on a second.
I mean, winning
Asia,
gets
though,
you a
he's like,
trophy,
I do
bhai.
that all the time. I know how to track you, my friend. And well, Gen G do get one down. They're going to try and get Ziggy back here in a moment's time. But I do like these legends choices because I just don't see these legends getting banned. Only really
red
Axel.
वाले game कर देंगे.
And we haven't really seen much from the Axel here. Oh, Dexter ends up falling down, which means Asia's going to be the
Crazy,
last
Ayush,
one
crazy.
left alive. I think they had found Anon, right? Yeah, so this does mean that DCG
भाई ये
technically
game तो
gets
एक
to-
भी
oh,
बाहर
burn,
नहीं हुई
baby,
है अभी
burn.
तक.
What a thermite to be able to open
खैर
things
अभी
up.
हो जाएगी
Asia's
क्योंकि
also
fight
has
हो
their
गया
location
Gen G.
given away due to the thermite and Gen G out in the 20th position.
एक ही टीम
TYK
का हुआ है
now going
आयुष
up
dog
against
red का.
PXXXD. Trying to get the reset here as TYK can hear the reses coming off, and YRV is going to chase down the last member. Oh my God! Jackie Chan getting the job done, and he will get all three
I mean
kills
hashtag
for the
बनाना भी
boys of
बड़ी बात है ना.
PXX. HABNW now with their hands full as round 2 has 30
Titan
seconds
तो
left
होता है,
before it's fully
guys.
closed.
One of our few teams out here, or maybe actually possibly our only team? Yeah, I think actually with a quick double check, looking around, our only team rocking the Pathfinder, a very interesting legend select, and definitely I feel like with already having found yourself inside a zone, I'm not really too sure how much value that Pathy is going to give you for the rest of this game. We did mention earlier that
ये last
with
match
Dog
again,
Red,
नहीं.
they are still
This
our
this
lone
will be
team
last
that's
match
left
only if
alive
Dog
that
Red
has,
wins.
themselves on match point, and they're still somewhat isolated in their own building on this
Dog
eastern
red
side of the
game
zone as
कर
well.
सकती है भाई.
Let's have a look and see where this zone pull, shall we? And well,
Genji
Dog Red in a pretty good spot here, Q. With this zone pulling more towards the
और भी
eastern
कई teams
side
match
of
point के
Barometer.
close है
And, well,
वैसे ये game में.
Victory Esports who landed here have gone down towards that
BKG
southern side
S8UL.
without taking, well, most likely the main
Zyada
building
too.
that they
And
usually
then
take.
Iran.
HABNW move in early enough to get it, and they're in a pretty good spot.
JPNW will definitely love the position that they are sitting in. You've got Orchid and
हमें
Havoc
क्यों नहीं
that'll
दिखा रहे?
also
Fight
be
नहीं हो रहा होगा ना?
somewhat happy
अभी
with
दिखाया.
the way that the
Knock
ring is
किया
going to be
किसी
cold
अच्छा
pulling,
spot
although
किया
I
है.
don't think Havoc
Sharky down
have
भी
that
हुआ.
information. Mama Clubs will be
Oh,
one of the
no.
teams that has a relatively far rotate. Let's see if they can pick up any KP here along the
Oh,
way. I say
eliminated.
relatively long
No
rotate. I think
way.
the team that is
इस बार
actually
भी नहीं
the
हुआ अपना match
furthest out
point.
east is S8UL will get taken out, and man, have they
भाई
struggled
अपना
since the end
start
of game
इतना
number
अच्छा
2.
हुआ और उसके बाद
Something's
पूरा
going
गड़बड़
on
हो
with
रहा
that
है.
team at the moment. Lucky for S8UL, they have
Start
booked their
क्या
ticket to
crazy था
EWC,
भाई.
them and Wolves and
No
VKG.
way.
But for the rest of the crew, they need to win today. But for S8UL to
भाई
have
dog
two
red वालों का
games,
मेरे को लग रहा है.
pretty decent games, then to fall off like they have, they'd be hoping to maybe get into a game 7 and make up for it here if Dog Red can find a way to not win this game.
भाई dog red वाले किधर बैठे हैं? दिख
They
भी
mentioned
नहीं
Dog
रहे.
Red does have a relatively decent position, so they, like a lot of other teams right now in the lobby, are going to be hoping that it doesn't work out into their favor. Wolves Esports find a knock as it's going to be Roy who finds themselves on the ground. The Wraith also sitting relatively low on
no.
HP for DCG, and that is unfortunate. Will the Wolves go on the hunt for the last is the question.
You can see a lot more Sparrows starting to come out as well, Q, as we can see. Wolves getting some good angles. They get another down. They're going to move on in. Beautiful gameplay. There's one man left standing. But when needs to be careful as Yubi
अभी
does
मेरे
get
को लग रहा है all
eliminated,
teams
but
लेने
Aram
वाली है
help
match
the
point.
cause here and move back towards where they think zone will be. But for a lot of
ऐसा
these
लग
teams
तो
on the
रहा है.
western side of zone Q,
VKG
they're going to figure out
Aram
they've
इनका
got the
होने
fair
वाला
distance
है.
to rotate here now to get into zone number 5.
It's gonna be tough news for teams like Aram as they
कितने
will
points?
have
I
to
don't
rotate
think
all
अपने
the
कोई
way
point
off
थे
towards that
game
east. I
में.
don't know if Aram
Like fight
realizes
तो मैंने तो नहीं
how
देखा.
close they are to another squad in their
एक down
vicinity.
हुआ, दूसरा और
Surely they'll
भारी
know
हो
with
गए.
13 teams left alive that there's at least someone that is close. They might
और
not
बहुत
necessarily
जल्दी
have
हुए,
the
placement तो
information,
नहीं
but
होगा.
meanwhile, for teams like Wolves, we talked about the ability for them to potentially put themselves on match point. They now find themselves 9 points away. The problem is they've got quite a bit of a ways to go between where they are and where they need to be.
S8UL eliminated. That is crazy to say out loud, really. How good they have been to get into that top 10 spot nearly every game. They've just really started to struggle a little bit here in these games at the moment. EDG get eliminated. Havoc in a really good spot here at the moment as well, Q, as we can see. Dog Red also in zone at the moment, but with 14 squads still left alive, a lot of teams are going to start looking to move towards this position.
Dog Red are looking towards the remaining 2 players that are left alive here for EDG. Those Sky Nades find a little bit, and I'm sure they should look to be able to push off of the back of that. Yeah, especially off of finding a knock there.
ये
And there
कौन
it
सा
is,
nade
will be
था?
EDG that will be eliminated. We're now
ये
in top
उसका
13.
ability था क्या उस
13
legend का?
squads now left alive, as we can see teams starting to make their way towards
ऊपर ही
zone,
उछाल दिया
and we're
पूरा
going to see a
उसको.
lot of teams
हवा में.
figuring out where to play. HABNW in a really good spot here as well, Q, as well. They're looking down the sights towards where Dog Red are.
Axel का ult था वो, lol.
End up taking that fight. HABNW,
Crazy.
the one problem with having rotated on in, they haven't been able to find very many people to take pop shots at. They are still sitting on that triple blue. PXX, they've had a somewhat quiet day today. They're sitting down in 8th with 34 points. I guess you could say quietly consistent. They've been plugging and chugging, just not enough for us to really notice them. They do get a decent game here in game number 6, though. They could join the conversation of those teams on match point. Earlier today, we mentioned how Titan Esports Club probably need a top 2 if they're going to be looking for a chance to punch their way into Paris. They've also struggled to put some points together.
Wolves Esports also getting
Yeah, like
eliminated. Look at
it's
Dog
like-
Red though now. They have their hands full. There's only 1 man, 2 mans left standing. BCG get eliminated.
भाई
They
Dog
will be
Red
able
ने
to
तो
get
मार
back
दिया.
up for 5th, which means Dog
भाई
Red
कोई
now
third party
get
कर
a
दो भाई
chance
Dog
to
Red को.
reset. 11 squads left standing. BCG nearly sending this game
अरे
to a
कोई
game
है भी
7.
नहीं आसपास.
Good news for
भाई इन
Dog
लोग का
Red, where they're
position
at
अच्छा है
inside this building,
honestly.
since it's outside of the zone and not too many teams are directly next door, they will be able to get a free reset. The problem is when this zone starts
अभी move
closing
करना है
in,
ना, but still
all
very
of these
close.
teams inside of buildings pretty well all lose their coverage. There's not much to play around, even when it comes to like natural sort of coverage from the elements. So these teams are going to have to build their own. The good news is most of the squads do have the ramparts to be able to make something happen. The question is, who's going to be able to be the first to kind of plant their flag, and will they be able to hold the line?
We'll wait and see
Dog
as Team
Red won,
Wilson,
I
they
guess.
need to
मुझे
figure
लग
out
तो
their
रहा
way
है.
into zone as well. They do have the Wraith and the hands. We do have Havoc also trying to figure out
Did
their
we
way
hit
into
MP?
zone. As
No,
we
we
can
are
see a lot
out,
of teams
bro.
starting to make their way
This seems
into where
like
they
Dog
think zone
Red
will be.
win.
Titan Esports Club get eliminated. HABNW get the job done.
Guys,
Havoc
Dog
move
Red
to the
ही जीत रहा है
roof on
मेरे
top of
हिसाब से तो.
HABNW, and they look pretty good at the moment as well. Dog Red though, they need to rotate in here, Q, and this is where it gets really interesting for our match point team.
shit.
And what's interesting for Dog Red, though, is they're a little
Oh,
isolated.
shit.
Over on this side of the zone, majority of the teams are on the
Guys,
western
तुम लोगों को क्या
side.
लग रहा है?
Unfortunately, the team
मेरे को
that's
तो
closest
लग
to them
रहा
is
है
our
बहुत
Q,
ज़्यादा
so we'll have to keep an
strongly.
eye and see if that fight
ऐसा
ends up breaking
अंदर
out
से ऐसा
soon.
आवाज आ
BK
रही है बहुत
Gaming,
तेज.
they were one of our teams that we had mentioned had the potential of putting themselves on to match point. Aren't quite there yet. They're on the verge, but still need to find a way to pick up one more.
There is
do,
no
and it is
tension. Just
VK Gaming
taking
still
it,
standing.
taking on
Orchard
to
now
me.
going to get eliminated as well. We are now down to our final 7 squads. And Dog Red, well, they're still standing. They're getting shot in the backside, though.
Ek
There's
hi
only one
bacha hai.
man left alive. And it is RRQ going up against Dog Red. And Dog Red will get eliminated. We are going to a game 7. And VKG is still standing. And they are
VKG का हो गया
also
match
heading
point.
into game 7 on match point.
VKG का match point हो गया.
It might very well be the only other team that does
Chalo, this
put
is
that
not the
match
last
point
at least.
threshold
Let's
as
go.
well, especially depending on how the
यार
rest
but
of this
अभी
lobby play
next
out.
में 2
PXX
match
looks like
point
they'll have to
वाली है और
move
अब
forward.
यार
They
अपनी
should be
टीम
able to
का
get
अगर
Jackie
इसमें
Chan
हो
back
गया
on
होता
their
ना
feet. They could very well
भाई
be able to reset underneath the bridge. We had talked about for Havoc on this second floor.
यार
They had a
अपनी
team
टीम का हो
that
जाता
wasn't
ना match
directly under
point.
them. That is still the
Shit.
case, and that is VK Gaming and off to their right.
HAB and W still alive as well, needing to be careful as VK Gaming are starting to make some noise. And well, QQ still standing, hasn't done much this game, but as we know, it gets down to the final stages of these kind of zones. You need that man still out there as QQ, one of the most dangerous players in our region. Havoc now down to a duo as well. HAB and W down to a solo. We have only 5 squads left alive, and guess who else is still standing, Q? That is RRQ.
RRQ, one of the few trios that is still all put together in full health as well. Pricey trying to wrap up this fight quick, fast, and in a hurry. And it
Is
will
this
be
last map?
HABNW
Nope.
That is now out, now sending shots across the way. And I believe that was Havoc that they were shooting shots at, but it's VK Gaming who pull up on them.
VK Gaming sitting in a top 3 situation, looking to try and get the victory here. PXX, I think, is still
VKG का ये
standing
win
as
हो
well.
सकता है map.
Yes, they are. PXX still are, and they're very close to match point. I think if PXX win this game, we may go into game number 7 with 3 teams on match point.
And guess what? VK
Huh?
Gaming right now breaking into a
PXX
fight with Havoc.
they win.
VK Gaming has already lost one, which means PXX should be able to pull up. They've got the Axel in the back pocket as well, and they should be able to pull on up and get a clean third party, meaning that
PXX जीत रही है शायद से.
onto match point, and that
PXX
right there is a
इनका भी हो गया.
for this trio
3
here.
टीम का हो गया.
And PXX will head into game 7 on match
Team
point as
का
well,
हो
which
गया.
means we have 3 teams heading into 7th game, Q, able to finish it right now.
Talked about the importance
Taji
for Dog
itna miss
Red
mat
these
karo
last 2
usko.
games of trying to find a way to push your way across the finish line before more
Team
teams
का हो
join you
गया.
on that match point. And now that time has come to a close. PXX joins VKG alongside Dog Red on match point, and a lot of that due to a 24-point game. PXX, we've talked about it a couple of times throughout the course of the season, a team that with their experience, you know they have the potential. You always just wait for that pop-off moment.
Insane game for PXX. Let's go and have a look at the match summary as we can see it there. PXX with a 24-point game, and that is going to put them into match point as well. And well, we can go and have a look at the 3 teams that are on match point here, moving into these.
Wow, now there are 3.
Afternoon, and well, Dog Red will be leading the way for now, but they are joined by VK Gaming and PXX for teams that are able to finish this right
अपन 50
now.
है.
Oh, Aram sitting 4th, S8UL rounding out the top 5. Wolves Esports very close as well to S8UL. I guess we'll go and see which legend now is
क्या
banned
वाइट
going
से नहीं जा रहा
into
था
our
यार.
semi-final.
LYT.
Watson, I feel like we saw a
LYT.
lot of that out on the server. Yeah, it was going to be between that or Rampart, and 1 extra Watson means that there will no longer be Watson fences or pylons out on the server. So first controller now officially taken off the board. Who's going to be our first skirmisher that ends up getting banned at some point over the course of the day? Only time will tell. But now that we know who's banned here, I guess let's take a look at our top kill getters of the day so far or so.
I'll have a look at our kill and damage leaders, and well, it is going to be Gap Wang leading the way after 6 with 13 kills. VKG with 12. Sharky with 12. Killerpods with 11. And QQ also with 11. We'll go and have a look at our damage leaders. And, well, No Name, as usual, leading the way with 9k damage. LQ Dud with 8.3. Fuffa 5th with 7.8. QQ 4th. And Wen rounding out our top 5. But that is how it looks so far after our first 6 games, Q, which means we have another little break here in between game 6 and 7. Yes, you got me. I had to do it. Well, I can't. After game 6 and 7, I don't have to say that bloody thing again. So we're going 8 and 9. But we will be right back here, chat. Q, is there anything you want to tell them to go and get? You know, anything little? It's been a big day.
Make sure you guys get in the giveaways for those Apex coins! Exclamation point Apex South in chat, so you can get a look as far as that. But also, yeah, we are 6 games into this. We don't know how long this is going to be, so make sure you guys are taking care of yourself as well. Grab yourself some water, maybe grab yourselves a quick schnickety snack. But we still got some more action to get to. We'll be going back to Storm Point on the other side of this break.
Hello, what's up? कौन सा? अच्छा शर्लॉक एपेक्स भी खेलती है। मैं बहुत पहले खेलती थी, मतलब 5 साल हो गए अभी तो, फिर मैंने छोड़ दिया था। अच्छा मैसेजेस नहीं जा रहे थे। सही बात है। अच्छा ब्रेक टाइम हो गया क्या फिर से?
Welcome back
गए
here
वापस।
to APAC South Pro League, ALGS regional finals. And well, if you guys have just tuned in and are wondering how the hell or what the hell is today all about, well, there is a team going to be cementing their spot to Paris for EWC Split 1 finals. And the only way they can do that is to hit the 50-point match threshold. Oh my God, English. Just nearly had a bloody attack. And then win another game. So get to match point, 50 points, and then win another game to finish the day. Now, when you win that game, you will cement your spot to Paris. Now, we have 3 teams on match point already. PXX, VKG, and Dog Red. There is one team that has already cemented their spot to EWCQ, and that is because they won last year's EWC. That is VKG. They're one of our match point teams. Now, if they win it, that means our top 8 teams overall in our standings will be heading to EWC for APAC South.
I think the good news right now, when you look at the rest of the pack for APAC South, is that at
अभी
least
क्या
VKG
same वो
is
maps
inside
repeat
that
होंगे
top
जिससे
8,
start
right?
हुआ
So
था।
whether it be them
6
who
games
win to
तो
make
हो
the
गए।
9th team or one of these other teams that wins match point, you're still taking those top 8.
बोला
So
था
that's
ना
the good
3
news,
क्रॉस करेंगे।
at least for now. It's going to become that point, though, where we got to start having some tough conversations. I'm actually really glad you pulled this up because I was about to ask you to pull this thing up.
PXS का full
Because
form देखो।
keep in mind, 9 spots, it's what's up for grabs. You'll notice going into today, there was 1 point between 9th and 10th, 2 points between 9th and 11th, and 4 points between 9th and 12th. And this is going to be that point where
like मैं जब
while we
रेगुलर
do have
खेलती थी ना
teams
तब तो
that have
भाई
the ability
पूरा
to
ऐसा
end things now,
addicted थी मैं
these
12
teams
घंटे
that
खेलती
sit,
थी एक दिन में।
I would
फिर
probably
जब
say
मैंने एक
somewhere
बार छोड़
between
दिया
that.
ना फिर क्योंकि ना
pin
फन
this
भी
one
नहीं
back
आता
to
था, एक तो
6th,
पिंग भी
7th
कितना
position.
सर्वर अच्छे नहीं
But
थे,
the teams
पिंग भी ज्यादा
basically
था।
from there down, when you look at those
फिर
top
मैंने
9,
छोड़ दिया, फिर मैंने उसके
are going
नेक्स्ट
to
ईयर
start
ट्राई किया था,
worrying
बट फिर
if
मुझे
you're
सेम मजा
in
नहीं
the
आया, तो
bottom
फिर नहीं खेला
10.
मैंने
So
और।
I'm looking at the likes of Team Orchid, even the likes of Victory
जब
Esports, who
रेगुलर
now
खेलती
find
थी तभी मुझे
themselves
सबसे
in
ज्यादा
that
मजा आता
10
था।
spot. If you don't make a
तब
move
हाथ भी
up
सेट
your
हो गया था मेरा।
leaderboard today, especially with the fact that Dog Red could be taking one of those 9 spots, you just might
Molecular
find yourself
formula।
out on the outside of the bubble looking in.
I think the only maybe safe place for Orchid, if they do finish below that bottom 10, is if a team like PXX or someone above them do win today. Because if they win, well, then obviously then you have PXX and VK Gaming have already made their way to EWC, which then means, I'm pretty sure that means the next 7 in line. So they will just be in that
प्लेबल तो था
top
उस
side of
टाइम,
things. But,
सर्वर्स
well,
पता
Q
नहीं, जब मैं खेलती
is
थी तब
all
सही
for
था,
us
उसके
to
कुछ टाइम
talk
बाद
about
लैगी
because
हो
we
गए
are
थे
getting
सर्वर्स उस टाइम
into
पे।
game
मेरे को
number
नहीं याद है कि
7 as
एग्जैक्टली
we
क्या हुआ था,
speak,
बट
and
उस
it
टाइम
looks like
बहुत
we
लोगों ने
might
इस
be
वजह से
heading
खेलना छोड़ दिया
up
था।
north here for game 7.
5 साल हो गए तो मेरे को याद नहीं है।
Could be beneficial for teams of the likes of Gen G, who have won the most
स्टॉर्म पॉइंट है, मेरे को लग रहा है फिर
matches
से
on
रिपीट होगा
Storm
जिससे
Point,
शुरू हुआ था।
and could use a big one here to kind of ascend up towards that match point threshold, as they do currently sit in the bottom 10 at that 26 points currently. Now, we did mention, you know, you do have one team that automatically gets that spot. Dog Red is one of the 3 teams that is currently there at match point. They land down there at
कितने मैच
Jurassic,
हुए?
so
ये
they
7
shouldn't have
नंबर है,
too
शुरू
far
हो
of
रहा
a
है,
rotation
हो
on
गया
in. The
मतलब।
problem is some of the teams that they might have to rotate by, of the likes of Orchid and S8UL, are teams I'm not going to want to fight too much with, you know?
Is the case, and as we can see, it is going to be pulling more towards wall, which is good for teams like Ubi and Team Orchid. We haven't really got things going yet today, Q, which means they can set up home
डॉगरेड तो एकदम ही
pretty
आगे
early
है.
on here. The best thing as well for PXX is, well, they get the hillside of things here near Zoo Station. They can walk
इसमें
themselves
winner
into wall
मिलेगा
as
ऐसी
well
मेरी
and find
prediction
themselves
थी.
home. And if they can just hold that
या बोला तो
side
मैंने भी यही
where
था.
Zeus is, I feel like they're in a pretty good
होगा.
spot here moving into a game number 7.
Curious to see if Gen G opts to push up towards Zeus
हैशटैग बनाने
first.
पर कोई
Generally,
slot
we see
वगैरह
them
मिलेगा
kind of
क्या?
more
जो teams
counter
already
rotate so they can
qualified
play
नहीं
the
है
edge.
उनके पास
But if I'm
है
Gen G,
chance.
I might honestly think about pushing up to Zeus first. You know that you're landing right next to a team that's on match point. You take them out, increase your chances of being able to extend the series a little bit longer. We did mention for Team Orchid, not having the best of days thus far. Right now, you're kind of hoping that the rest of the lobby helps you out in the sense of, one, helping remove those 3 match point teams. But more than that as well, we were talking about how there was that like increase of points that are accrued for
कौन सी
regional
team सबसे
finals.
consistent
Team
लग रही
Orchid
है?
goes into today sitting at 76 points, and they were in the 8th
डॉगरेड
spot.
का
Technically, they're
start
7
was
points
not
ahead
that
of
good, but
EDG,
उसके
who's that
बाद
9th
उन्होंने
spot
जो
is probably the
momentum
most
पकड़ा
at
है,
risk, especially if,
तो
let's say,
डॉगरेड
a
है.
Dog Red wins today. But the good news for Orchid is a
And
lot of the teams that are
even
below them are
BKG.
also struggling. Teams like Victory Esports, Ubi, BCG, even DCG. So as long as those teams don't suddenly pop off,
EW से तो
they're
वो
still
वो
feeling
जीती
somewhat
थी
safe.
ना.
I hope so. I'd love to see my boys
Falcon
heading
ही तो जीती थी
to
शायद.
EWC Paris. As we can see, though, we have 20 squads still figuring out their way into zone as we are heading towards the northern side of Storm Point. And, well, we do love a good wall game, don't we, Q? And as we know, a lot of teams are pretty used to wall zones, and they'll be making their way towards there as we speak. Edward
मुझे
Gaming
Falcon क्यों याद है?
doing that as well. VKG also looking to try and make their way in, but we'll have to see as they're in Jurassic.
मैंने
In
और भी
between
कोई
the
tournament
middle
देखा
of
था
a fair
क्या
few
guys?
teams here, Q, and it looks like I think QQ
क्योंकि
maybe just
मुझे
wanted
एक
that
तो याद है कि
gold
Falcon जीत
wing
रही
there.
थी.
Like a piece of candy just on the other side of the window for a kid. Like, I want it. Give it to him, and watch out if he
बहुत
ends up
छोटा
getting
गेम
it
है
in
ना,
his
that's where
hands.
Apex
That's
originates. उसका
for
movement
sure.
के बाद Apex.
Victory Esports, they had a good start to their day today.
Titanfall 2.
However, they're at
Okay.
risk of maybe potentially going
अच्छा,
out early again, but it will be Victory Esports.
Alliance, मेरे को इतना याद था कि green logo वाली उधर की कोई team थी.
Eventually
मेरे को वो green logo याद था तो मुझे लगा Falcon
They
थी.
won't have an ability to close the gap. But hopefully for them, it's the same on the other side as VC gets back on their feet.
BK Gaming were maybe in a little bit of
Warzone
trouble before
नहीं देखा था
HAB and W
मैंने.
decided to join the party, which this might kind of give BK Gaming a chance to move back in, but Victory Esports now in a little bit of trouble here, Q, as HAB and W decide to move on in to the action. They do get down 1, so now they have the advantage in the move in. The R9 in the hand. Ahoy, he forgot to reload his nemesis. Blackroad getting down
अच्छा
1.
ALGS
Now
finals
there is
होगा.
only one man
हाँ,
left
like
alive.
मैंने
And, well,
EWC watch
that is
party की
Blackroad
थी
going
and
in
even
to try and
ALGS.
finish it. But
बस मुझे याद है
pretty
कि
tough going here
green
in this little bit
green
of
logo
a
team अब मैं भूल गई.
Jurassic.
Yeah, they're stuck up the stairs though, so that should mean between Tasting Blood and Black Road, they should be able to push through and clean things up. Wait, who is that just pulled up to the third party here to add and mix into things? No, it's just the second player for Victory Esports. Wraps back around. That is going to allow for Victory Esports to
comeback के
regain
mood
control
में है
of the
क्या?
situation, and they're going to take HABNW out.
That is a crazy change of events there for the boys of HABNW. They thought they had full control of that fight for a second there, Q. And all of a sudden, well, they get put down pretty quickly as Victory Esports are looking to try and get their day now going as well. And then we were talking about it. We looked at the ALGS overall standings of where it was before the game started today, and they're sitting 9th. Victory Esports. They need to get it going.
Victory Esports has been in a tough spot, and especially because the way today started, surely
भाई ये लोग को कुछ मिला विला नहीं
like
क्या?
things
क्या
were
सीन
off
है?
to a right go, and then all of a sudden they've just been off to pretty well a standstill. It feels like as far as ascending their point total over the course of the last 2 or 3 games or so. We've been talking over the course of the last 2 or 3 games here now that Dog Red has had the potential to be able to end things. They're now one of 3 teams who find themselves on match point, and they got themselves a decent cut as far as the position inside of zone. BCG was one of the teams that we had talked about on the outside of the bubble looking in a relatively slow day thus far. They need to use game 7 to pick things up.
तो भाई
Maybe a
हमेशा हर
club is
एक
the way to do it.
गेम बेचारे स्टार्टिंग में ही बाहर हो
Get
जाते
it
हैं.
done. It was pretty sketchy there for a second. 2 going down. I was like, hold on a second, but they do get the job done with 18 squads left standing. We see a lot of teams now trying to make their way to zone, and we'll be able to show zone 2 as we speak. See where teams are currently on the map, and it is definitely going to be pulling into wall here for game number 7.
Pulling up towards wall, and this means a lot of those teams up on the northern side going to be perfectly happy with the situations that they find themselves in. Teams that are still needing to find a spot are the likes of RRQ. They will be north enough and should be in these next at least 2 rings. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out from there. The question becomes, the rampart wall is going to be enough to build your own coverage on
मेरे को लग रहा
this
है
side of
Dog
the hill.
Red को.
I think the closest teams to them might be no, well, I thought it was PXX, but it does look like Rendang have taken the hillside and they're nuts, so we'll have to wait to see how that goes. VKG also trying to get themselves into zone, but they have run into TYK pretty close towards where they need to go here. Oh my god, I thought Sato was about to fall off the map, but it got for Sparrow, shall we say, here with 18 squads left standing. It does look like a Ram also trying to fight their way into zone with Titan Esports very close by.
Mentioned Titan Esports Club probably also needs a win. They've
अभी तो
been
काफी कुछ
relatively
बदल
quiet
गया है
on
गेम
the
में.
day. If there's anyone who's going to be
मेरे लिए
looking
तो
to
मतलब
potentially
बहुत
remove
ज़्यादा ही time हो
those
गया.
bottom 2 teams out of the top 9, Aram probably has the best chances. They came into today in 14th, and they've got a pretty decent day cooking thus far, especially with the way some of those other like mid-tier teams, those teams in the middle third of the pack, are currently having. Teams of the likes, especially looking at the likes of Rendang as well. Also, kind of sitting low in that points department.
मैंने miss किया.
They are. Rendang, though, a team that like to get a couple of quiet wins also, Q. And the fact that they're in a pretty good spot at the moment, sitting here with 3 purple shields. Well, they're in a pretty good spot. RRQ also now just going to AFK for a little bit here in their spot with their rampart walls. And then go and have a look at PXX, who I think is... Oh, okay, they've decided to rotate way away from where they were.
तो सीधा डेथ बॉक्स पे
And try and
respawn
get their
पे
shields up, I'm
तेरे
guessing.
होता है with full loot.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if I had seen them
What?
falling in the
Death
kill
box
feed
पे
or not. If maybe
respawn,
they
ये
have
तो
to go
भाई
back
बड़ा
and get their teammates.
convenient
And I
है.
don't think they have. Definitely interesting
हाँ,
as they
मतलब
have
हाँ, वो तुम
sitting
कह रहे हो.
relatively
इधर
low as
risky
far
है.
as their damage as well. But
भाई
you know what,
पहले
I mean,
कितनी
we'll have to
मेहनत
wait
करनी
and
पड़ती थी
see if
यार.
potentially this is just the right recipe. You were close. Maybe you didn't want to put yourself too deep on in. Maybe you feel more comfortable playing from that edge. I mean, it's what's helped them find a lot of success thus far through the split. And we kind of always talk about sometimes that changing of the strategy just because you're close to
भाई
winning
जैसे
can
तैसे
sometimes be more of
आईडी
a detriment than a
उठाओ
help.
फिर बीकन पे
Good
लेके
gaming
जाओ.
now.
Oh my god.
Relaxing for a
Hi,
minute as
Maximus.
Dog Red are the closest team to them as well. So still a lot of teams left standing here, Q, as we can
Mostly
see,
chance
50
नहीं
seconds
मिलता.
left
I
before
mean,
the
good
zone
lobbies
does
में
start to
तो-
close. And we're going to see a lot of teams starting to realize it is a heavy wall zone here for game number 7. And we still have all 3 match point teams still standing as well.
Next zone close in from rings 3 and 4. They're going to be where things start to get a little spicy, at least for the probably third of the lobby that find themselves outside of the walls. Walls?
हाँ ये अनलिमिटेड वाला भी नया है बे मैंने नहीं देखा था ये
itself.
पहले.
Those teams are going to struggle a little bit more than you would really like. I like the idea that VKG has inside the game, inside the caves, maybe looking to jump on someone rotating on through.
हाँ
However, they will
प्रत्युष पहले
eventually
ऐसा
need to
एक
move just a
रिस्पॉन
little bit.
पॉइंट
They have a
होता
couple of
था
teams out on their
बीकन
side.
टाइप
Dog
उस पे
Red, one of
जाके
the three that you
रिस्पॉन
had
कर
mentioned
सकते
that
थे
are sitting on that match point, and all three players for them still left
और
alive at
एक
the moment.
एक मोबाइल बीकन भी था
Have you noticed
अभी
though
का नहीं
how
पता
much
मेरे
the
को, अभी
game
तो वो
changes for the
Xbox
teams that
ही
are
हो
on match point? You've got VK Gaming who really don't care about what's happening at the moment. They're just chilling out. You've got PXX who have decided to neg rotate out of zone. And then you have Dog Red who are just AFK as well in a spot on the outskirts of wall. So even though it's kind of slow going, it does just seem like when you hit match point, you see teams change a lot in what they do.
Your mentioning of PXX was almost like a curse to them. I was watching the kill feed as soon as you started talking about them. I think one, maybe two of them got knocked as they're currently working in the actual zone itself. They're getting chased down by Victory Esports. You can see how far they're willing to run into the storm to try and stay alive, but it is not going to be enough. Victory Esports take out one of our three teams that are currently on match point. So that does mean there is still a chance as far as for two squads to end thing here. One of them being Dog Red, who probably needs it more than anyone.
कौन सी गई
So such
मैं
an
थोड़ा सा
interesting
दुविधा में थी
decision by PXX, to be honest.
because I could not remember if मैंने सुबह B12
Land
खाई
in
या
Zoo
नहीं
Station. They have
Then I
now
thought कि खाई लेती हूँ,
rotated
क्या
out
पता।
of Zoo
में
Station,
गए।
but decided to rotate back to Zoo Station in round 3 where it
PXS
hurts.
गई
And they will die for it. So with 17 squads left alive, we see a lot of teams still getting into beautiful shots by probably the hardest name to say. I'm just going to say the Ray from EDG as they get rid of a Ram here in
Aram का match
Well,
point
going
नहीं
out
हुआ
here will feel good for teams like that Orchid or EDG, who we had mentioned earlier, had them sitting on their tails. Victory Esports, though,
Aram के
go out
अलावा
in that
भी
6th spot. RRQ looks like they're down to
BKG थी
just
ना
a solo.
Aram के
BKG were
अलावा
the two
close
squads currently left alive. They still have the ability to end things here in game number 6. Oh, and they're not going to be able to get Casa up in time. The good news is they will be able to stick the box and get them back into play
आज
right
ही
there,
भूली
which
मैं
is
पार्टी
a
वरना तो
different
मैं
story
आदत है
than
ब्रेकफास्ट के
RRQ sold.
तुरंत बाद खाती
Here we
हूँ
go though. Wolves Esports getting into some more
आज
action. They're
focus
going up
stream
against
पे था ना इसके लिए
BCG. And well, BCG now down to a duo. Wolves Esports looking pretty scary at the moment. Beautiful wingman shots coming out. As we can see, Wen just
वो
needs
किया
to hit
क्या
one more. Mayer's caster cursed him after that. Lot of wingman shots after I said the beautiful one behind on the back, but it does look like BCG will still get eliminated as Wolves Esports are starting to cook here in match 7.
Talk about a caster's curse, my boys. Like, and as we can see, Wen couldn't see a freaking thing, couldn't hit a single shot. That's really unfortunate here, but we'll sit back on board with Dog Red. We did mention one of our two teams that are still left alive on match point, the other one being VKG, and they're in quite different scenarios. VKG just outside the ring, should be able to move their way on in, but they're sitting on that triple purple. Is blue
अच्छा
tees
VKG का पहले ही हो
over
गया
on
था ना
that
शायद मैं
side
भूल गई
of
यार
Dog Red. However, Dog Red have been able to find themselves a little bit of safety in the zone, which is a bit different story than VKG.
For VKG, they have Gen G, the closest team to them. They also are in the middle of Rendang, so pretty tough going here for the boys of VKG, but also pretty tough going for Gen G here to try and rotate in towards this zone. As we can see though, this is where it gets a little bit tough for teams as they need to rotate in. The best thing for VKG is the shield advantage they have over Gen G.
VKG will be able to at least hold them off a little bit. They'll get a little bit of assistance, I do believe, as well as that's from Rendang. I do believe that is. It's just north of them that will also be looking over the direction of Gen G. Here's Gen G trying to move in as quick as possible. They do have that Axel to be able to move just a little faster, but Asia's does eventually fall. And if there's anybody of these three that you hate to see falling first, it's him.
Yeah, but they still have Dexter left standing, who is quite scary as
Bangalore
we know.
use
Beautiful nades coming out. This may be VKG getting eliminated right now as we speak. Ziki on the vantage Only one man left standing for VK Gaming. They get eliminated.
एक
Gen
का तो हो
G
गया
get the
game.
job done, but I don't like their chances of staying
भाई ये
alive.
लोग
As
भी
Wolves
जाने वाले
Esports
हैं. नहीं
are
बचेगी
looking to
Gen Z,
clean up
गया
Gen G,
खत्ता.
and that they will. That means there's only one team left
Oh,
on match
shit.
point Q, and that is
ये लोग
Dog Red.
मस्त बैठे भाई.
I told you guys earlier, don't count them out. The trio here, Fafa, Thief, Kilopause, and Gapwang, have that firepower to them. They've kind of isolated themselves on the southern side. Question is, will they be able to move on up into this next zone? DCG, they've also got quite a bit of a rotate. They're taking a fight here with TYK. They've been able to find a knock on the one. They're fighting to knock a second. The conduit helping though over on the TYK side of things.
Oh, a bit of Bo Nix about those caustic throws. I bloody love it. And notice how I said Bo Nix up the Broncos. TYK now trying to stay alive. This caustic gas is seeming to be a little bit too strong. As we can see, Wolves Esports get eliminated. We're down to 8 squads. And with that, Sparrow Ultimate gives TCG the info of where the last man for TYK was sitting. And just like that, DCG looking to go back-to-back. Oh, sorry, not back-to-back, but 2 in the last 3 here for our games.
Would be huge for him for sure. A team that is on the outside of the bubble, if they could find a way to put themselves in contention, even of just the podium, with the way that a couple of the teams in front of them are currently would finish, they could very well sneak up into that 9th spot. That does put more pressure on the likes of Orchid. I believe this is the first time that we've seen them threatening for a top 5 scenario, but they've still got to find a way to stay alive. They're on the high ground, which should give them a benefit here.
S8UL still alive as well. As we can see, a lot of teams still alive. 7 squads still standing. There is one team, like we said, chat, that is still alive, that it is on match point. That is Dog Red. And they're in a really good spot here, Q, on this eastern side of zone. The problem is, though, with teams like Orchid and S8UL still alive in that building, they are the first team to get looked at here on this outset.
Oh my god.
It really all depends on which direction this final zone pulls, because yeah, you mentioned everybody else, Havoc and all of these squads are on the other side of the wall, but with this pulling just to the wall, that actually now very well could work in Red's favor, because these other 5 teams that are all left on this side of that barrier will be looking at one another first. So it does mean of the likes of S8UL, Orchid, and DCG.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Fight here first.
I think this is it.
However, there's a chance that Rendang could be looking to send on a Dog Red.
There's only one man left standing for Rendang. Beautiful Sparrow ults coming out here as well. As we can see, I'm pretty sure it's Noel saying maybe just trying to get some sneaky little angles, but we have 6 squads left standing, and it does look like they need to try and keep themselves alive for now. 6 squads left here, Q. As we can see, Dog Red, our only match point team, still alive.
And they are still the only team over on that eastern side of this little wall as well. You've got the
not over. I think it's over.
Damage as those teams over to the west have to close their way on in. You mentioned that Sparrow ult and just how much of a nuisance that can be as well. The important thing is you have to stay on your feet, and that's a big knob. Can they get the reset is the question.
It's S8UL, I think, that is looking at them and getting the shots to hit. We are now down to our final 6 squads. RRQ looking to try and stay alive. S8UL also trying to stay alive. They do get rid of that, and just like that, RRQ will be eliminated. We are now down to our final 5 squads. Orchard on the height here, looking pretty good, Q. We'll go and have a look at Dog Red as they will get eliminated. We are going now to a game number 8.
Let's go!
Back to Olympus, and oh my god!
Let's
Sharky
go!
on in. Just like that, Orchard are in some trouble, and S8UL, the team
Let's
that have been
go,
quiet since
bhai.
game number 2, looking good to try and
Match
get a
point
victory
भी
here
अपना
in
तो
game
हो
7.
गया.
We told y'all to not expect this squad to continue.
So happy कि मेरा prediction गलत था. So happy.
Certainly been the case. DCG will have the man advantage here. That
DCG
constant
जीत गए, but let's go.
and DCG take game number 7 and off of the
इनका
back
भी
of
हो गया
that,
61.
they also put
हाँ ये तो
themselves
जीते तो
on
इनको
that
12 तो
point.
है. अभी कितनी
Game 8 with a lot of
पांच
teams,
नहीं,
I think, on
छह
match
टीम का
point
हो गया
here.
ना
This is where
शायद
it
से।
gets a little bit interesting.
Oh my
from
god,
all of these teams.
crazy.
Especially of the
एल
likes of
प्रेडिक्शन
Dog
तुम्हारा भी
who
था,
need a
तुम्हारा भी
win
था, ठीक
in
है?
order to take
Not just
themselves
me.
off to Paris.
Let's go,
And
guys.
now
इसी
for
बात
some of
पे
the
स्ट्रीम
teams on
लाइक
the
कर दो,
bubble,
2K
you now
लाइक्स,
have
लेट्स गो,
another
लेट्स
team
गो।
that's
नेक्स्ट
outside
भी
of the
नहीं
bubble
जीतेगा आई
on
थिंक
match
उसके
point,
बाद।
like
भाई बट अभी 6
DCG,
टीम
a
हो
big
गई है शायद से।
26-point win
3 तो
to
पहले ही
put them
थी,
over that
एक
threshold.
स्टार्टिंग में हो गई थी, 2
Is
अभी
there a
हुई है।
chance that
6
we
टीम्स
see
हो गई।
Roy back on land?
Oh man, that would be insane, right?
भाई नेक्स्ट वाला
DCG
होगा
Roy back
क्रेजी।
in land once
Next
again.
crazy
26-point game for DCG. S8UL hit match point as well.
Oh my
Rendang
God.
3rd, Team Orchid sit 4th, and Dog Red
हाय
round
सार्थक।
out the top 5. We're going to have a look at our series overall, and I think we have 5 teams on match point. Going
5 ही
into
है, 6
game
नहीं है।
number 8. Wolves
2 ही हुई है
Esports are
मतलब
1
इसमें।
point away
DCG and
from
S8UL।
match point, as we can
अच्छा
see.
वुल्व्स 1 से
Aram
रह
sitting
गई।
and Rendang
Lol।
pretty close as well. Team RRQ starting to warm up a bit, and also Victory Esports here in game number 7. We're going to have a look at what legend is getting banned, and will we see
Hi
now
Klaus,
maybe
I'm
an
good।
actual ban?
वुल्व्स का अनलकी डे
Wait
है।
and see. And it is.
यार उनका स्टार्टिंग तो बहुत
Enough
गंदा हो
of the
रहा था।
axle to take
Next
the
match is
axle
last.
off of the board. Yes,
Last
that's
for
technically the second
us.
time we've seen that here in
और for
APAC
मतलब
South. It only
ऐसे
took
कि
7
कोई और।
rounds of bans, but
मैं 15 टीम
what's
का
also I
एनपी
think
गेम
more
देख चुका हूँ,
interesting,
ये
I
लिटरली
didn't
कुछ
realize
नहीं
we
है।
had that many
15
sparrows out in
टीम
the
का
server.
भाई।
We've seen a couple on our
Mind
screens
boggle।
for sure. There's a very
PRX
good
की
chance we
sister
could very well be
PXS भी
seeing
है।
our first
हाँ।
sparrow ban heading into
सिस्टर है
game number 8.
सिस्टर।
That we will. I mean, first skirmisher to get banned. Usually we're used to seeing Alter.
अभी और मैचेस है
Getting
तो ना जब
banned a
तक
lot
कोई
more,
विनर
but
नहीं आ जाता तब
Alter's still
तक
out
चलेगा।
here. Yeah,
अगर
true.
उस पॉइंट तक भी
Yeah, me
पहुंच
thinking
जाए
about it for a sales
I don't
line.
know
कि
that
सारी
is
की
a-
सारी
Second
टीम
is
मैच
that's not a
पॉइंट पे
thing.
हो लेकिन
No,
कोई
but
जीते ना, मतलब
Ultra and
उसके लिए
Rogue
वो
still
कम
out here,
चांस
and I
है
mean, we
वैसे
have seen
honestly।
now Pathfinder starting to get picked a
Some
little bit as
chances
well
है।
from a couple of teams. So it's going to get interesting if we get to that game 9-10
क्योंकि
situation.
एक एवरेज भी
looks
निकालो
like
तो
moving forward here,
10-12
as
गेम
we
के
will go
बाद
and have a
सबका
look
क्रॉस
at
हो
our
जाना
map
चाहिए
scene overlays, and well,
टेक्निकली।
PXX got
अगर
the
ऐसा
last
एवरेज
win
निकाले
on Storm Point. That means we are over on match
तो
7, and that is
आप सोचो 14
DCG
गेम्स गया
getting
था,
the
नो
victory
विनर्स
before we
कितने
head
ड्रेन
back
हुए
to
होंगे
Olympus.
प्लेयर्स के
Well,
लिए
that means
तो
for teams who favor Storm Point, you
Next
gotta
is
hope this
Olympus.
thing goes on for quite a bit because you ain't gonna see it again until match 12. I'm looking at you, Genji. Y'all hurting your boy. I picked y'all, and unfortunately didn't pick up much in games 6 and 7.
खतरनाक
But yeah, even
format
some of our other teams who
format is
favor Storm
crazy।
Point, we now won't see it again for 4 more. We're off to
इसका
Olympus
फॉर्मेट
here
क्या था
next,
मैं भूल
Tony.
गया, इसमें
But
मैच
before we
पॉइंट
go
होता
off
है
to
क्लाउस
Olympus, I
फाइनल में,
guess, do we want to take a
मतलब
look at
50
see
होता
if
है
any of our
तो जिन भी जो भी
players have
टीम
moved
50
in our
हिट
top
कर
5
दे तो
kills yet?
उनको उसके बाद
Go
सिर्फ
and have a
एक
look at
गेम
the top
जीतना
5
होता है
kills and
एंड दे
damage
विन द
leaders, and
टूर्नामेंट।
well, Gap Wang
तो
is going to
अभी
hit the
5
front.
टीम्स
Soul
मैच
Sharky
पॉइंट पे
sitting
है,
second, Killer Pod's
सो
third.
अभी
I
जो
think
नेक्स्ट
that's
गेम
SHIRO
होगा
from
उन 5 में
DCG
से अगर कोई भी
moving
टीम
into the
जीत
top
जाती है
5 as well. VKG,
तो टूर्नामेंट
LQ
ओवर,
Dud
दे आर द विनर।
doing God's work out
मैच
here
टू हैशटैग
also.
बंदा
And
फिर
well,
मैच
for
7
the
में
damage
मैच पॉइंट
leaders,
एक्टिव हुआ।
of course, he is sitting on top. That is
क्या
no
मतलब
name,
अपना
the best
हाँ
player
क्योंकि
in our
अपन
region
हैशटैग
by
19
far.
डज नॉट मैटर,
Fabulous
मैच
sitting
पॉइंट
second,
हिट करने
LQ
के
Dud
बाद
third,
हैशटैग बनाना है टू
VKG
विन द
QQ
टूर्नामेंट।
sitting 4th, and when in the top 5. And when I say
मैंने
the
Apex अभी
top
follow
player
नहीं
in
किया।
our region, I feel like his
हाँ बट ये
stats
फॉर्मेट मेरे को तो
proves that
मस्त
for us,
लगता है।
Q.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at not only just
सफेद
the kills,
कपड़े कहाँ
which
से
is
खरीदे?
far and wide
अभी
away
कुछ
from
आया
anybody.
नहीं है,
No
मतलब
Name
ऐसा
himself has
announcement
more
हो
kills
जाएगा।
than some teams in our region have as a trio. But I think the big thing that really stands out is the differential as well, right? Like it's one thing to be able to put up a bunch of damage, but it's another thing to be able to put up a bunch of damage and still be able to stay on your feet, whether that means not needing to be revived from your teammates, meaning they can output more damage, or just helping your teammates get back to your feet and staying as a full 3 as well.
नो नेम ये
Name
सही है,
really is the best in APAC
कुछ
South
समझ नहीं आ
when
रहा
it
है
comes to
आईजीएन में नो
doing his
नेम।
thing.
And while we're
Unknown.
talking about the top 5 players, it comes with the
Anonymous.
top 5 teams. And so
Nothing.
far, out of those top 5 teams, Q, 3 of them on match point heading into match number 8.
We have them sitting on that match point. Wolves relatively close, and we know Gen G has that pop-off potential. I do still feel like with the way the rest of the lobby has been playing out, they'll still probably feeling somewhat safe. But still, again, I feel like Gen G in a spot today that we have seen
Klaus,
them
I think
the
आना
majority
चाहिए.
of the split here, Stony, where it's like, we know you have the potential to pop off, but like, where is it at? Because we just haven't seen it.
I mean, for Wolves to only be 1 point away as well from match point, this is a scary team. They've already had 4 wins in our split. Out of our top 5 teams, they are one of the teams with 4 wins on the split overall, which means they're due for a win here, Q. And I feel like it's not too far away because they seem to be getting themselves in the right position. Just doesn't seem like they could get that victory. And well, we are heading back to Olympus. That means that we have Olympus POIs to look at before we get into game number 8.
And it is worth noting, Wolves do have the most points, or should I say, have averaged the most points and the best placement on Olympus. So, I mean, if there's any place for them to get cooking, or at least make sure that they can get up over that 50-point threshold, it is here on Olympus itself. They're landing at a stage which, you know, not nearly as much of a contested drop as it was once way back in the day, back in maybe some of your ranked lobbies. But I feel like for them, you know, being more central on the map, they'll be comfortable with wherever the zone opts to go.
50 पे होता है.
I just want to see something and see if this
अच्छा तो split one
is refreshing after every game and if it changes. So we'll have to wait. And it does. So as we can see, if the overall standing stops now, Dog Red are just in that top 8 queue, sitting in a top position, which means they most likely have to finish first or second to make their way to Paris. For teams like RRQ and Havoc, they are only 3 points in front at the moment as well. So for Havoc, where are they sitting overall, Havoc?
Not very well. They're sitting down like bottom 3, I think, something like that.
Sitting in 12th position. So
they have a good last game. Yeah.
So Victory Esports,
Alliance 89 पे गई थी,
they might be on the out. Relove DCG.
Oh no.
They're making their way up as well. And
are we winning?
Also making their way.
We are at match point.
This is where it gets interesting, Q, because if it stops now, after this game, DCG will make their way to Paris, as that is our top 9 right there.
I think the other thing to keep in mind for Dog Red is even if you don't win match point, that second place, you still drop. I think it's a difference of 6 points, right? I think right now, essentially the way that this is reading on the website, if I remember right from last week, is it's reading as if the teams finish in the position that they currently sit in, right? So if Dog Red falls to second, they go from the points you earn from first, and obviously that auto bid. And I think it's like a 5 or 6 point difference between first and second with that inflation, which does mean there is a very good chance that, like we mentioned earlier, it is win or go home. And if it is a win or go home scenario, it's like you get second, you're literally the first team sent home, which is so tough.
This is very interesting. Very cool that we have the live standings as well to be able to show you guys. And it is getting down to it here, Q, right to where it matters. And if this heads to the eastern side of this map, S8UL are in a pretty good position.
They'll have Prio, PXX not too far to rotate on in from Elysium as well. Remember, they are one of our teams that is also onto that match point. I think the thing that I am going to be most curious on is looking down towards that southeastern side. Gen G, technically, we'll get Prio on the rotate on in, landing down at Summers University. But if there's one thing we know about this trio from Gen G, is they generally counter-rotate. They could be going on the hunt for some KP here.
Going to be interesting. As we can see, a lot of teams starting. I feel like we're going to see probably the most teams we've seen alive in Zone 4 to 5 here on an Olympus game. I mean, we had that one weekend where we had Rift back to back to back, and there was just a crazy amount of teams left standing. But we can see Victory Esports already making their way towards GOOO Towers here for match number 8.
Keeping in mind, Victory Esports, when we are looking through those standings, they are one of the teams that is just on the outside of the bubble. Surely, I would imagine if they aren't keeping an eye on it, they got a coach or an analyst or something that's being a small little voice in the back of their head that says, hey, we need to pump up the volume just a little bit as we do head down the home stretch. It looks like
तब देखेंगे
EG
भाई
have found
WC
themselves a
finals
relatively
भी.
early engagement. They got a
मैं
team
watch party
that's
करूंगी,
pinned up
सब देखेंगे.
underneath. I don't think they've found a knock yet, so I doubt they'll full send this.
Beautiful shots as you
Oh.
say that. YRV now, they get 2 down on TYK. And SH8UL, well, he's the last one left standing here for the boys of TYK.
We
and
are
Epic
in
Gaming.
zone,
Look,
let's
keep
go.
their foot on the front foot here. And the pedal
Contact with hostile.
to try and get rid of TYK. We have 20 squads still standing. This is game number 8 of our regional finals.
Spicy here. This was what we were hoping to see when you convene on a regional finals. I don't know about you guys, but I always love to see that game number approach 9, 10, 11. Let me see just how high we can push this thing, especially as we have seen the legend bans going in the fashion they have. I don't think we're going to be unbanning any of our currently banned legends anytime soon, which means all of these players who can play this game at the highest of level are really going to have to flex their stuff, especially or some of the teams like Dog Red who need to win in order to be able to punch their ticket. Gotta show up when the light's the brightest.
भाई सब अभी से ही लड़ने लग गए क्या?
BCG now have their hands full. Mama Clubs moving into the action. As we can see, with 20 squads still standing, there's a lot of places still to play. There's a lot of teams still standing. A lot of action to be had. Beautiful shots coming out. As we can see, Rendang being aggressive. They look to maybe get it down here. They do get it down on XD, and that is PXX. Do Rendang decide to push?
Felt trouble here. PXX end up completely out of the story and
Epic's
out of the
mobile का
situation.
कब
They are
आया?
going to be able to fall back and get back to their feet. Will they be given the space to be able to get a reset? It does look like they should be relatively comfortable in that regards. And PXX have actually found themselves a relatively solid spot on the backside of Grow Towers as well. So while maybe facing a little bit of adversity early,
बड़े क्रिएटर्स ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है, मतलब परमिशन चाहिए होती है, बट एपिक्स का जितना मुझे पता है you don't need permission, but VCT के लिए you need
They're looking pretty
permission.
good here before they get into zone queue. So sitting in a pretty good position. They'll be able to watch a lot of teams as well making their way in. Gen G, on the other hand, oh, they're trying to figure out where to play. As we can see, Noel saying also trying to make his way into zone for Team Orchard. And they're going to set up now to see where they should play as well. But this is a pretty tough spot, Q, especially when you got nades and teams that can just look over top of you.
and right now, I think it's just an unfortunate scenario that you find yourself in, but you try and do the best of with what you got. They were able to get a reset, it looked like. We'll have to see if they end up finding a better place to be able to reposition. We had talked about Havoc in the break between these last games, a team that's kind of threatening towards the bubble itself, especially after not having the best of days thus far. And with the fact that that middle third of the pack so close, a quick exit here in game number 8 could really have them counting on the rest of the lobby if they're still going to be finding themselves off the EWC. We know that Wolves are in a position as far as for themselves. They only need 1 point to put themselves on match point. Got some nades getting sent their way, but they should be able to weather the storm.
And this PXX that is close by to him as well. So this is going to be an
कितनी देर से
interesting
लड़ाई हो रही है,
fight.
but कोई
PXX
eliminate नहीं
decide
हुआ.
to go up against Wolves Esports. We may see one of our match point teams go out early, considering that I don't think they know it's one
BGS
of the most
BMPS
scariest
उनकी
teams
तो
in
शायद
the world.
मिलती भी नहीं है किसी को, कई बार मैंने जितना
I mean,
देखा
how
है.
would you know at this point, right? You can only guess, maybe. I mean, Wolves was
मैंने अभी तक जो
supposed to
सुना
be
है
in the
सिर्फ
general
एपेक्स का
vicinity,
सुना है
but
कि we don't
it's
need
still so
permission.
hard to
बाकी
tell.
मोस्टली सब पे
The
लगता
Wolves,
है.
though. Oh, hold on. They'll see that.
We are
little
live,
bit of
अभी
that
तो सब
blue
alive
streak.
है,
They know
20 के
someone's
20
looking
squad.
towards their area. For now, they'll just continue to hunker on down. But we have yet to see anybody eliminated, at least.
Guys, जो
there
लोग
was.
बाद
They've been
में
brought
आए हो,
back into the play. 60 players.
5
Still
teams
left
मैच
standing in
पॉइंट
this
पे
lobby,
है.
all 20 squads
मतलब
at full
5
strength,
teams
and the
50
majority of
क्रॉस
them,
कर चुकी है.
some way, shape, or form are in the general
और उसमें अपनी
vicinity around
S8UL भी
Pro
है.
Town.
तो उन 5 में से जो भी ये गेम अगर जीत
My
जाता है
game
वो
hates
विनर होगा
Olympus. I
टूर्नामेंट
just
का.
seem to be lagging every time we come to this bloody map. BCG though, making their way to zone. Oh, sorry, I'll take that back. They're making their way out of zone, as we can see teams like HAB and W very close by to them and in a little bit of trouble here, Q.
Tough, tasting blood already down. Black Road should be able to get the med kit fully hit. Will they be able to get fully reset? Here's PXX out here on the outskirts taking this fight with Wolves, and Wolves Esports will be eliminated again at that 49-point marker. They will not be moving up to match point.
BCG now moving in back onto HAB and W as there's only one man left standing. That is Ahoy. And he is already gone. So there's no way they will find him here in game number 8. We still have all our 5 match point teams left standing, and go and have a look at where this zone is going. And it does look like a Grow Towers finish here for match 8.
That's going to be good news for PXX, who just cleared their backside of
Wolves.
Wolves. They should probably push, back towards those
49
buildings. I
pe.
remember there was a point alpha champ. I talked about those buildings. They're easy to get naded out in a similar sense that we had just seen Wolves get kind of pushed.
PUBG is different.
The good news, again, for PXX is they'll be able to isolate their 6 and make sure that no one pushes in from that end. Relove DCG. Just seen them.
Yeah, he said BGMI.
Game, you mentioned 2 of the last 3 looked really good for this squad. Let's see if they can carry that momentum
PUBG
over.
तो game ही W है, bro.
This is where it gets real interesting, especially for teams like DCG, right? Did they use all their wins a little too early on the day? This is where it gets a little bit testy, and well, for them, pretty sure they just ran straight in to where Gen G are looking at teams. PXX still alive and looking to try and get rid of VK Gaming, who have taken Wolves' spot, where PXX just cleared them up earlier.
मैंने एक्चुअली चैट को पूछा था, दे सेड कि नहीं होता.
Mama Clubs very close by to Rendang with 19 squads still left alive. Let's go and have a look at the zone and see where teams are making their way in. We can see Aram, well, they have their hands full, as it looks like RRQ maybe making their way into where they think zone will pull, but we'll have to wait and see with round 3 now finally being shown to all the legends. RRQ and Aram in a pretty good spot, but they both have their hands full right above each other.
क्योंकि PUBG मोबाइल के लिए दिल में जगह है अलग से, वो कोई और गेम नहीं ले सकता. And the game was very good also, optimized था.
Are they going to be able to complete the wipe is the question.
Oh, they will. RQ do get rid of Aram, and just like that, we are now down to 18 squads. And here comes Team Orchid, as they do need to get their day started here. Looking to try and get a third party on RRQ, but they will move back and play it slow for now.
App overlay, still left the gun. Tony?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Appreciate it. Yep. DCG, though, you did mention the spot that they were sitting. In a decent spot down on that southern side, as long as they can continue to hold the line as far as where they're at. I mean, I feel like they've been able to isolate themselves and keep most of the teams that are in the general vicinity at bay. And if it continues to pull down in this direction, DCG could very well make things interesting by taking one of those spots away from those top 9, which when you talk about those teams that are vying in that 7, 8, 9 position, you can start getting a little scary, like you were talking about.
Still in their spot. They will need to rotate though, Q, as it gets closer now towards the end of the game. Beautiful shots coming out from Ziki, though. I think he's getting a lot of damage on the board here. With 18 squads still standing, there's a lot of people to look at.
We're looking at TYK was a team that was very fast away. Neither team had been able to find an opening just quite yet. Victory Esports, we saw them have a good start to the day. I feel like quiet is probably a fair assessment. We'll just leave it as far as that. Dog Red, one of our teams that does have the ability to end things here, and in similar fashion like we saw in the last game, we'll try and see if they can play the
Oh
edge
bhai,
as
बेचारे
far as
राम
for
वाले.
now. And with those shots at a distance, HABNW eliminated.
And that is Dog Red
वो लोग
getting the
ने-
job done. S8UL, every single one of our match point teams
वो
are
लोग ने
still
6
standing
गेम
here.
7 गेम
in
आराम किया और 1
zone
जीता है.
4. We have a minute until this starts
Organic,
to close
yeah,
queue.
it is
And well,
organic.
there's a lot of action still left to be had. And as we can see, that's Mama Clubs moving in onto BCG in Gardens. And well, they have the upper hand already with BCG. One member down. There's only one man left standing. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. Both teams here today struggling. Mama Clubs and BCG. But BCG will get eliminated. Mama Clubs gonna get eliminated as well.
मामा
Here
वालों ने
comes
मारा
Dog Red
भाई
for the third
बाहर
point.
भी हो गए मार के.
I'm gonna say, I'm sure you probably felt like you were
बेचारे
finally taking a
भाई.
fight off at Gardens, but the third party pulls up. It's Dog Red who's on the hunt, trying to do the best that they can to help eliminate
I think
this
मामा
lobby and
वालों का
whittle it
जितना
on down,
गंदा जा रहा है
because
ना
they
उतना
are
तो
going to
किसी
look
का
to
नहीं
try
है
to
इतना
end things
गंदा.
here in game number 8. Team Ubi's also been relatively quiet today. Rocket the Vantage over on Avisan. We're seeing a little bit more of the Vantage coming out with more of these teams having to dig a little bit deeper into their legend pool. EDG, unfortunately, has lost their Wraith, which means they're going to struggle on their rotates from here.
Victory Esports now moving on in. Down goes X-Bolts, Avisan, and it's just all the non-match point teams going up against each other at the moment. Doom's MVP, the last one standing for his squad. It's a 1v1 situation, and
VRD
the
का तो हुआ भी
caustic
नहीं था.
gas will get rid of Victory Esports without them having to do much work at all. TYK
MP
now
वाली सारी
down
जिंदा है
to
ना
a duo,
guys.
and they need to rotate in, but they're getting looked at by S8UL and the rest of the map.
See if they can find themselves
उन्होंने
in some
ज़्यादा मेहनत
safety,
करी वो
'cause
एक गेम
SAUL,
इसलिए
while they're
आराम
looking
से.
their direction,
या.
they do technically have a squad right on the other side of them as well. So who do they
Our team
prioritize?
fighting.
That's going to have to be what gets
यार वो
figured
लोग
out.
बहुत गंदा
EDG,
फंसे हैं.
we're here in the middle of the ring. We mentioned earlier they had lost
भाई
their
दूसरे
Wraith.
जोन में वो
However,
ऐसे
they do
कोने
have
में
the
कैसे
ability to
survive
hunker down
करेंगे?
off of the back of that rampart. Looks like they've been able to do a good job of playing as a duo thus
Genji
far.
out.
But DCG, they are still pretty well all by themselves on the southern side, keeping in mind they're one of our match point teams.
Look at this. So many teams left alive, and all 5 of our match
All
point
5.
teams are still alive. VKG in a
Oh
pretty
my
good spot.
God.
They're going to have to try and find their way into zone as well. Team
तो
Orchid,
ऐसा आएगा
they
तो
are on the
announcement हो
outside
जाएगा.
of zone at the moment, and they have their hands full. They haven't had much luck today at all, Q. And well, if it finished right now, they would not be heading to EWC as well.
Havoc trying to create a little bit of their namesake here out on the far western side. Rosie's already fallen. Dog Red also trying to find their
Time
way
for
towards
chaos.
this zone as well, and see if they can at least find themselves a reset before they start pushing forward more.
VKG in a really good
लास्ट
spot.
मैच है ये
Just
लग रहा है
playing very
मतलब
large at the
12
moment
में
is
से
QQ.
5 के 5
And as he
MP
can
वाले
hear the
हैं
fights
भाई.
starting to pop off, he knows that
एक
UB
भी
down to
बार
a
नहीं
solo
हुआ है.
as he is doing all this
Could
work
be the last
himself
game.
at the moment. TYK get eliminated. We are now going to see Team Orchid get eliminated as
सारी-
well. Havoc get the job
सारी
done.
बाकी teams
Every
बाहर
single
हो
match
रही
point
है,
team is still
bro.
standing. We may see this finish
ये
right
रामपाल
now.
शुरू.
Chances are that it will.
नहीं।
More likely than not, as 5
भाई ये लोग
teams
rush कर रहे हैं
have the
इसी टूल
ability
पे.
to end it. 4
Oh,
have
shit,
the
शायद
chances
टूट गया.
to extend it here. Dog Red was one of
Okay,
our first teams that
हम
was on match
eliminate
point.
हो
Actually, the
सकते
very
हैं.
first team. They do need to win it. Otherwise, there's a good chance that they'll be the first team that's on the outside looking in for EWC. And it's RRQ in a situation they have found themselves in time and time again here today. Left with the solo.
Dog Red, I don't like their positioning right now. They're kind of
team
stuck
को तो
on that
दिखाओ.
western side
Okay.
of zone. And
Wasting-
guess who they've ran into? That is S8UL. And S8UL now are down to a solo. And this doesn't look good at all for the boys of S8UL. Titan Esports Club. The only team really I feel like at the moment that can keep this going for
Guys,
us. Beautiful
nice
shots coming out from
video.
174. He's going to move to try and find a better spot to play as well. And it was all coming down to these last 8
we
squads.
are
And well,
out.
4 squads left alive on match point.
एंटी भाई.
And only 3 that can keep this
नहीं
going.
यार.
A PXX is a nice elevated spot though here, right in the middle.
सात में से चार भाई, I think this
and
is
get
it.
themselves a reset.
I
This
think this
could
is
very
it.
well be a winning
खत्म है.
position for PXX, but they need to wipe this fight quickly because you do have VKG
अब
that's
अपनी
kind of
टीम
just
के अलावा
sitting
सारी
down on
मैच
that
पॉइंट वाली
eastern
टीम
side,
है.
DCG alone on the southern side of the zone.
Dog red
It's
it is.
interesting. Gen G 174 is still just being very aggressive. With 7 squads still standing, it does seem like this
We are
could be
qualified
where
for
it
EWC.
finishes.
Yep,
Dog
वो
Red
तो
have
है.
all of a sudden
तो
Q
सिर्फ
found
ये
themselves
specific
a
tournament.
very good spot here as well. DCG
भाई मेरे को
need
तो
to be
dog red
careful.
लग रहा है
It
guys.
comes
तुम
down
लोग
to
को
this.
क्या
Round number
prediction है?
6 starts to close.
It's all about where these first fights take out, and EKG have been able to play out of sight and out of mind. We've been pretty well sitting in on all of the other match point teams who are looking at one another in some way, shape, and form. And now PXX will be looking the direction of VKG, who is trying to close their way on in. It looks like they will be playing from the low ground here, however. It's going to be
एक
important
मैच
for
और
PXX
होगा
not to
ने.
overextend.
Where it
5
comes
teams
down
है.
to
इन
these
4
teams.
teams
7
है.
squads still alive.
Like,
Beautiful shots coming out from
बहुत ज़्यादा
DCG.
chances
DCG
है.
look really good. This is where it is about to end. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. Which team will be heading to EWC? RRQ, well, Easy
High
Flash
numbers
lucky he's
है
got
भाई.
as many caustic gas traps that he can sit behind right now, with Dog Red still standing. We still have, I think, only 2 teams that can help us to keep this going. That is Rendang and
Dog
Titan
Red,
Esports
Dog Red it
Clubs.
is, Dog
Beautiful
Red
shots
it
coming
is.
out from Dog Red, though. We have 7 squads still left standing.
Feeling the anxiety for Dog Red itself. It
बताओ,
feels like they've
6
got
में से
themselves a really good spot. They're slow walking
Yep,
these
yep.
walls to give them
It's
protection.
not over,
as
it
well
is
as the
over,
ability to
guys.
amplify the damage that they're putting out.
RRQ भी गई,
Team
VKG भी गई.
RRQ out as well.
Dog Red
And is
भाई,
there
मैंने
a
बोला
chance
ना.
for Dog Red to punch their ticket to land here today?
2 teams that are on match point, 2 teams that aren't, and we can see now Dog Red making their way in. The caustic gas is going to try and get the job done. Rendang get eliminated. DCG about to get eliminated. Or can they get rid of PXX? They get rid of PXX. It is going to be a DCG or Dog Red ticket to land. DCG will get the victory. And
Oh my
heads back
god,
to
भाई
EWC.
तो bro, this was
Once
so
again for Split
intense.
1 playoffs.
Roy's our
Oh
boy.
my god.
Roy's our boy.
बहुत
Roy's our
मतलब
What a performance from DCG
No
here
shit.
today in regional
बोला था
finals. They
DCG
came
ना
into
ना
today
ना ना
on the
DCG
outside
bro.
looking in and to be
मैं
able
कब
to
से
punch
मन में
their
यही कर रही
ticket
थी,
as the
DCG जीत
victors
जाओ.
here today
DCG जीत
has to
जाओ.
have them feeling good. But now the question becomes, how
मैं
does
बोला
the
था 8
rest
मैचेस,
of
8
the
तो हो
field
गए.
fall into
अब 9th
line?
शुरू
Because
होगा.
I have a feeling
भाई
for a
बच
team that
Dog
was
Red वालों को
oh
कैसा
so
लग रहा होगा ना
close.
भाई,
We could
इतना
have a team
इतना सा
that
रह
is
गया था,
in Dog
इतना
Red
सा.
that falls 1 point short.
Nah, भाई, this is too
Oh
intense.
my god, Rowie is heading back to this
is
Splits 1
unbelievable.
playoffs, our favorite man to celebrate. And that is exciting there for DCG. Dog Reds finished 2nd in that game, and PXX in the top 3. Let's go and have a look at the series overall, though, and see how it
नहीं,
looks
DCG
here.
का
And
कहाँ
what
था
we love
match point? तभी
DCG will be
होगा.
heading to EWC.
देखो,
Dog Red finishes
Dog
2nd.
Red,
VKG
VKG,
finishes
PXX.
3rd. PXX
एक second
finishes
था.
4th. And S8UL will finish in the top 5. Rendang move into 6th spot.
ओ मुझे
which
गलत
means
याद था. Shit
would have
था.
went into game number 9
अरे यार.
with only 6 teams on match
अबे
point.
हाँ, वो लोग
moving
#3 थे शायद से, या फिर
Keep in mind,
#2
before we get to
थे.
see the overall leaderboards, DCG already gets their ticket punched. VKG, as the defending champions, also
गया खत्म,
get
yep.
their tickets punched, which
मुझे
means
एक नाम गलत
technically
याद
it's
रह
the
गया
next
था यार.
7 teams in points
Unbelievable.
that also will be going to split 1 LAN.
And then what's crazy, Dog Red needed a win or
खैर हम
a
लोग तो क्वालिफाइड है,
second
कोई बात नहीं. बट
to
मैं ऐसा
punch
सोच रही थी काश
themselves
जीत जाती अपनी
to
टीम.
Is the second
EWC.
enough?
Yeah, I
Hi,
think a second is just enough. But
superstar.
we'll have to wait and see. We've got a fair bit more to cover. And DCG to win 3 of the
अपना
last
start
4
अच्छा था
games
वैसे,
to
but ठीक
win
है।
this event is insane.
EWC में जीतेंगे अब सीधा।
Roy, sorry. I'm so excited to see Roy back on land, man. I
मेरे बोलने
cannot
से
wait. I
बहुत
feel
कुछ
like every
गलत हो
time that
जाता है।
man's on camera, we get ourselves some
मेरे
pretty
बोलने
good
से
moments.
DCG क्यों नहीं jinx हुआ?
DCG to be able to come out
क्योंकि
on
मैं तो
top. And
गलत
yeah,
प्रे
like
कर
you
रही थी कि
mentioned,
DCG
and
जीत जा,
huge
सोच के
games
कि
too.
उनका मैच
It
पॉइंट
was
नहीं है।
what, 26 points in match number 7, 25
डॉगरेड
points
DCG एसएस
in
BXS
match
VKG।
number
हाँ हाँ
8,
मैं
and I
DCG
think it
भूल
was a
गई थी, बाकी
double-digit
मुझे
win or
बराबर
close
याद
to
था।
it in match number 5 as well. They really turned up the heat when they
मेमोरी
needed
धोखा
to.
देते हुए
Man,
गई।
that is insane. What a day.
पाव हो
What
गया मेरे को
a
भी सेव
day
लगा। हाँ यार।
of Apex. Let's go and have a look
Watch
though,
these.
Q, at the top 5 kills and damage.
खैर बट लग भी रहा
leaders
था क्योंकि
after
मोस्टली
today.
वही जिंदा थी जो लोग का मैच
Fafa
पॉइंट
Feef was it
था।
on top with the 19.
Fafa
Lil
Feef.
San. You said that. Who'd you say that was? Shayo? For
Shayo, yep.
DC? Yeah, for there is 6 with the 16 kilopause at
हम भी
15,
मायूस
and
हैं।
Gap Wang also at 15. So 2 there together from the same
आज जो
squad that
बोला
was
है
looking for
वैसे
a
ही
big
हुआ है।
day.
मैंने
They showed up in a big way.
They did. That was a
Thoda,
huge
thoda.
way. Top 5 damage.
Thoda,
Leaders will
thoda.
Fafa fifth will finish the day with 11.3k damage. No Name sits second. Shayo third. Killerpos fourth. And LQ Dud
Oh no।
rounds out our top 5. Well, Q.
My stomach can't take it anymore.
I feel like we've seen a lot today. There's one more thing we need to see, and that is the ALGS standings. Now, before we come in today, I was looking into it, and I was like, okay, Dog Red, there's a lot of things they need to do to win, to even make EWC, but to get second or first, you cement your spot anyways, right? Second, I think, is the only position they needed to finish to make it to
Yeah, there's a
EWC.
lobby to work. We'll see.
Let's go and have a look.
अपन
We'll
ऑलरेडी
see, they need
EWC
the
के
rest
लिए
of the
हाँ
lobby to
अपन
work
क्वालिफाइड
out.
है। ऐसा है तो
No
बोल दो मुझे
way, by a
गर्लफ्रेंड मिलेगी, आज
point?
देखते हैं।
Okay. It's more than a point, but it's still close. Dog Red sneak into the number 9 spot. So it means we've had 2 teams switch up and be able to sneak into that top 9. Dog Red and DCG. Of course, DCG we mentioned would have gone anyways because
अपनी
they
टीम
won
हमेशा
regional
मैच पॉइंट में
finals. But
थोड़ा कन्वर्ट
as
नहीं
per
कर
usual,
पाती,
we generally
बाकी
see
ग्रुप
them
स्टेज
still
में
finish
टॉप
within
नॉच
those
खेलती है।
qualifying teams. So it's Wolves,
अपना स्टार्ट
S8UL,
अच्छा था।
BK Gaming,
Start was good.
PXX, RRQ, Havoc, Gen G, Relove DCG, and Dog Red is the 9 teams that will be going off to Paris to represent APAC South.
Insane. That is the 9 teams to represent our region going into Paris for split.
ये
1
9 जाएंगी।
playoffs. What a split.
8 बोल रहे
I
थे ना
still
तुम लोग।
pinch myself that we get to do this every weekend. It is so
Huh?
exciting. I think we've now just watched 9 of our best teams show out
कोई बात
today,
नहीं
and
guys,
I
मजा
feel
आया।
like after watching that, I feel pretty comfortable in who we are sending for our region.
Winner
From the
plus
bottom of my
top
heart,
8.
Q, I appreciate you. We've had an
Winner plus
amazing
top
10
8.
weeks. The split
Damn,
2
bro.
schedule though looks pretty insane. We have 4 weekends in a row of 3 match days back to back to back. Every weekend until we send
अच्छा
a team
वीकेजी
to
का तो
split
पहले से
2
ही था ना
playoffs,
लास्ट
which
ईयर
is
के
insane.
विनर का।
So, is there? Well, what's the end for Battleground HQ? There's no end. We have PLQ just a month and a half away. Now that means the top 22 teams from CC and the bottom 8 teams from, I know, I think it's the top 32. Top 32 from CC and the bottom 8 from Pro League. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. SGT, I will be live casting the CC finals here, and that is the last one for APAC South. So make sure you come by, show some love, and then we'll be heading over and doing a little.
अभी
bit of
अपना
watch
सीधा
party action
EWC है
over
क्या गाइस या कुछ
on
और भी है?
APAC
अभी
North.
क्वालिफाइड है और ये
No better way
फाइनल्स
to
था,
start the first weekend with APAC
तो सीधा
South
EWC ही होगा
in the
ना?
right way, and that is always first.
Get to start it off first. We sort of secured our teams as far as our 9 teams for the region. So we appreciate you guys kicking off the best regional, which is the, do it for me one time, chat. The 6-7.
Oh my
He's trying to
God.
fit it in one more time, my big dog. But we do appreciate each
इसका
and every one of y'all for
इसका
tuning in. If you
reaction.
happen to trickle on through and you haven't done
Bro
so
is
yet,
done.
hit that
Bro
follow
is
button down
done.
below. Turn those notifications on. And make sure you guys are locked in over on social media and Discord as well. But otherwise, Tony, anything else for the day?
Oh, congratulations to the coin winners as well. So you guys will make sure that you have your whispers open. If you don't, add me
Global
on
भी
Twitter.
है.
You should see my name underneath here.
होता है क्या
I'll be able
इसका?
to talk to you
Like
over there
regional
and get
finals
your
है ये.
code to
कि
you
इसके बाद
by this afternoon. So
I think
once
EWC
again,
है global. चलो टॉक्सिक गेम खेलने चले. नहीं वालो तो मैं किक पे खेलूंगी. यू गाइस टेल मी कि अभी जेम्स बॉन्ड खेलूं या कुछ और खेलना है. टीम गेम वालो खेलो यार. वालो तो किक पे मेरे को ज्यादा मजा आता है. जेम्स बॉन्ड कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं. इधर बताओ चैट, तुम लोग बताओ कुछ और में क्या आता है. वालो या फिर फर्स्ट लाइट, टेल मी. क्योंकि अभी तक मेरे को मास्टर्स का तो पर्म मिला नहीं है. तो वालो तो मैं शाम को भी खेल सकती हूँ. मास्टर्स का मिल जाता अगर तो फिर कितने बजे 7:30 वॉच पार्टी करती मैं. 007 कंटिन्यू. शाम को लेकिन हम नहीं देख पाएंगे ना. मत देखो भाई, मैं क्या करूँ. मेरी गलती है ये भी, मेरी गलती. चांसेस है क्या अभी भी मिलने का या जीजी है? आई हैव नो आइडिया. आई हैव नो आइडिया. यार मुझे देखो हर बार मिल जाती थी, पता नहीं इस बार क्यों हो रहा है. मेरे को तो हर बार ही मिलती थी वॉच पार्टी का. मैं तो करती भी थी. इस बारी जब मेरा ज्यादा मन है ना, इसके लिए मेरे साथ स्कैम हो रहा है. पालवर्ड आने वाला है. पालवर्ड का अभी तक नहीं आया ना लॉन्च डेट, या आ गया? कि इंडिया में आ गया क्या? पहले से ही है. मेरा तो कब से अकाउंट बना हुआ है, बहुत पहले से. आई डोंट थिंक पालवर्ड का भी कुछ अनाउंस हुआ है. पालवर्ड ऑफिशियल रिलीज डेट. व्हाट? ये कब हुआ? ये कब हुआ? जुलाई 10th. ये कब अनाउंस हुआ? ओ माय गॉड, 1 month. ये पालवर्ड एरा वापस आने वाला है गाइस. पालवर्ड स्ट्रीम्स तो फुल ऑन किक पे होगी. पालवर्ड स्ट्रीम्स तो किक पे होगी भाई. मतलब क्या 12 घंटे 24 घंटे पालवर्ड होने वाला है अभी किक पे. yes! ये गाइस मेरा फेवरेट गेम. ये फुल ग्राइंड. अच्छा वैसे स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए हाँ उसका हो सकता है कुछ. बट वैसे तो था पहले से ही. मेरा मैसेज नहीं दिख रहा है. मैं लिखा तो था. दी पालवर 10 जुलाई को रिलीज हो रहा है. ओ ये नहीं देखा था मैंने. ही सॉरी. S8UL का पता नहीं, पूछती हूँ. मतलब पूछ के देखती हूँ मर्सी को. बट होगा ही ऑब्वियसली, होना तो चाहिए. चलो कोई गेम तो अर्ली एक्सेस के बाहर आई. फाज्मो वालों सीखो कुछ. पालवर्ड फर्स्ट टाइम कब आया था? 24. 2-2.5 साल में इन्होंने गेम पूरा कर दिया रिलीज. फाज्मो कब से है अर्ली एक्सेस में? वालों सिलेक्ट किया लोगों ने। आयुष कितनी आईडी से आके वोट किया है? Jan 24, हाँ जान में आया था 19th शायद से 19th 28th ऐसा कुछ। वालो खेलू गाइस यार, मुझे वालो ना पिक पे मजा आता है बाबा। नो फेस कैम इजी। क्या इतना बुरा हूँ मैं? हमारी एपेक्स ईडब्ल्यूसी जारी 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 जारी। कोई नहीं, अच्छा कल तो संडे है। देखा, मैंने कहा था ना गाइस कि आयुष को पूछो कि कितने अकाउंट से किया है उसने वालों से। आई न्यू इट, आई जस्ट न्यू इट। टू स्मार्ट। मैं सेंडिंग टू कब हुई? कल ही हुई हूँ गाइस। मैंने अभी अभी तुम लोग को बोला और अभी अभी मुझे नोटिफिकेशन आया पैलवर्ड इज फाइनली गेटिंग इट्स फुल 1.0 रिलीज। मतलब ये लोग बातें सुनते हैं, ये लोग एक्चुअल में बातें सुनते हैं। इससे पहले नहीं आया मुझे नोटिफिकेशन, अब आया है। ये लोग सुनते हैं बातें, मैं बोलती हूँ ना। गाइस 1 सेकेंड। अरे गलत कर लिया, चलो ठीक है। क्या इतना बुना गाइस 1 सेकेंड। सीरो अगर आप लोग को वालो ही देखना है तो वालो तो हम किक पे ही खेल लेते हैं गाइस। आई थिंक इट इज टाइम टू स्विच। वेयर इज योर जर्सी? अरे तो मेरे को भेजेंगे तब होगी ना मेरे पास। कैसी बातें करते हो? नहीं देखना है अभी तो। अभी तो पोल में जिता दिया यार, अभी मैं क्या करूं मुझे बताओ। टुन टुन। नहीं देखना, गंदी गेम है। ये कैसे पलट गया? ये देख रहे हो गाइस? लोटा लोटा। एक सेकेंड, फाइव मैन करें क्या? आयुष, यू वांट टू प्ले? तुषार तुम तो होगे नहीं, हो क्या तुम? फाइव मैन करते हैं यार, मजा आएगा। लोटा भी लोटा है। चलो गाइस, जो लोग हो आओ, वालों किक पे कंटिन्यू करते हैं। किक पे आ जाओ, ठीक है? किक पे खेलेंगे, लिंक पिंड है, बाकी ये देख लो। आ जाओ, फट 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 आ जाओ।